Additional context. This paper delves into the Revolt of 1857, a pivotal event in Indian history, and contributes to a rich body of scholarship examining its causes, character, and consequences. This historical event, often labeled the Sepoy Mutiny by the British, represents a turning point in the relationship between the Indian people and the British East India Company, eventually leading to the end of company rule and the direct governance of India by the British Crown. Prior research has explored various aspects of the revolt, including the grievances of the sepoys, Indian soldiers in the British Army, the role of local rulers and elites, and the social and economic factors that fueled the uprising. The existing literature also examines the diverse experiences of different communities and regions during the revolt, highlighting the complexities and contradictions of this period. Building on this foundation, this paper likely offers fresh insights into specific aspects of the revolt of 1857, such as the communication networks among the rebels, the role of ordinary people in the uprising, or the impact of the revolt on specific cities or regions. By examining these themes, the paper contributes to a more nuanced understanding of the revolt as a multifaceted event involving diverse actors and motivations. For example, focusing on the role of panchayats, village councils, in organizing the sepoys, it sheds light on the decentralized nature of the rebellion and the agency of the Indian soldiers in shaping their own destiny. Understanding this historical turning point is crucial for grasping the dynamics of colonialism, resistance, and the eventual emergence of modern India. This research underscores the importance of studying history from multiple perspectives, recognizing the voices and experiences of those who often remain marginalized in mainstream narratives.
The Revolt of 1857 and its representations. Late in the afternoon of 10 May 1857, the sepoys in the cantonment of Meerut broke out in mutiny. It began in the lines of the native infantry, spread very swiftly to the cavalry, and then to the city. The ordinary people of the town and surrounding villages joined the sepoys. The sepoys captured the bell of arms, where the arms and ammunition were kept, and proceeded to attack white people, and to ransack and burn their bungalows and property. Government buildings, the record office, jail, court, post office, treasury, etc., were destroyed and plundered. The telegraph line to Delhi was cut. As darkness descended, a group of sepoys rode off towards Delhi. The sepoys arrived at the gates of the Red Fort early in the morning on 11 May. It was the month of Ramzan, the Muslim holy month of prayer and fasting. The old Mughal emperor, Bahadur Shah, had just finished his prayers and meal before the sun rose and the fast began. He heard the commotion at the gates. The sepoys who had gathered under his window told him, "We have come from Meerut after killing all the Englishmen there, because they asked us to bite bullets that were coated with the fat of cows and pigs with our teeth. This has corrupted the faith of Hindus and Muslims alike." Another group of sepoys also entered Delhi, and the ordinary people of the city joined them. Europeans were killed in large numbers. The rich of Delhi were attacked and looted. It was clear that Delhi had gone out of British control. Some sepoys rode into the Red Fort without observing the elaborate court etiquette expected of them. They demanded that the emperor give them his blessings. Surrounded by the sepoys, Bahadur Shah had no other option but to comply. The revolt thus acquired a kind of legitimacy because it could now be carried on in the name of the Mughal emperor. Through 12 and 13 May, North India remained quiet. Once word spread that Delhi had fallen to the rebels and Bahadur Shah II had blessed the rebellion, events moved swiftly. Cantonment after cantonment in the Gangetic Valley and some to the west of Delhi rose in mutiny.
Figure 11.1 Summary. This is a portrait of Bahadur Shah. The portrait depicts the Mughal emperor in elaborate attire, adorned with jewelry and a turban. The image suggests the emperor's regal status and the historical context of his rule during a time of significant upheaval and rebellion. The portrait provides a visual representation of a key figure in the Revolt of 1857, highlighting his importance as a symbol of resistance against British rule.
Pattern of the rebellion. If one were to place the dates of these mutinies in chronological order, it would appear that as the news of the mutiny in one town traveled to the next, the sepoys there took up arms. The sequence of events in every cantonment followed a similar pattern. 1.1. How the mutinies began. The sepoys began their action with a signal. In many places it was the firing of the evening gun or the sounding of the bugle. They first seized the bell of arms and plundered the treasury. They then attacked government buildings, the jail, treasury, telegraph office, record room, bungalows, burning all records. Everything and everybody connected with the white man became a target. Proclamations in Hindi, Urdu and Persian were put up in the cities calling upon the population, both Hindus and Muslims, to unite, rise, and exterminate the Ferengis. When ordinary people began joining the revolt, bell of arms is a storeroom in which weapons are kept. Ferengis, a term of Persian origin, possibly derived from Franc, from which France gets its name, is used in Urdu and Hindi, often in a derogatory sense to designate foreigners. The targets of attack widened. In major towns like Lucknow, Kanpur, and Bareilly, moneylenders and the rich also became the objects of rebel wrath. Peasants not only saw them as oppressors, but also as allies of the British. In most places, their houses were looted and destroyed. The mutiny in the sepoy ranks quickly became a rebellion. There was a general defiance of all kinds of authority and hierarchy. In the months of May and June, the British had no answer to the actions of the rebels. Individual Britons tried to save their own lives and the lives of their families. British rule, as one British officer noted, collapsed like a house made of cards. Source: One Ordinary Life in Extraordinary Times, What Happened in the Cities During the Months of the Revolt. How did people live through those months of tumult? How was normal life affected? Reports from different cities tell us about the breakdown in routine activities. Read these reports from the Delhi Urdu Akhbar, 14 June 1857. The same thing is true for vegetables and saag spinach. People have been found to complain that even kaddu pumpkin and bangan brinjal cannot be found in the bazaars. Potatoes and arvi yam, when available, are of stale and rotten variety, stored from before by far-sighted kundras, vegetable growers. From the gardens inside the city, some produce does reach a few places, but the poor and the middle class can only lick their lips and watch them, as they are earmarked for the select. Read the two reports and the descriptions of what was happening in Delhi provided in the chapter. Remember that newspaper reports often express the prejudices of the reporter. How did Delhi Urdu Akhbar view the actions of the people? There is something else that needs attention, which is causing a lot of damage to the people, which is that the water carriers have stopped filling water. Poor Sherfas, gentility, are seen carrying water in pails on their shoulders, and only then the necessary household tasks such as cooking, etc. can take place. The halalkars, righteous, have become haramkars, corrupt. Many mohallas have not been able to earn for several days, and if this situation continues, then decay, death and disease will combine together to spoil the city's air, and an epidemic will spread all over the city and even to areas adjacent and around.
Figure 11.2 Summary. The figure is an illustration depicting ordinary people joining sepoys in an attack on the British in Lucknow. The illustration portrays a chaotic scene of conflict, with individuals engaged in combat. The image suggests a widespread uprising against British authority, with both military personnel and civilians participating in the revolt. It indicates a united front between the sepoys and the local population, signifying a broader rebellion against British rule.
1.2 Lines of communication. The reason for the similarity in the pattern of the revolt in different places lay partly in its planning and coordination. It is clear that there was communication between the sepoy lines of various cantonments. After the 7th Awad, irregular cavalry had refused to accept the new cartridges in early May. They wrote to the 48th Native Infantry that they had acted for the faith and awaited the 48th's orders. Sepoys, or their emissaries, moved from one station to another. People were thus planning and talking about the rebellion. Source 2 Sister and the Tahsildar in the context of the communication of the message of revolt and mutiny, the experience of Francois Sisson, a native Christian police inspector in Siddipur, is telling. He had gone to Saharampur to pay his respects to the magistrate. Sisson was dressed in Indian clothes and sitting cross-legged. A Muslim Tahsildar from Baner entered the room. Upon learning that Sisson was from Awad, he inquired, "What news from Awad? How does the work progress, brother?" Playing safe, Sisson replied, "If we have work in Awad, your highness will know it." The Tahsildar said, "Depend upon it, we will succeed this time. The direction of the business is in able hands." The Tahsildar was later identified as the principal rebel leader of Baner. What does this conversation suggest about the ways in which plans were communicated and discussed by the rebels? Why did the Tahsildar regard Sisson as a potential rebel? The pattern of the mutinies and the pieces of evidence that suggest some sort of planning and coordination raise certain crucial questions. How were the plans made? Who were the planners? It is difficult on the basis of the available documents to provide direct answers to such questions. But one incident provides clues as to how the mutinies came to be so organized. Captain Hersey of the Awad military police had been given protection by his Indian subordinates during the mutiny. The 41st Native Infantry, which was stationed in the same place, insisted that since they had killed all their white officers, the military police should also kill Hersey or deliver him as prisoner to the 41st. The military police refused to do either, and it was decided that the matter would be settled by a panchayat composed of native officers drawn from each regiment. Charles Ball, who wrote one of the earliest histories of the uprising, noted that panchayats were a nightly occurrence in the Kanpur sepoy lines. What this suggests is that some of the decisions were taken collectively. Given the fact that the sepoys lived in lines and shared a common lifestyle, and that many of them came from the same caste, it is not difficult to imagine them sitting together to decide their own future. The sepoys were the makers of their own rebellion. Mutiny, a collective disobedience of rules and regulations within the armed forces, revolt, a rebellion of people against established authority and power. The terms revolt and rebellion can be used synonymously. In the context of the Revolt of 1857, the term revolt refers primarily to the uprising of the civilian population, peasants, zamindars, rajas, jagirdars, while the mutiny was of the sepoys.
Figure 11.3 Summary. The image shows a portrait of Rani Lakshmi Bai. The image is a popular depiction of her. Fig. 11.4 Summary. The image is a portrait. It depicts Nana Sahib. Nana Sahib escaped to Nepal when the rebellion collapsed. His escape added to the legend of his courage and valor.
1.3 Leaders and followers. To fight the British, leadership and organization were required. For these, the rebels sometimes turned to those who had been leaders before the British conquest. One of the first acts of the sepoys of Meerut, as we saw, was to rush to Delhi and appeal to the old Mughal emperor to accept the leadership of the revolt. This acceptance of leadership took its time in coming. Bahadur Shah's first reaction was one of horror and rejection. It was only when some sepoys had moved into the Mughal court within the Red Fort, in defiance of normal court etiquette, that the old emperor, realizing he had very few options, agreed to be the nominal leader of the rebellion. Elsewhere, similar scenes were enacted, though on a minor scale. In Kanpur, the sepoys and the people of the town gave Nana Sahib, the successor to Peshwa Baji Rao II, no choice save to join the revolt as their leader. In Jhansi, the Rani was forced by the popular pressure around her to assume the leadership of the uprising. So was Kunwar Singh, a local zamindar in a Rah in Bihar. In Awad, where the displacement of the popular Nawab Wajid Ali Shah and the annexation of the state were still very fresh in the memory of the people, the populace in Lucknow celebrated the fall of British rule by hailing Burjis Khatter, the young son of the Nawab, as their leader. Not everywhere were the leaders people of the court Ranis, Rajas, Nawabs, and Talukdars. Often the message of rebellion was carried by ordinary men and women, and in places by religious men too. From Meerut, there were reports that a fakir had appeared riding on an elephant and that the sepoys were visiting him frequently. In Lucknow, after the annexation of Awad, there were many religious leaders and self-styled prophets who preached the destruction of British rule. Elsewhere, local leaders emerged, urging peasants, zamindars and tribals to revolt. Shah Mal mobilized the villagers of Pargana Bharat in Uttar Pradesh. Ganu, a tribal cultivator of Singhpem in Chotanagpur, became a rebel leader of the Kal tribals of the region. Two rebels of 1857. Shah Mal. Shah Mal lived in a large village in Pargana Bharat in Uttar Pradesh. He belonged to a clan of Jat cultivators whose kinship ties extended over Chaurazi's 84 villages. The lands in the region were irrigated and fertile, with rich dark loam soil. Many of the villagers were prosperous and saw the British land revenue system as oppressive. The revenue demand was high and its collection inflexible. Consequently, cultivators were losing land to outsiders, to traders and moneylenders who were coming into the area. Shah Mal mobilized the headmen and cultivators of Chaurazi, moving at night from village to village, urging people to rebel against the British. As in many other places, the revolt against the British turned into a general rebellion against all signs of oppression and injustice. Cultivators left their fields and plundered the houses of moneylenders and traders. Displaced proprietors took possession of the lands they had lost. Shah Mal's men attacked government buildings, destroyed the bridge over the river, and dug up metalled roads, partly to prevent government forces from coming into the area, and partly because bridges and roads were seen as symbols of British rule. They sent supplies to the sepoys who had mutinied in Delhi and stopped all official communication between British headquarters and Meerut. Locally acknowledged as the Raja, Shah Mal took over the bungalow of an English officer, turned it into a hall of justice, settling disputes and dispensing judgments. He also set up an amazingly effective network of intelligence. For a period, the people of the area felt that Frangi Raj was over and their Raj had come. Shah Mal was killed in battle in July 1857. Maulvi Ahmadullah Shah. Maulvi Ahmadullah Shah was one of the many Maulvis who played an important part in the revolt of 1857. Educated in Hyderabad, he became a preacher when young. In 1856, he was seen moving from village to village preaching jihad, religious war, against the British and urging people to rebel. He moved in a palanquin, with drumbeaters in front and followers at the rear. He was therefore popularly called Danka Shah, the Maulvi with the drum, Danku. British officials panicked as thousands began following the Maulvi and many Muslims began seeing him as an inspired prophet. When he reached Lucknow in 1856, he was stopped by the police from preaching in the city. Subsequently, in 1857, he was jailed in Faizabad. When released, he was elected by the mutinous 22 Sup ND native infantry as their leader. He fought in the famous Battle of Chinhat, in which the British forces under Henry Lawrence were defeated. He came to be known for his courage and power. Many people, in fact, believed that he was invincible, had magical powers, and could not be killed by the British. It was this belief that partly formed the basis of his authority.
Figure 11.5 Summary. This is a portrait. It depicts Henry Hardinge. Hardinge served as Governor General and tried to modernize the Army's equipment. The Enfield rifles, which initially used greased cartridges, were introduced during his tenure and were a cause of the Sepoy Rebellion.
1.4 Rumors and Prophecies. Rumors and prophecies played a part in moving people to action. As we saw, the sepoys who had arrived in Delhi from Meerut had told Bahadur Shah about bullets coated with the fat of cows and pigs, and that biting those bullets would corrupt their caste and religion. They were referring to the cartridges of the Enfield rifles which had just been given to them. The British tried to explain to the sepoys that this was not the case, but the rumor that the new cartridges were greased with the fat of cows and pigs spread like wildfire across the sepoy lines of North India. This is one rumor whose origin can be traced. Captain Wright, commandant of the Rifle Instruction Depot, reported that in the third week of January 1857, a low-caste, Khalasi who worked in the magazine in Dum Dum had asked a Brahmin sepoy for a drink of water from his lota. The sepoy had refused, saying that the lower castes' touch would defile the lota. The Khalasi had reportedly retorted, "You will soon lose your caste, as ere long you will have to bite cartridges covered with the fat of cows and pigs." We do not know the veracity of the report, but once this rumor started, no amount of assurances from British officers could stop its circulation and the fear it spread among the sepoys. This was not the only rumor that was circulating in North India at the beginning of 1857. There was the rumor that the British government had hatched a gigantic conspiracy to destroy the caste and religion of Hindus and Muslims. To this end, the rumors said, the British had mixed the bone dust of cows and pigs into the flour that was sold in the market. In towns and cantonments, sepoys and the common people refused to touch the atta. There was fear and suspicion that the British wanted to convert Indians to Christianity. Panic spread fast. British officers tried to allay their fears, but in vain. These fears stirred men to action. The response to the call for action was reinforced by the prophecy that British rule would come to an end on the centenary of the Battle of Plassey, on 23 June 1857. Rumors were not the only thing circulating at the time. Reports came from various parts of North India that chapatis were being distributed from village to village. A person would come at night and give a chapati to the watchman of the village and ask him to make 5 more and distribute to the next village, and so on. The meaning and purpose of the distribution of the chapatis was not clear and is not clear even today. But there is no doubt that people read it as an omen of an upheaval. 1.5. Why did people believe in the rumors? We cannot understand the power of rumors and prophecies in history by checking whether they are factually correct or not. We need to see what they reflect about the minds of people who believed them, their fears and apprehensions, their faiths and convictions. Rumors circulate only when they resonate with the deeper fears and suspicions of people. The rumors in 1857 begin to make sense when seen in the context of the policies the British pursued from the late 1820s. As you know, from that time, under the leadership of Governor-General Lord William Bentinck, the British adopted policies aimed at reforming Indian society by introducing Western education, Western ideas, and Western institutions. With the cooperation of sections of Indian society, they set up English medium schools, colleges and universities which taught Western sciences and the liberal arts. The British established laws to abolish customs like sati, 1829, and to permit the remarriage of Hindu widows. On a variety of pleas, like misgovernment and the refusal to recognize adoption, the British annexed not only Awadh, but many other kingdoms and principalities like Jhansi and Satara. Once these territories were annexed, the British introduced their own system of administration, their own laws, and their own methods of land settlement and land revenue collection. The cumulative impact of all this on the people of North India was profound. It seemed to the people that all that they cherished and held sacred, from kings and socio-religious customs to patterns of landholding and revenue payment, was being destroyed and replaced by a system that was more impersonal, alien, and oppressive. This perception was aggravated by the activities of Christian missionaries. In such a situation of uncertainty, rumors spread with remarkable swiftness. To explore the basis of the revolt of 1857 in some detail, let us look at Awadh, one of the major centers where the drama of 1857 unfolded. Discuss, read the section once more, and explain the similarities and differences you notice in the ways in which leaders emerged during the revolt. For any 2 leaders, discuss why ordinary people were drawn to them. Resident was the designation of a representative of the Governor-General, who lived in a state which was not under direct British rule. Subsidiary alliance. Subsidiary alliance was a system devised by Lord Wellesley in 1798. All those who entered into such an alliance with the British had to accept certain terms and conditions. A. The British would be responsible for protecting their ally from external and internal threats to their power. B. In the territory of the ally, a British armed contingent would be stationed. C. The ally would have to provide the resources for maintaining this contingent. D. The ally could enter into agreements with other rulers or engage in warfare only with the permission of the British. 2. Awadh and revolt. 2.1. A cherry that will drop into our mouth one day. In 1851, Governor-General Lord Dalhousie described the Kingdom of Awadh as a cherry that will drop into our mouth one day. 5 years later, in 1856, the kingdom was formally annexed to the British Empire. The conquest happened in stages. The subsidiary alliance had been imposed on Awadh in 1801. By the terms of this alliance, the Nawab had to disband his military force, allow the British to position their troops within the kingdom, and act in accordance with the advice of the British resident who was now to be attached to the court. Deprived of his armed forces, the Nawab became increasingly dependent on the British to maintain law and order within the kingdom. He could no longer assert control over the rebellious chiefs and talukadors. In the meantime, the British became increasingly interested in acquiring the territory of Awadh. They felt that the soil there was good for producing indigo and cotton, and the region was ideally located to be developed into the principal market of Upper India. By the early 1850s, moreover, all the major areas of India had been conquered: the Maratha lands, the Doab, the Carnatic, the Punjab, and Bengal. The takeover of Awadh in 1856 was expected to complete a process of territorial annexation that had begun with the conquest of Bengal almost a century earlier. 2.2. The life was gone out of the body. Lord Dalhousie's annexations created disaffection in all the areas and principalities that were annexed, but nowhere more so than in the kingdom of Awadh in the heart of North India. Here, Nawab Wajid Ali Shah was dethroned and exiled to Calcutta on the plea that the region was being misgoverned. The British government also wrongly assumed that Wajid Ali Shah was an unpopular ruler. On the contrary, he was widely loved, and when he left his beloved Lucknow, there were many who followed him all the way to Kanpur singing songs of lament. The widespread sense of grief and loss at the Nawab's exile was recorded by many contemporary observers. One of them wrote, "The life was gone out of the body, and the body of this town had been left lifeless. There was no street or market and house which did not wail out the cry of agony in separation of Janai a lamb." One folk song bemoaned that the honorable English came and took the country, Angrez Bahajirain, Muklai Linho. This emotional upheaval was aggravated by immediate material losses. The removal of the Nawab led to the dissolution of the court and its culture. Thus a whole range of people, musicians, dancers, poets, artisans, cooks, retainers, administrative officials, and so on lost their livelihood.
Map 1 Summary. This is a map illustrating the extent of British control in various territories around 1857. The map depicts regions such as Punjab, Awadh, Bengal, and Mysore, indicating varying degrees of British influence or direct rule. The British had significantly expanded their dominion, exerting considerable authority over a large portion of the Indian subcontinent. Some regions were under direct control, while others were influenced through alliances or indirect rule.
2.3 Firangi Raj and the End of a World. A chain of grievances in Awadh linked prince, talukdar, peasant, and sepoy. In different ways, they came to identify Firangi Raj with the end of their world, the breakdown of things they valued, respected, and held dear. A whole complex of emotions, the Nawab has left. Another song mourned the plight of the ruler who had to leave his motherland. Noble and peasant all wept together, and all the world wept and wailed alas. The chief has bidden adieu to his country and gone abroad. Read the entire section and discuss why people mourned the departure of Wajid Ali Shah. And issues, traditions and loyalties worked themselves out in the Revolt of 1857. In Awadh, more than anywhere else, the revolt became an expression of popular resistance to an alien order. The annexation displaced not just the Nawab. It also dispossessed the talukdars of the region. The countryside of Awadh was dotted with the estates and forts of talukdars, who for many generations had controlled land and power in the countryside. Before the coming of the British, talukdars maintained armed retainers, built forts, and enjoyed a degree of autonomy as long as they accepted the suzerainty of the Nawab and paid the revenue of their taluks. Some of the bigger talukdars had as many as 12,000 foot soldiers, and even the smaller ones had about 200. The British were unwilling to tolerate the power of the talukdars. Immediately after the annexation, the talukdars were disarmed and their forts destroyed. The British land revenue policy further undermined the position and authority of the talukdars. After annexation, the first British revenue settlement, known as the Summary Settlement of 1856, was based on the assumption that the talukdars were interlopers with no permanent stakes in land. They had established their hold over land through force and fraud. The Summary Settlement proceeded to remove the talukdars wherever possible. Figures show that in pre-British times, talukdars had held 67% of the total number of villages in Awadh. By the summary settlement, this number had come down to 38%. The talukdars of southern Awadh were the hardest hit, and some lost more than half of the total number of villages they had previously held. British land revenue officers believed that by removing talukdars, they would be able to settle the land with the actual owners of the soil, and thus reduce the level of exploitation of peasants while increasing revenue returns for the state. But this did not happen in practice. Revenue flows for the state increased, but the burden of demand on the peasants did not decline. Officials soon found that large areas of Awadh were actually heavily overassessed. The increase of revenue demand in some places was from 30 to 70%. Thus, neither talukdars nor peasants had any reasons to be happy with the annexation. The dispossession of talukdars meant the breakdown of an entire social order. The ties of loyalty and patronage that had bound the peasant to the talukdar were disrupted. In pre-British times, the talukdars were oppressors, but many of them also appeared to be generous father figures. They exacted a variety of dues from the peasant, but were often considerate in times of need. Now, under the British, the peasant was directly exposed to overassessment of revenue and inflexible methods of collection. There was no longer any guarantee that in times of hardship or crop failure, the revenue demand of the state would be reduced or collection postponed, or that in times of festivities, the peasant would get the loan and support that the talukdar had earlier provided. In areas like Awadh, where resistance during 1857 was intense and long-lasting, the fighting was carried out by talukdars and their peasants. Many of these talukdars were loyal to the Nawab of Awadh, and they joined Begum Hazrat Mahal, the wife of the Nawab in Lucknow, to fight the British. Some even remained with her in defeat. The grievances of the peasants were carried over into the sepoy lines, since a vast majority of the sepoys were recruited from the villages of Awadh. For decades, the sepoys had complained of low levels of pay and the difficulty of getting leave. By the 1850s, there were other reasons for their discontent. The relationship of the sepoys with their superior white officers underwent a significant change in the years preceding the uprising of 1857. In the 1820s, white officers made it a point to maintain friendly relations with the sepoys. They would take part in their leisure activities. They wrestled with them, fenced with them, and went out hawking with them. Many of them were fluent in Hindustani and were familiar with the customs and culture of the country. These officers were disciplinarian and father figure rolled into one. In the 1840s, this began to change. The officers developed a sense of superiority and started treating the sepoys as their racial inferiors, riding roughshod over their sensibilities. Abuse and physical violence became common, and thus the distance between sepoys and officers grew. Trust was replaced by suspicion. The episode of the greased cartridges was a classic example of this. The attitude of the talukdars was best expressed by Hanwant Singh, the Raja of Kalakankar, near Raebareli. During the mutiny, Hanwant Singh had given shelter to a British officer and conveyed him to safety. While taking leave of the officer, Hanwant Singh told him, "Sahib, your countrymen came into this country and drove out our king. You sent your officers round the districts to examine the titles to the estates. At one blow you took from me lands which from time immemorial had been in my family. I submitted. Suddenly, misfortune fell upon you. The people of the land rose against you. You came to me whom you had despoiled. I have saved you. But now I march at the head of my retainers to Lucknow to try and drive you from the country." What does this excerpt tell you about the attitude of the talukdars? Who did Hanwant Singh mean by the people of the land? What reason does Hanwant Singh give for the anger of the people? Discuss, find out whether people in your state participated in the Revolt of 1857. If they did, find out why they did so. If they did not, try and explain this. It is also important to remember that close links existed between the sepoys and the rural world of North India. The large majority of the sepoys of the Bengal army were recruited from the villages of Awadh and eastern Uttar Pradesh. Many of them were Brahmins or from the upper castes. Awadh was, in fact, called the nursery of the Bengal army. The changes that the families of the sepoys saw around them and the threats they perceived were quickly transmitted to the sepoy lines. In turn, the fears of the sepoys about the new cartridge, their grievances about leave, their grouse about the increasing misbehavior and racial abuse on the part of their white officers were communicated back to the villages. This link between the sepoys and the rural world had important implications in the course of the uprising. When the sepoys defied their superior officers and took up arms, they were joined very swiftly by their brethren in the villages. Everywhere, peasants poured into towns and joined the soldiers and the ordinary people of the towns in collective acts of rebellion.
Figure 11.6 Summary. This is an image of a zamindar from Awadh in 1880. The zamindar appears to be a person of importance or authority. The image suggests the presence of a local elite class in Awadh during that time. Fig. 11.7 Summary. This is an image depicting Bengal sepoys in European-style uniform. The image shows 3 sepoys standing in a field. They are wearing similar uniforms, which include jackets, trousers, and hats. The sepoys are also carrying weapons, such as muskets and swords. The image suggests the integration of European military styles within the Bengal army and provides a visual representation of the sepoys who played a significant role in the uprising.
3. What the rebels wanted. As victors, the British recorded their own trials and tribulations as well as their heroism. They dismissed the rebels as a bunch of ungrateful and barbaric people. The repression of the rebels also meant silencing of their voice. Few rebels had the opportunity of recording their version of events. Moreover, most of them were sepoys and ordinary people who were not literate. Thus, other than a few proclamations and ishtihars, notifications, issued by rebel leaders to propagate their ideas and persuade people to join the revolt, we do not have much that throws light on the perspective of the rebels. Attempts to reconstruct what happened in 1857 are thus heavily and inevitably dependent on what the British wrote. While these sources reveal the minds of officials, they tell us very little about what the rebels wanted. 3.1 The Vision of Unity. 3.1 The Vision of Unity. The rebel proclamations in 1857 repeatedly appealed to all sections of the population, irrespective of their caste and creed. Many of the proclamations were issued by Muslim princes or in their names, but even these took care to address the sentiments of Hindus. The rebellion was seen as a war in which both Hindus and Muslims had equally to lose or gain. The ishtihars harked back to the pre-British Hindu-Muslim past and glorified the coexistence of different communities under the Mughal Empire. The proclamation that was issued under the name of Bahadur Shah appealed to the people to join the fight under the standards of both Muhammad and Mahavir. It was remarkable that during the uprising, religious divisions between Hindus and Muslim were hardly noticeable despite British attempts to create such divisions. In Bareilly in western Uttar Pradesh, in December 1857, the British spent Rs 50,000 to incite the Hindu population against the Muslims. The attempt failed. This is one of the main sources of our knowledge about what the rebels wanted. It is well known to all that in this age the people of Hindustan, both Hindus and Mohammedans, are being ruined under the tyranny and the oppression of the infidel and treacherous English. It is therefore the bounden duty of all the wealthy people of India, especially those who have any sort of connection with the Mohammedan royal families, and are considered the pastors and masters of their people, to stake their lives and property for the well-being of the public. Several of the Hindu and Musalman chiefs, who have long since quitted their homes for the preservation of their religion, and have been trying their best to root out the English in India, have presented themselves to me and taken part in the reigning Indian crusade, and it is more than probable that I shall very shortly receive succors from the West. Therefore, for the information of the public, the present ishtihar, consisting of several sections, is put in circulation, and it is the imperative duty of all to take into their careful consideration and abide by it. Parties anxious to participate in the common cause, but having no means to provide for themselves, shall receive their daily subsistence from me. And be it known to all that the ancient works, both of the Hindus and Mohammedans, the writings of miracle workers, and the calculation of the astrologers, pundits, all agree in asserting that the English will no longer have any footing in India or elsewhere. Therefore, it is incumbent on all to give up the hope of the continuation of the British sway, side with me, and deserve the consideration of the Badshahi or imperial government by their individual exertion in promoting the common good, and thus attain their respective ends. Otherwise, if this golden opportunity slips away, they will have to repent for their folly. Section 1. Regarding Zemindars. It is evident that the British government in making zemindari settlements have imposed exorbitant jumas, revenue demand, and have disgraced and ruined several zemindars by putting up their estates for public auction for arrears of rent, insomuch, in the institution of a suit by a common ryot, a maid-servant, or a slave, the respectable zemindars are summoned into court, arrested, put in gaol, and disgraced. In litigation regarding zemindaries, the immense value of stamps and other unnecessary expenses of the civil courts are all calculated to impoverish the litigants. Besides this, the coffers of the zemindars are annually taxed with the subscription for schools, hospitals, roads, etc. Such extortions will have no manner of existence in the Badshahi government. But on the contrary, the jumas will be light, the dignity and honor of the zemindars safe, and every zemindar will have absolute rule in his own zemindari. Section 2. Regarding merchants. It is plain that the infidel and treacherous British government have monopolized the trade of all the fine and valuable merchandise, such as indigo, cloth, and other articles of shipping, leaving only the trade of rifles to the people. Besides this, the profits of the traders are taxed, with postages, tolls, and subscriptions for schools, etc. Notwithstanding all these concessions, the merchants are liable to imprisonment and disgrace at the instance or complaint of a worthless man. When the Badshahi government is established, all these aforesaid fraudulent practices shall be dispensed with, and the trade of every article, without exception, both by land and water, will be open to the native merchants of India. It is therefore the duty of every merchant to take part in the war, and aid the Badshahi government with his men and money. Section 3. Regarding public servants. It is not a secret thing that under the British government, natives employed in the civil and military services have little respect, low pay, and no manner of influence. And all the posts of dignity and emolument in both the departments are exclusively bestowed on Englishmen. Therefore, all the natives in the British service ought to be alive to their religion and interest, and abifying their loyalty to the English, side with the Badshahi government, and obtain salaries of 200 and 300 rupees a month for the present, and be entitled to high posts in the future. Section 4. Regarding artisans. It is evident that the Europeans, by the introduction of English articles into India, have thrown the weavers, the cotton dressers, the carpenters, the blacksmiths, and the shoemakers, etc., out of employ, and have engrossed their occupations, so that every description of native artisan has been reduced to beggary. But under the Badshahi government, the native artisans will exclusively be employed in the service of the kings, the rajas, and the rich, and this will no doubt ensure their prosperity. Therefore, these artisans ought to renounce the English services. Section 5. Regarding pundits, fakirs, and other learned persons. The pundits and fakirs being the guardians of the Hindu and Mohammedan religions respectively, and the Europeans being the enemies of both the religions. And as at present a war is raging against the English on account of religion, the pundits and fakirs are bound to present themselves to me and take their share in the holy war. What the sepoys thought. This is one of the arzis, petition or application, of rebel sepoys that have survived. A century ago the British arrived in Hindustan and gradually entertained troops in their service and became masters of every state. Our forefathers have always served them, and we also entered their service. By the mercy of God, and with our assistance, the British also conquered every place they liked, in which thousands of us, Hindustani men, were sacrificed, but we never made any excuses or pretenses nor revolted. But in the year 1857, the British issued an order that new cartridges and muskets which had arrived from England were to be issued, in the former of which the fats of cows and pigs were mixed, and also that attack of wheat mixed with powdered bones was to be eaten, and even distributed them in every regiment of infantry, cavalry, and artillery. They gave these cartridges to the sowars, mounted soldiers, of the 3 Sup RD light cavalry, and ordered them to bite them. The troopers objected to it, and said that they would never bite them, for if they did, their religion and faith would be destroyed. Upon this, the British officers paraded the men of the 3 regiments, and having prepared 1,400 English soldiers, and other battalions of European troops and horse artillery, surrounded them, and placing 6 guns before each of the infantry regiments, loaded the guns with grape and made 84 new troopers prisoners, and put them in jail with irons on them. The reason that the sowars of the cantonment were put into jail was that we should be frightened into biting the new cartridges. On this account, we and all our countrymen having united together, have fought the British for the preservation of our faith. We have been compelled to make war for 2 years, and the Rajas and chiefs who are with us in faith and religion are still so, and have undergone all sorts of trouble. We have fought for 2 years in order that our faith and religion may not be polluted. If the religion of a Hindu or Mussulman is lost, what remains in the world? 3.2 Against the symbols of oppression. The proclamations completely rejected everything associated with British rule, or Ferengi Raj as they called it. They condemned the British for the annexations they had carried out and the treaties they had broken. The British, the rebel leaders said, could not be trusted. What enraged the people was how British land revenue settlements had dispossessed landholders, both big and small, and foreign commerce had driven artisans and weavers to ruin. Every aspect of British rule was attacked, and the Ferengi accused of destroying a way of life that was familiar and cherished. The rebels wanted to restore that world. The proclamations expressed the widespread fear that the British were bent on destroying the caste and religions of Hindus and Muslims, and converting them to Christianity, a fear that led people to believe many of the rumors that circulated at the time. People were urged to come together and fight to save their livelihood, their faith, their honor, their identity, a fight which was for the greater public good. As noted earlier, in many places the rebellion against the British widened into an attack on all those who were seen as allies of the British or local oppressors. Often the rebels deliberately sought to humiliate the elites of a city. In the villages, they burnt account books and ransacked moneylenders' houses. This reflected an attempt to overturn traditional hierarchies, rebel against all oppressors. It presents a glimpse of an alternative vision, perhaps of a more egalitarian society. Such visions were not articulated in the proclamations which sought to unify all social groups in the fight against Ferengi Raj. 3.3 The search for alternative power. Once British rule had collapsed, the rebels in places like Delhi, Lucknow, and Kanpur tried to establish some kind of structure of authority and administration. This was, of course, short-lived, but the attempts show that the rebel leadership wanted to restore the pre-British world of the 18th century. The leaders went back to the culture of the court. Appointments were made to various posts, arrangements made for the collection of land revenue and the payment of troops, orders issued to stop loot and plunder. Side-by-side plans were made to fight battles against the British. Chains of command were laid down in the army. In all this, the rebels harked back to the 18th century Mughal world, a world that became a symbol of all that had been lost. The administrative structures established by the rebels were primarily aimed at meeting the demands of war. However, in most cases these structures could not survive the British onslaught. But in Awadh, where resistance to the British lasted longest, plans of counterattack were being drawn up by the Lucknow court, and hierarchies of command were in place as late as the last months of 1857 and the early part of 1858. 4. Repression. It is clear from all accounts that we have of 1857 that the British did not have an easy time in putting down the rebellion. Before sending out troops to reconquer North India, the British passed a series of laws to help them quell the insurgency. By a number of acts, passed in May and June 1857, not only was the whole of North India put under martial law, but military officers, and even ordinary Britons were given the power to try and punish Indians suspected of rebellion. In other words, the ordinary processes of law and trial were suspended, and it was put out that rebellion would have only one punishment: death. Armed with these newly enacted special laws and the reinforcements brought in from Britain, the British began the task of suppressing the revolt. They, like the rebels, recognized the symbolic value of Delhi. The British thus mounted a two-pronged attack. One force moved from Calcutta into North India and the other from the Punjab, which was largely peaceful, to reconquer Delhi. British villagers as rebels. An officer reporting from rural Awadh, spelt as Oud in the following account, noted, The Oud people are gradually pressing down on the line of communication from the north. The Oud people are villagers. These villagers are nearly intangible to Europeans, melting away before them and collecting again. The civil authorities report these villagers to amount to a very large number of men, with a number of guns. Attempts to recover Delhi began in earnest in early June 1857, but it was only in late September that the city was finally captured. The fighting and losses on both sides were heavy. One reason for this was the fact that rebels from all over North India had come to Delhi to defend the capital. In the Gangetic Plain, too, the progress of British reconquest was slow. The forces had to reconquer the area village by village. The countryside and the people around were entirely hostile. As soon as they began their counterinsurgency operations, the British realized that they were not dealing with a mere mutiny, but an uprising that had huge popular support. In Awadh, for example, a British official called Forsyth estimated that 3/4 of the adult male population was in rebellion. The area was brought under control only in March 1858 after protracted fighting. The British used military power on a gigantic scale, but this was not the only instrument they used. In large parts of present-day Uttar Pradesh, where big landholders and peasants had offered united resistance, the British tried to break up the unity by promising to give back to the big landholders their estates. Rebel landholders were dispossessed and the loyal rewarded. Many landholders died fighting the British, or they escaped into Nepal, where they died of illness or starvation.
Map 2 Summary. This is a map showing the important centers of revolt and the lines of British attack against the rebels. The map illustrates the geographical spread of the revolt across various regions. The British forces launched attacks from different directions, targeting key rebel strongholds. The British likely aimed to suppress the widespread uprising by targeting these significant locations and cutting off rebel supply lines. Fig. 11.8 Summary. The image is a photograph of a mosque on the Delhi Ridge. The photograph captures the desolation and ruin after a conflict. It shows damage to the mosque structure and a sense of abandonment. The image conveys the aftermath of a destructive event and the resulting state of disrepair. Figure 11.9 Summary. This is a photograph of Secundra Bagh in Lucknow. The image depicts a desolate scene with a few figures present. The photograph conveys a sense of destruction and loss, highlighting the aftermath of conflict. It suggests the severe consequences and futility of rebellion.
5. Images of the revolt. How do we know about the revolt, about the activities of the rebels, and the measures of repression that we have been discussing? As we have seen, we have very few records on the rebels' point of view. There are a few rebel proclamations and notifications, as also some letters that rebel leaders wrote. But historians, till now, have continued to discuss rebel actions primarily through accounts written by the British. Official accounts, of course, abound. Colonial administrators and military men left their versions in letters and diaries, autobiographies, and official histories. We can also gauge the official mindset and the changing British attitudes through the innumerable memos and notes, assessments of situations, and reports that were produced. Many of these have now been collected in a set of volumes on mutiny records. These tell us about the fears and anxieties of officials and their perception of the rebels. The stories of the revolt that were published in British newspapers and magazines narrated in gory detail the violence of the mutineers, and these stories inflamed public feelings and provoked demands of retribution and revenge. One important record of the mutiny is the pictorial images produced by the British and Indians: paintings, pencil drawings, etchings, posters, cartoons, bizarre prints. Let us look at some of them and see what they tell us. 5.1 Celebrating the Saviors. British pictures offer a variety of images that were meant to provoke a range of different emotions and reactions. Some of them commemorate the British heroes who saved the English and repressed the rebels. Relief of Lucknow, painted by Thomas Jones Barker in 1859, is an example of this type. When the rebel forces besieged Lucknow, Henry Lawrence, the commissioner of Lucknow, collected the Christian population and took refuge in the heavily fortified residency. Lawrence was killed, but the residency continued to be defended under the command of Colonel Inglis. On 25 September, James Outram and Henry Havelock arrived, cut through the rebel forces, and reinforced the British garrisons. 20 days later, Colin Campbell, who was appointed as the new commander of British forces in India, came with his forces and rescued the besieged British garrison. In British accounts, the siege of Lucknow became a story of survival, heroic resistance, and the ultimate triumph of British power. Barker's painting celebrates the moment of Campbell's entry. At the center of the canvas are the British heroes, Campbell, Outram, and Havelock. The gestures of the hands of those around lead the spectators' eyes towards the center. The heroes stand on a ground that is well lit, with shadows in the foreground and the damaged residency in the background. The dead and injured in the foreground are testimony to the suffering during the siege, while the triumphant figures of horses in the middle ground emphasize the fact that British power and control had been re-established. To the British public, such paintings were reassuring. They created a sense that the time of trouble was past and the rebellion was over. The British were the victors.
Figure 11.1 Summary. The image is a painting. It depicts the moment of Campbell's entry during the relief of Lucknow. The painting shows British heroes at the center, with gestures directing attention towards them. The foreground displays the dead and injured, highlighting the suffering during the siege, while triumphant horses in the middle ground emphasize the re-establishment of British power. The painting conveys a sense of British survival, heroic resistance, and ultimate triumph, reassuring the British public that the rebellion was over and they were the victors.
5.2 English Women and the Honor of Britain. Newspaper reports have a power over public imagination. They shape feelings and attitudes to events. Inflamed particularly by tales of violence against women and children, there were public demands in Britain for revenge and retribution. The British government was asked to protect the honor of innocent women and ensure the safety of helpless children. Artists expressed as well as shaped these sentiments through their visual representations of trauma and suffering. In Memoriam, Fig. 11.11 was painted by Joseph Noel Paton 2 years after the mutiny. You can see English women and children huddled in a circle, looking helpless and innocent, seemingly waiting for the inevitable dishonor, violence, and death. In Memoriam does not show gory violence, it only suggests it. It stirs up the spectator's imagination and seeks to provoke anger and fury. It represents the rebels as violent and brutish, even though they remain invisible in the picture. In the background, you can see the British rescue forces arriving as saviors.
Fig. 11.11 Summary. The image is a painting. It depicts English women and children huddled together, appearing helpless and innocent. They seem to be awaiting dishonor, violence, and death. The painting evokes a sense of impending doom without explicitly showing violence, aiming to provoke anger and fury in the viewer. In the background, British rescue forces are arriving as saviors.
In another set of sketches and paintings, we see women in a different light. They appear heroic, defending themselves against the attack of rebels. Miss Wheeler in Figure 11.12 stands firmly at the center, defending her honor, single-handedly killing the attacking rebels. As in all such British representations, the rebels are demonized. Here, 4 burly males with swords and guns are shown attacking a woman. The woman's struggle to save her honor, and her life, in fact, is represented as having a deeper religious connotation. It is a battle to save the honor of Christianity. The book lying on the floor is the Bible.
Fig. 11.12 Summary. The image is a painting. It depicts a woman heroically defending herself against attacking rebels. The woman is at the center, defending her honor and killing the rebels. The rebels are portrayed as demonic, with multiple men attacking a single woman. The woman's struggle is represented as a battle to save the honor of Christianity.
5.3 Vengeance and Retribution. As waves of anger and shock spread in Britain, demands for retribution grew louder. Visual representations and news about the revolt created a milieu in which violent repression and vengeance were seen as both necessary and just. It was as if justice demanded that the challenge to British honor and power be met ruthlessly. Threatened by the rebellion, the British felt that they had to demonstrate their invincibility. In one such image, Fig. 11.13, we see an allegorical female figure of justice with a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. Her posture is aggressive, her face expresses rage and the desire for revenge. She is trampling sepoys under her feet while a mass of Indian women with children cower with fear.
Figure 11.13 Summary. This image is a cartoon. It depicts an allegorical female figure of justice with a sword and shield, expressing rage and a desire for revenge. She is shown trampling sepoys, while Indian women and children cower in fear. The cartoon reflects the sentiment in Britain, where news of the revolt created an environment where violent repression and vengeance were considered necessary and just.
There were innumerable other pictures and cartoons in the British press that sanctioned brutal repression and violent reprisal. What idea is the picture projecting? What is being expressed through the images of the lion and the tiger? What do the figures of the woman and the child depict?
Figure 11.14 Summary. The image depicts a British lion attacking a Bengal tiger. Beneath the tiger lies a woman and child. The image symbolizes British vengeance on Bengal. The lion is dominant, representing British power, while the tiger and the figures of the woman and child likely represent the victims of the conflict.
5.4 The Performance of Terror. The urge for vengeance and retribution was expressed in the brutal way in which the rebels were executed. They were blown from guns or hanged from the gallows. Images of these executions were widely circulated through popular journals. The scene of execution here appears to be a stage where a drama is being performed, an enactment of brutal power. Mounted soldiers and sepoys in uniform dominate the scene. They have to watch the execution of their fellow sepoys and experience the chilling consequences of rebellion.
Figure 11.15 Summary. The image shows an illustration of the execution of mutineers. The scene depicts a large open area with mountains in the background. In the center, individuals are being executed by being blown from guns. Soldiers and cannons surround the execution site. The image portrays a public display of power and punishment, intended to instill fear and discourage rebellion. Figure 11.16 Summary. This image depicts an execution scene. The image shows several individuals hanging, with cannons positioned around them. The image suggests that the punishment was not routine, but a deliberate display of power intended to instill fear among the population, emphasizing the theatrical nature of the execution.
5.5 No Time for Clemency. At a time when the clamor was for vengeance, pleas for moderation were ridiculed. When Governor-General Canning declared that a gesture of leniency and a show of mercy would help in winning back the loyalty of the sepoys, he was mocked in the British press. In one of the cartoons published in the pages of Punch, a British journal of comic satire, Canning is shown as a looming father figure, with his protective hand over the head of a sepoy who still holds an unsheathed sword in one hand and a dagger in the other, both dripping with blood, Fig 1117. An imagery that recurs in a number of British pictures of the time.
Figure 11.17 Summary. This figure is a cartoon. It depicts a large figure, presumably Governor-General Canning, with his hand protectively over a smaller sepoy. The sepoy is holding weapons. The cartoon suggests mockery of leniency towards the sepoys, implying that despite gestures of mercy, they remain armed and potentially dangerous.
5.6 Nationalist Imageries. The national movement in the 20th century drew its inspiration from the events of 1857. A whole world of nationalist imagination was woven around the revolt. It was celebrated as the first war of independence in which all sections of the people of India came together to fight against imperial rule. Art and literature, as much as the writing of history, have helped in keeping alive the memory of 1857. The leaders of the revolt were presented as heroic figures leading the country into battle, rousing the people to righteous indignation against oppressive imperial rule. Heroic poems were written about the valor of the queen, who, with a sword in one hand and the reins of her horse in the other, fought for the freedom of her motherland. Rani of Jhansi was represented as a masculine figure chasing the enemy, slaying British soldiers and valiantly fighting till her last. Children in many parts of India grow up reading the lines of Subhadra Kumari Chauhan, Kub Lari Mardani Woe to Jhansi Wali Rani Thai. Like a man she fought, she was the Rani of Jhansi. In popular prints, Rani Lakshmi Bai is usually portrayed in battle armor, with a sword in hand and riding a horse, a symbol of the determination to resist injustice and alien rule. The images indicate how the painters who produced them perceived those events, what they felt, and what they sought to convey. Through the paintings and cartoons, we know about the public that looked at the paintings, appreciated or criticized the images, and bought copies and reproductions to put up in their homes. These images did not only reflect the emotions and feelings of the times in which they were produced, They also shaped sensibilities. Fed by the images that circulated in Britain, the public sanctioned the most brutal forms of repression of the rebels. On the other hand, nationalist imageries of the revolt helped shape the nationalist imagination. Discuss. Examine the elements in each of the visuals in this section and discuss how they allow you to identify the perspective of the artist. Answer in 100 to 150 words. 1. Why did the mutinous sepoys in many places turn to erstwhile rulers to provide leadership to the revolt? 2. Discuss the evidence that indicates planning and coordination on the part of the rebels. 3. Discuss the extent to which religious beliefs shaped the events of 1857. 4. What were the measures taken to ensure unity among the rebels? 5. What steps did the British take to quell the uprising? Write a short essay, 250 to 300 words, on the following. 6. Why was the revolt particularly widespread in Awadh? What prompted the peasants, talukdars, and zamindars to join the revolt? 7. What did the rebels want? To what extent did the vision of different social groups differ? 8. What do visual representations tell us about the revolt of 1857? How do historians analyze these representations? 9. Examine any two sources presented in the chapter, choosing one visual and one text, and discuss how these represent the point of view of the victor and the vanquished.
Figure 11.18 Summary. The figure is an image of a film poster. The poster depicts Rani Lakshmibai as a masculine warrior. She is shown on horseback, armed with a sword, leading a battle. The poster aims to create an image of Rani Lakshmibai as a brave and strong warrior, symbolizing resistance against injustice and foreign rule. Table Summary. This timeline details significant events leading up to and during the Indian Rebellion, focusing on the years immediately preceding and during the main revolt. It begins with the introduction of the Subsidiary Alliance and the annexation of Awadh, followed by the implementation of revenue settlements. The timeline then shifts to the rapid escalation of the mutiny in 1857, starting in Meerut and spreading to Delhi and various other locations, culminating in a general revolt. It also notes key battles and the deaths of prominent rebel leaders. Fig. 11.19 Summary. This figure shows faces of rebels. The image depicts several men, presumably involved in the rebellion. They have varied expressions. The image provides insight into how rebels were portrayed during that era.
Map work. 10. On an outline map of India, mark Calcutta, Kolkata, Bombay, Mumbai, and Madras, Chennai, 3 major centers of British power in 1857. Refer to maps 1 and 2 and plot the areas where the revolt was most widespread. How close or far were these areas from the colonial cities? Projects. Choose 1. 11. Read a biography of any one of the leaders of the revolt of 1857. Check the sources used by the biographer. Do these include government reports, newspaper accounts, stories in regional languages, visual material, anything else? Do all the sources say the same thing, or are there differences? Prepare a report on your findings. 12. See a film made on the revolt of 1857 and write about the way it represents the revolt. How does it depict the British, the rebels, and those who remained loyal to the British? What does it say about peasants, city dwellers, tribals, zamindars, and talukdars? What kind of a response does the film seek to evoke? If you would like to know more, read. You could visit. In this chapter, we will discuss the process of urbanization in colonial India, explore the distinguishing characteristics of colonial cities, and track social changes within them. We will look closely at developments in 3 big cities, Madras, Chennai, Calcutta, Kolkata, and Bombay, Mumbai. All 3 were originally fishing and weaving villages. They became important centers of trade due to the economic activities of the English East India Company. Company agents settled in Madras in 1639 and in Calcutta in 1690. Bombay was given to the company in 1661 by the English king, who had got it as part of his wife's dowry from the King of Portugal. The company established trading and administrative offices in each of these settlements. By the middle of the 19th century, these settlements had become big cities from where the new rulers controlled the country. Institutions were set up to regulate economic activity and demonstrate the authority of the new rulers. Indians experienced political domination in new ways in these cities. The layouts of Madras, Bombay, and Calcutta were quite different from older Indian towns, and the buildings that were built in these cities bore the marks of their colonial origin. What do buildings express, and what can architecture convey? This is a question that students of history need to ask. Remember that architecture helps in giving ideas a shape in stone, brick, wood, or plaster. From the bungalow of the government officer, the palatial house of the rich merchant to the humble hut of the laborer, buildings reflect social relations and identities in many ways.
Figure 12.1 Summary. The image is a landscape painting. It depicts a view of Fort St. George in Madras, with European ships visible on the horizon and country boats in the foreground. The painting suggests the maritime activity and colonial presence in Madras during the time it was created.
Towns and cities in pre-colonial times. Before we explore the growth of cities in the colonial period, let us look at urban centers during the centuries preceding British rule. 1.1 What gave towns their character? Towns were often defined in opposition to rural areas. They came to represent specific forms of economic activities and cultures. In the countryside, people subsisted by cultivating land, foraging in the forest, or rearing animals. Towns, by contrast, were peopled with artisans, traders, administrators, and rulers. Towns dominated over the rural population, thriving on the surplus and taxes derived from agriculture. Towns and cities were often fortified by walls, which symbolized their separation from the countryside. However, the separation between town and country was fluid. Peasants traveled long distances on pilgrimage, passing through towns. They also flocked to towns during times of famine. Besides, there was a reverse flow of humans and goods from towns to villages. When towns were attacked, people often sought shelter in the countryside. Traders and peddlers took goods from the towns to sell in the villages, extending markets and creating new patterns of consumption. This is how the famous poet Mirza Ghalib described what the people of Delhi did when the British forces occupied the city in 1857. This is how the famous poet Mirza Ghalib described what the people of Delhi did when the British forces occupied the city in 1857, smiling the enemy and driving him before them. The victors, i.e., the British, overran the city in all directions. All whom they found in the street they cut down. For 2 to 3 days every road in the city, from the Kashmiri Gate to Chandni Chowk, was a battlefield. 3 gates, the Ajmeri, the Turkoman and the Delhi, were still held by the rebels. At the naked spectacle of this vengeful wrath and malevolent hatred the color fled from men's faces, and a vast concourse of men and women took to precipitate flight through these 3 gates. Seeking the little villages and shrines outside the city, they drew breath to wait until such time as might favor their return. During the 16th and 17th centuries, the towns built by the Mughals were famous for their concentration of populations, their monumental buildings, and their imperial grandeur and wealth. Agra, Delhi, and Lahore were important centers of imperial administration and control. Mansabdars and Jagirdars, who were assigned territories in different parts of the empire, usually maintained houses in these cities. Residence in these centers of power was symbolic of the status and prestige of a noble. The presence of the emperor and noblemen in these centers meant that a wide variety of services had to be provided. Artisans produced exclusive handicrafts for the households of nobles. Grain from the countryside was brought into urban markets for the town dwellers and the army. The treasury was also located in the imperial capital. Thus, the revenues of the kingdom flowed into the capital regularly. The emperor lived in a fortified palace, and the town was enclosed by a wall, with entry and exit being regulated by different gates. Within these towns were gardens, mosques, temples, tombs, colleges, bazaars, and caravanserais. The focus of the town was oriented towards the palace and the principal mosque. In the towns of South India, such as Madurai and Kanchipuram, the principal focus was the temple. These towns were also important commercial centers. Religious festivals often coincided with fairs, linking pilgrimage with trade. Generally, the ruler was the highest authority and the principal patron of religious institutions. The relationship that he had with other groups and classes determined their place in society and in the town. Medieval towns were places where everybody was expected to know their position in the social order, dominated by the ruling elite. In North India, maintaining this order was the work of the imperial officer, called the Kotwal, who oversaw the internal affairs and policing of the town.
Figure 12.2 Summary. The image is a depiction of Shahjahanabad in 1857. It shows the city's layout, including the Red Fort on the riverside. In the distance on a ridge are British settlements and a cantonment. The walls that once surrounded the city were demolished after 1857. The image provides a view of the city and the presence of both Mughal and British structures, reflecting the changing political landscape of the time.
1.2 Changes in the 18th century. All this started changing in the 18th century. With political and commercial realignments, old towns went into decline and new towns developed. The gradual erosion of Mughal power led to the demise of towns associated with their rule. The Mughal capitals, Delhi and Agra, lost their political authority. The growth of new regional powers was reflected in the increasing importance of regional capitals. Lucknow, Hyderabad, Seringapatam, Pune, present-day Pune, Nagpur, Baroda, present-day Vadodara, and Tangor, present-day Thanjavur. Traders, administrators, artisans, and others migrated from the old Mughal centers to these new capitals in search of work and patronage. Continuous warfare between the new kingdoms meant that mercenaries too found ready employment there. Some local notables and officials associated with Mughal rule in North India also used this opportunity to create new urban settlements, such as the Kasbah and Ganj. However, the effects of political decentralization were uneven. In some places, there was renewed economic activity. In other places, war, plunder, and political uncertainty led to economic decline. Changes in the networks of trade were reflected in the history of urban centers. The European commercial companies had set up base in different places early during the Mughal era. The Portuguese in Panaji in 1510, the Dutch in Masulipatam in 1605, the British in Madras in 1639, and the French in Pondicherry, present-day Puducherry, in 1673. With the expansion of commercial activity, towns grew around these trading centers. By the end of the 18th century, the land-based empires in Asia were replaced by the powerful. The Kotwal of Delhi. Did you know that the first Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru's grandfather, Gangadhar Nehru, was the Kotwal of Delhi before the Revolt of 1857? Read Jawaharlal Nehru, Autobiography, for more details. Kasbah is a small town in the countryside, often the seat of a local notable. Ganj refers to a small fixed market. Both Kasbah and Ganj dealt in cloth, fruit, vegetables, and milk products. They provided for noble families and the army.
Figure 12.3 Summary. The image is a view of a city from a river. The city has buildings and structures on the riverbank and on elevated land. There are ships sailing on the river. The city appears to be a port or coastal settlement, possibly a trading center during the depicted era. The buildings suggest a mix of residential and possibly administrative or religious structures.
Names of cities. Names of cities Madras, Bombay, and Calcutta were the anglicized names of villages where the British first set up trading posts. They are now known as Chennai, Mumbai, and Kolkata, respectively. Discuss. Discuss which building, institution, or place is the principal focus of the town, city, or village in which you live. Explore its history. Find out when it was built, who built it, why it was built, what functions it served, and whether these functions have changed. Sea-based European empires. Forces of international trade, mercantilism, and capitalism now came to define the nature of society. From the mid-18th century, there was a new phase of change. Commercial centers such as Surat, Masulipatam, and Dhaka, which had grown in the 17th century, declined when trade shifted to other places. As the British gradually acquired political control after the Battle of Plassey in 1757, and the trade of the English East India Company expanded, colonial port cities such as Madras, Calcutta, and Bombay rapidly emerged as the new economic capitals. They also became centers of colonial administration and political power. New buildings and institutions developed, and urban spaces were ordered in new ways. New occupations developed, and people flocked to these colonial cities. By about 1800, they were the biggest cities in India in terms of population. 2. Finding out about colonial cities. 2.1 Colonial Records and Urban History. Colonial rule was based on the production of enormous amounts of data. The British kept detailed records of their trading activities in order to regulate their commercial affairs. To keep track of life in the growing cities, they carried out regular surveys, gathered statistical data, and published various official reports. From the early years, the colonial government was keen on mapping. It felt that good maps were necessary to understand the landscape and know the topography. This knowledge would allow better control over the region. When towns began to grow, maps were prepared not only to plan the development of these towns, but also to develop commerce and consolidate power. The town maps give information regarding the location of hills, rivers, and vegetation, all important for planning structures for defense purposes. They also show the location of ghats, density and quality of houses, and alignment of roads, used to gauge commercial possibilities and plan strategies of taxation. From the late 19th century, the British tried to raise money for administering towns through the systematic annual collection of municipal taxes. To avoid conflict, they handed over some responsibilities to elected Indian representatives. Institutions like the municipal corporation with some popular representation were meant to administer essential services such as water supply, sewerage, road building, and public health. The activities of municipal corporations, in turn, generated a whole new set of records, maintained in municipal record rooms. The growth of cities was monitored through regular headcounts. By the mid-19th century, several local censuses had been carried out in different regions. The first All-India census was attempted in 1872. Thereafter, from 1881, decennial, conducted every 10 years censuses became a regular feature. This collection of data is an invaluable source for studying urbanization in India. When we look at these reports, it appears that we have hard data to measure historical change. The endless pages of tables on disease and death, or the enumeration of people according their age, sex, caste, and occupation, provide a vast mass of figures that creates an illusion of concreteness. Historians have, however, found that the figures can be misleading. Before we use these figures, we need to understand who collected the data and why and how they were gathered. We also need to know what was measured and what was not. The census operation, for instance, was a means by which social data were converted into convenient statistics about the population. But this process was riddled with ambiguity. The census commissioners devised categories for classifying different sections of the population. This classification was often arbitrary and failed to capture the fluid and overlapping identities of people. How was a person who was both an artisan and a trader to be classified? How was a person who cultivated his land and carted produce to the town to be enumerated? Was he a cultivator or a trader? Often people themselves refused to cooperate or gave evasive answers to the census officials.
Figure 12.4 Summary. The figure is a map. It depicts an old map of Bombay, specifically highlighting the fortified settlement marked as Castle within an encircled area. The map also indicates the 7 islands that were gradually connected through land reclamation projects. The map provides insight into the early urban development and spatial arrangement of Bombay.
What maps reveal and conceal? What maps reveal and conceal the development of survey methods, accurate scientific instruments, and British imperial needs meant that maps were prepared with great care. The Survey of India was established in 1878. While the maps that were prepared give us a lot of information, they also reflect the bias of the British rulers. Large settlements of the poor in towns went unmarked on maps because they seemed unimportant to the rulers. As a result, it was assumed that these blank spaces on the map were available for other development schemes. When these schemes were undertaken, the poor were evicted. For a long while, they were suspicious of census operations and believed that inquiries were being conducted to impose new taxes. Upper caste people were also unwilling to give any information regarding the women of their household. Women were supposed to remain secluded within the interior of the household and not subjected to public gaze or public inquiry. Census officials also found that people were claiming identities that they associated with higher status. For instance, there were people in towns who were hawkers and went selling small articles during some seasons, while in other seasons, they earned their livelihood through manual labor. Such people often told the census enumerators that they were traders, not laborers, for they regarded trade as a more respectable activity. Similarly, the figures of mortality and disease were difficult to collect, for all deaths were not registered, and illness was not always reported, nor treated by licensed doctors. How then could cases of illness or death be accurately calculated? Thus, historians have to use sources like the census with great caution, keeping in mind their possible biases, recalculating figures, and understanding what the figures do not tell. However, census, survey maps, and records of institutions like the municipality help us to study colonial cities in greater detail than is possible for pre-colonial cities. 2.2 Trends of Change. A careful study of censuses reveals some fascinating trends. After 1800, urbanization in India was sluggish. All through the 19th century up to the first 2 decades of the 20th, the proportion of the urban population to the total population in India was extremely low and had remained stagnant. This is clear from Figure 12.5. In the 40 years between 1900 and 1940, the urban population increased from about 10% of the total population to about 13%. Beneath this picture of changelessness, there were significant variations in the patterns of urban development in different regions. The smaller towns had little opportunity to grow economically. Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras, on the other hand, grew rapidly and soon became sprawling cities. In other words, the growth of these 3 cities as the new commercial and administrative centers was at the expense of other existing urban centers. As the hub of the colonial economy, they functioned as collection depots for the export of Indian manufactures, such as cotton textiles, in the 18th and 19th centuries. After the Industrial Revolution in England, this trend was reversed, and these cities instead became the entry point for British manufactured goods and for the export of Indian raw materials. The nature of this economic activity sharply differentiated these colonial cities from India's traditional towns and urban settlements. The introduction of railways in 1853 meant a change in the fortunes of towns. Economic activity gradually shifted away from traditional towns, which were located along old routes and rivers. Every railway station became a collection depot for raw materials and a distribution point for imported goods. For instance, Mirzapur on the Ganges, which specialized in collecting cotton and cotton goods from the Deccan, declined when a railway link was made to Bombay. See Chapter 10, Figs. 10.18 and 10.19. With the expansion of the railway network, railway workshops and railway colonies were established. Railway towns like Jamalpur, Waltair, and Bareilly developed.
Fig. 12.6 Summary. The image shows a street view of the Bora Bazaar in the fort area of Bombay in 1885. As Bombay expanded, the fort area experienced increased congestion. The area became populated with traders, shopkeepers, and service groups, leading to the establishment of numerous bazaars and the construction of tall buildings. The British, concerned about the congestion, attempted to relocate local communities from the northern part of the fort.
Discuss. Study either some statistical data or maps of a city. Check who collected the data and why they were collected. What are the possible biases in such collections? What kind of information is excluded? For the maps, find out why they were drawn and whether they are equally detailed for all parts of the city. 3. What were the new towns like? 3.1 Ports, forts and centers for services. By the 18th century, Madras, Calcutta, and Bombay had become important ports. The settlements that came up here were convenient points for collecting goods. The English East India Company built its factories, i.e., mercantile offices, there, and because of competition among the European companies, fortified these settlements for protection. In Madras, Fort St. George, in Calcutta, Fort William, and in Bombay, the fort marked out the areas of British settlement. Indian merchants, artisans, and other workers who had economic dealings with European merchants lived outside these forts in settlements of their own. Thus, from the beginning there were separate quarters for Europeans and Indians, which came to be labeled in contemporary writings as the White Town and Black Town, respectively. Once the British captured political power, these racial distinctions became sharper. From the mid-19th century, the expanding network of railways linked these cities to the rest of the country. As a result, the hinterland, the countryside from where raw materials and labor were drawn, became more closely linked to these port cities. Since raw material was transported to these cities for export and there was plentiful cheap labor available, it was convenient to set up modern factories there. After the 1850s, cotton mills were set up by Indian merchants and entrepreneurs in Bombay, and European-owned jute mills were established on the outskirts of Calcutta. This was the beginning of modern industrial development in India. Although Calcutta, Bombay and Madras supplied raw materials for industry in England, and had emerged because of modern economic forces like capitalism, their economies were not primarily based on factory production. The majority of the working population in these cities belonged to what economists classify as the tertiary sector. There were only two proper, industrial cities: Kanpur, specializing in leather, woolen and cotton textiles, and Jamshedpur, specializing in steel. India never became a modern industrialized country, since discriminatory colonial policies limited the levels of industrial development. Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras grew into large cities, but this did not signify any dramatic economic growth for colonial India as a whole.
Figure 12.7 Summary. This figure is an engraving. It depicts the old fort Ghat in Calcutta in 1787. The image shows the old fort on the waterfront, where the company's goods were received. The Ghat was also used for bathing by local people.
3.2 A new urban milieu. Colonial cities reflected the mercantile culture of the new rulers. Political power and patronage shifted from Indian rulers to the merchants of the East India Company. Indians who worked as interpreters, middlemen, traders, and suppliers of goods also had an important place in these new cities. Economic activity near the river or the sea led to the development of docks and ghats. Along the shore were godowns, mercantile offices, insurance agencies for shipping, transport depots, banking establishments. Further inland were the chief administrative offices of the company. The Writers' Building in Calcutta was one such office. Around the periphery of the fort, European merchants and agents built palatial houses in European styles. Some built garden houses in the suburbs. Racially exclusive clubs, racecourses, and theaters were also built for the ruling elite. Ionic was one of the three orders, organizational systems, of ancient Greek architecture, the other two being Doric and Corinthian. One feature that distinguished each order was the style of the capital at the head of the columns. These forms were readapted in the Renaissance and neoclassical forms of architecture. The rich Indian agents and middlemen built large traditional courtyard houses in the Black Town in the vicinity of the bazaars. They bought up large tracts of land in the city as future investment. To impress their English masters, they threw lavish parties during festivals. They also built temples to establish their status in society. The laboring poor provided a variety of services to their European and Indian masters as cooks, palanquin bearers, coachmen, guards, porters, and construction and dock workers. They lived in makeshift huts in different parts of the city. The nature of the colonial city changed further in the mid-19th century. After the Revolt of 1857, British attitudes in India were shaped by a constant fear of rebellion. They felt that towns needed to be better defended, and white people had to live in more secure and segregated enclaves, away from the threat of the natives. Pasture lands and agricultural fields around the older towns were cleared, and new urban spaces called civil lines were set up. White people began to live in the civil lines. Cantonments, places where Indian troops under European command were stationed, were also developed as safe enclaves. These areas were separate from but attached to the Indian towns. With broad streets, bungalows set amidst large gardens, barracks, parade ground, and church, they were meant as a safe haven for Europeans as well as a model of ordered urban life in contrast to the densely built-up Indian towns. For the British, the black areas came to symbolize not only chaos and anarchy, but also filth and disease. For a long while the British were interested primarily in the cleanliness and hygiene of the white areas, but as epidemics of cholera and plague spread, killing thousands, colonial officials felt the need for more stringent measures of sanitation and public health. They feared that disease would spread from the black to the white areas. From the 1860s and 1870s, stringent administrative measures regarding sanitation were implemented and building activity in the Indian towns was regulated. Underground piped water supply and sewerage and drainage systems were also put in place around this time. Sanitary vigilance thus became another way of regulating Indian towns.
Image summary. The image shows three different types of capitals in ancient Greek architecture. These include Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian capitals. The Ionic capital is distinguished from the other two by the style at the head of the columns. These forms were readapted in the Renaissance and neoclassical forms of architecture. Figure 12.1 summary. The figure is a photograph. It shows the Marble Palace in Calcutta, an elaborate structure constructed by a wealthy Indian family. The architecture and design reflect the prosperity and status of the new urban elite during the time period.
3.3. The first hill stations. As in the case of cantonments, hill stations were a distinctive feature of colonial urban development. The founding and settling of hill stations was initially connected with the needs of the British Army. Simla, present-day Shimla, was founded during the course of the Gurkha War, 1815-16. The Anglo-Maratha War of 1818 led to British interest in Mount Abu, and Darjeeling was wrested from the rulers of Sikkim in 1835. Hill stations became strategic places for billeting troops, guarding frontiers, and launching campaigns against enemy rulers. Look at figures 12.8, 12.9, and 12.11. Notice the variety of activities on the streets. What do the activities tell us about the social life on the streets of Calcutta in the late 18th century?
Figure 12.8 summary. This figure is an engraving. It depicts the old courthouse and writers' building in 1786. The courthouse features an open, arcaded veranda and Ionic columns. Next to it is the writers' building, which served as accommodation for East India Company servants upon their arrival and later became a government office. Figure 12.9 summary. This image is an engraving. It depicts buildings coming up along the eastern side of the Maidan. These are private houses of the British. The houses are in a Palladian style with pillared verandas. The verandas were meant to keep off the summer heat. The image suggests a growing British presence and adaptation of architectural styles to the local climate. Figure 12.11 summary. This image is a depiction of Chitpur Bazaar. The image shows the juxtaposition of different types of housing, with brick buildings belonging to wealthier landlords and thatched huts belonging to the poor. The image also depicts a temple, referred to as the Black Pagoda, which was built by a landlord.
The temperate and cool climate of the Indian hills was seen as an advantage, particularly since the British associated hot weather with epidemics. Cholera and malaria were particularly feared, and attempts were made to protect the army from these diseases. The overwhelming presence of the army made these stations a new kind of cantonment in the hills. These hill stations were also developed as sanitariums, that is, places where soldiers could be sent for rest and recovery from illnesses. Because the hill stations approximated the cold climates of Europe, they became an attractive destination for the new rulers. It became a practice for viceroys to move to hill stations during the summer months. In 1864, the Viceroy John Lawrence officially moved his council to Simla, setting seal to the practice of shifting capitals during the hot season. Simla also became the official residence of the Commander-in-Chief of the Indian Army. In the hill stations, the British and other Europeans sought to recreate settlements that were reminiscent of home. The buildings were deliberately built in the European style. Individual houses followed the pattern of detached villas and cottages set amidst gardens. The Anglican Church and educational institutions represented British ideals. Even recreation activities came to be shaped by British cultural traditions. Thus, social calls, teas, picnics, fêtes, races, and visits to the theater became common among colonial officials in the hill stations. While the British introduced colonial architectural styles in the hill stations, the local population often continued to live as before. The introduction of the railways made hill stations more accessible to a wide range of people, including Indians. Upper and middle-class Indians, such as Maharajas, lawyers, and merchants were drawn to these stations because they afforded them a close proximity to the ruling British elite. Hill stations were important for the colonial economy. With the setting up of tea and coffee plantations in the adjoining areas, an influx of immigrant labor from the plains began. This meant that hill stations no longer remained exclusive racial enclaves for Europeans in India.
Figure 12.12 summary. The image shows a photograph of a colonial house in Simla in the early 20th century. The house is a typical example of colonial architecture, likely the residence of Sir John Marshall. The house is surrounded by trees and gardens. The architecture is reminiscent of European style, with detached villas and cottages. Figure 12.13 Summary. The image is a photograph depicting a village near Manali, Himachal Pradesh. It showcases the traditional dwellings and lifestyle of the local population in the hilly region. The photograph suggests that while the British introduced colonial architectural styles in the hill stations, the local population often maintained their traditional way of life and housing.
3.4 Social life in the new cities. For the Indian population, the new cities were bewildering places where life seemed always in a flux. There was a dramatic contrast between extreme wealth and poverty. New transport facilities such as horse-drawn carriages and, subsequently, trams and buses meant that people could live at a distance from the city center. Over time, there was a gradual separation of the place of work from the place of residence. Traveling from home to office or the factory was a completely new kind of experience. Also, though the sense of coherence and familiarity of the old towns was no longer there, the creation of public places, for example, public parks, theaters, and from the 20th century, cinema halls provided exciting new forms of entertainment and social interaction. Within the cities, new social groups were formed and the old identities of people were no longer important. All classes of people were migrating to the big cities. There was an increasing demand for clerks, teachers, lawyers, doctors, engineers, and accountants. As a result, the middle classes increased. They had access to new educational institutions such as schools, colleges, and libraries. As educated people, they could put forward their opinions on society and government in newspapers, journals, and public meetings. A new public sphere of debate and discussion emerged. Social customs, norms, and practices came to be questioned. Social changes did not happen with ease. Cities, for instance, offered new opportunities for women. Middle-class women sought to express themselves through the medium of journals, autobiographies, and books. But many people resented these attempts to change traditional patriarchal norms. Conservatives feared that the education of women would turn the world upside down and threaten the basis of the entire social order. Even reformers who supported women's education saw women primarily as mothers and wives and wanted them to remain within the enclosed spaces of the household. Over time, women became more visible in public, as they entered new professions in the city as domestic Amar Katha, My Story by Nadini Dasi, 1863 to 1941, was a pioneering figure in Bengali theater in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and worked closely with the dramatist and director Girish Chandra Ghosh, 1844 to 1912. She was one of the prime movers behind the setting up of the Star Theatre, 1883, in Calcutta, which became a center for famous productions. Between 1910 and 1913, she serialized her autobiography, Amar Katha, My Story. A remarkable personality, she exemplified the problem women faced in recasting their roles in society. She was a professional in the city, working in multiple spheres as an actress, institution builder, and author, but the patriarchal society of the time scorned her assertive public presence. Male anxiety about female power was often expressed through the figure of the woman as a charmer who transformed men into sheep. As women began to be educated and moved out of the seclusion of their homes, such images of women began to proliferate in popular prints. And factory workers, teachers, and theater and film actresses. But for a long time, women who moved out of the household into public spaces remained the objects of social censure. Another new class within the cities was the laboring poor, or the working class. Paupers from rural areas flocked to the cities in the hope of employment. Some saw cities as places of opportunity. Others were attracted by the allure of a different way of life, by the desire to see things they had never seen before. To minimize costs of living in the city, most male migrants left their families behind in their village homes. Life in the city was a struggle. Jobs were uncertain, food was expensive, and places to stay were difficult to afford. Yet the poor often created a lively urban culture of their own. They were enthusiastic participants in religious festivals, tamashas, folk theater, and swangs, satires, which often mocked the pretensions of their masters, Indian and European.
Figure 12.14 Summary. This is an image of trams on a road in Calcutta. The image depicts a busy street scene with multiple trams traveling along tracks. The presence of trams indicates the development of new transportation systems and infrastructure in Calcutta. The image suggests a bustling urban environment with people and commercial activities. Fig. 12.15 Summary. The figure is a painting from the late 19th century. It depicts a woman and a dog. The woman is holding something in her hand, and the dog is wearing a hat. The image reflects male anxiety about female power, often expressed through depictions of women who transform men. As women became more educated and ventured beyond their homes, similar representations of women became more prevalent in popular prints.
Discuss. Which is the railway station closest to your residence? Find out when it was built and whether it was built to transport goods or people. Ask older people what they know about the station. How often do you go to the station and why? This is a swang that was popular amongst the inhabitants of Jelapara, Fisherman's Quarter, Calcutta, in the early 20th century. Dilmi ek bavnasi Calcutta kaisan majaham haya dekinpaya ari samaj, Brahma samaj, Gurja, majadek lodami multa dud, pani, sab chidch hoda bara idmi sab, bahar karki dat japet marki voltahai, angrajimi bat. With anticipation in my heart I came to Calcutta, and what entertaining things I could see here. The Arya Samaj, Brahmo Samaj, church and mosque. In one vessel you get everything: milk, water, and all men big and small show their teeth, and with a flourish they speak in English. 4. Segregation, Town Planning and Architecture Madras, Calcutta and Bombay. Madras, Calcutta and Bombay gradually developed into the biggest cities of colonial India. We have been examining some of the distinctive features of these cities in the preceding sections. Now we will look in detail at one characteristic for each city. 4.1. Settlement and segregation in Madras. The company had first set up its trading activities in the well-established port of Surat on the west coast. Subsequently, the search for textiles brought British merchants to the east coast. In 1639, they constructed a trading post in Madraspatam. This settlement was locally known as Chennapatnam. The company had purchased the right of settlement from the local Telugu lords, the Nayaks of Kalahasti, who were eager to support trading activity in the region. Rivalry, 1746–63, with the French East India Company, led the British to fortify Madras and give their representatives increased political and administrative functions. With the defeat of the French in 1761, Madras became more secure and began to grow into an important commercial town. It was here that the superiority of the British and the subordinate position of the Indian merchants was most apparent. Fort St. George became the nucleus of the white town where most of the Europeans lived. Walls and bastions made this a distinct enclave. Color and religion determined who was allowed to live within the fort. The company did not permit any marriages with Indians. Other than the English, the Dutch and Portuguese were allowed to stay here because they were European and Christian. The administrative and judicial systems also favored the white population. Despite being few in number, the Europeans were the rulers, and the development of Madras followed the needs and convenience of the minority whites in the town. The black town developed outside the fort. It was laid out in straight lines, a characteristic of colonial towns. It was, however, demolished in the mid-1700s, and the area was cleared for a security zone around the fort. A new black town developed further to the north. This housed weavers, artisans, middlemen, and interpreters who played a vital role in the company trade. The new black town resembled traditional Indian towns, with living quarters built around its own temple and bazaar. On the narrow lanes that crisscrossed the township, there were distinct caste-specific neighborhoods. Chintadripet was an area meant for weavers. Washermampet was a colony of dyers and bleachers of cloth. Royapuram was a settlement for Christian boatmen who worked for the company. Madras developed by incorporating innumerable surrounding villages and by creating opportunities and spaces for a variety of communities. Several different communities came and settled in Madras, performing a range of economic functions. The Dubashes were Indians who could speak two languages, the local language and English. They worked as agents and merchants, acting as intermediaries between Indian society and the British. They used their privileged position in government to acquire wealth. Their powerful position in society was established by their charitable works and patronage of temples in the Black Town. Initially, jobs with the company were monopolized by the Velellers, a rural caste who took advantage of the new opportunities provided by British rule. With the spread of English education in the 19th century, Brahmins started competing for similar positions in the administration. Telugu Commodities were a powerful commercial group that controlled the grain trade in the city. Gujarati bankers had also been present since the 18th century. Pariyars and Vaniyars formed the laboring poor. The Nawab of Arcot settled in nearby Triplicane, which became the nucleus of a substantial Muslim settlement. Mylapore and Triplicane were earlier Hindu religious centers that supported a large group of Brahmins. San Tome, with its cathedral, was the center for Roman Catholics. All these settlements became part of Madras city. Thus, the incorporation of many villages made Madras a city of wide expanse and low density. This was noticed by European travelers and commented on by officials. Pet is a Tamil word meaning settlement, while Puram is used for a village. Source 3.
Figure 12.16 Summary. The figure is a map. The map depicts Madras, showing the white town around Fort St. George and the old black town. The black town exhibits a layout characterized by straight lines. Fort St. George is marked, highlighting its location within the white town. Fig. 12.17 Summary. The image is a painting. The painting depicts part of the black town in Madras. The old black town was demolished to create an open space. The open ground was maintained as a green area. Part of the new black town is visible in the distance. Figure 12.18 Summary. The image is a photograph of a garden house on Pune-Mali Road. The house is a multi-story structure with a large porch supported by pillars. The image depicts a building that is more spacious and of a higher quality than the previous image.
A rural city. Read this excerpt on Madras from the Imperial Gazetteer, 1908. The better European residences are built in the midst of compounds which almost attain the dignity of parks, and rice fields frequently wind in and out between these in almost rural fashion. Even in the most thickly peopled native quarters such as Blacktown and Triplicane, there is little of the crowding found in many other towns. Statements in reports often express the ideas of the reporter. What kind of an urban space is the reporter celebrating in the statement, and what kind is he demeaning? Would you agree with these ideas? As the British consolidated their power, resident Europeans began to move out of the fort. Garden houses first started coming up along the two main arteries, Mount Road and Pune-Mali Road, leading from the fort to the cantonment. Wealthy Indians, too, started to live like the English. As a result, many new suburbs were created from existing villages around the core of Madras. This was of course possible because the wealthy could afford transport. The poor settled in villages that were close to their place of work. The gradual urbanization of Madras meant that the areas between these villages were brought within the city. As a result, Madras had a semi-rural air about it. 4.2 Town Planning in Calcutta. Modern town planning began in the colonial cities. This required preparation of a layout of the entire urban space and regulation of urban land use. Planning was usually inspired by a vision of what the city should look like, how it would be developed, and the way in which spaces would be organized and ordered. The ideology of development, that this vision reflected presumed exercise of state power over urban lives and urban spaces. There were many reasons why the British took upon themselves the task of town planning from the early years of their rule in Bengal. One immediate reason was defense. In 1756, Surajudollah, the Nawab of Bengal, attacked Calcutta and sacked the small fort which the British traders had built as their depot for goods. The English East India Company traders had been continuously questioning the sovereignty of the Nawab. They were reluctant to pay customs duties and refused to comply with the terms on which they were expected to operate. So Surajudollah wanted to assert his authority. Subsequently, in 1757, when Surajudollah was defeated in the Battle of Plassey, the East India Company decided to build a new fort, one that could not be easily attacked. Calcutta had grown from 3 villages called Sutanadi, Kolkata, and Govindapur. The company cleared a site in the southernmost village of Govindapur, and the traders and weavers living there were asked to move out. Around the new Fort William, they left a vast open space, which came to be locally known as the Maidan or Garer Math. This was done so that there would be no obstructions to a straight line of fire from the fort against an advancing enemy army. Once the British became more confident about their permanent presence in Calcutta, they started moving out of the fort and building residences along the periphery of the Maidan. That was how the English settlement in Calcutta gradually started taking shape. The vast open space around the fort, which still exists, became a landmark, Calcutta's first significant town planning measure. The history of town planning in Calcutta, of course, did not end with the building of Fort William and the Maidan. In 1798, Lord Wellesley became the Governor-General. He built a massive palace, government house, for himself in Calcutta, a building that was expected to convey the authority of the British. He became concerned about the condition of the Indian part of the city, the crowding, the excessive vegetation, the dirty tanks, the smells, and poor drainage. These conditions worried the British because they believed at the time that poisonous gases from marshlands and pools of stagnant water were the cause of most diseases. The tropical climate itself was seen as unhealthy. The line of fire. The line of fire, interestingly, the pattern devised for Calcutta was replicated in many other towns. During the Revolt of 1857, many towns became rebel strongholds. After their victory, the British proceeded to make these places safe for themselves. In Delhi, for instance, they took over the Red Fort and stationed an army there. Then, they destroyed buildings close to the fort, creating a substantial empty space between the Indian neighborhoods and the fort. The topic was the same as in Calcutta 100 years ago. A direct line of fire was considered essential, just in case the town rose up against Frangaraj once again. Source 4.
Figure 12.19 Summary. The image shows a historical depiction of the government house in Calcutta, built by Wellesley. The government house symbolizes the grandeur of the Raj. The image captures a vast open space in front of the building, with people moving about, indicating the scale and prominence of the structure within the urban landscape.
For the regulation of nuisances of every description. By the early 19th century, the British felt that permanent and public rules had to be formulated for regulating all aspects of social life. Even the construction of private buildings and public roads ought to conform to standardized rules that were clearly codified. In his Minute on Calcutta, 1803, Wellesley wrote, "It is a primary duty of government to provide for the health, safety, and convenience of the inhabitants of this great town, by establishing a comprehensive system for the improvement of roads, streets, public drains, and water courses, and by fixing permanent rules for the construction and distribution of the houses and public edifices, and for the regulation of nuisances of every description, and enervating." Creating open places in the city was one way of making the city healthier. Wellesley wrote a minute, an administrative order, in 1803 on the need for town planning, and set up various committees for the purpose. Many bazaars, ghats, burial grounds, and tanneries were cleared or removed. From then on, the notion of public health became an idea that was proclaimed in projects of town clearance and town planning. After Wellesley's departure, the work of town planning was carried on by the Lottery Committee, 1817, with the help of the government. The Lottery Committee was so named because funds for town improvement were raised through public lotteries. In other words, in the early decades of the 19th century, raising funds for the city was still thought to be the responsibility of public-minded citizens and not exclusively that of the government. The Lottery Committee commissioned a new map of the city so as to get a comprehensive picture of Calcutta. Among the committee's major activities was road building in the Indian part of the city and clearing the river bank of encroachments. In its drive to make the Indian areas of Calcutta cleaner, the committee removed many huts and displaced the laboring poor, who were now pushed to the outskirts of Calcutta. The threat of epidemics gave a further impetus to town planning in the next few decades. Cholera started spreading from 1817, and an 1896 plague made its appearance. The cause of these diseases had not yet been established firmly by medical science. The government proceeded on the basis of the accepted theory of the time, that there was a direct correlation between living conditions and the spread of disease. Such views were supported by prominent Indian merchants in the city, such as Dwarkanath Tagore and Rustomjee Kawasji, who felt that Calcutta needed to be made more healthy. Densely built-up areas were seen as insanitary since they obstructed direct sunlight and circulation of air. That was why working people's huts or busties became the target of demolition. The poor in the city, workers, hawkers, artisans, porters, and the unemployed, were once again forced to move to distant parts of the city. Frequent fires also led to stricter building regulations. For instance, thatched huts were banned in 1836 and tiled roofs made mandatory. By the late 19th century, official intervention in the city became more stringent. Gone were the days when town planning was seen as a task to be shared by inhabitants and the government. Instead, the government took over all the initiatives for town planning, including funding. This opportunity was used to clear more huts and develop the British portions of the town at the expense of other areas. The existing racial divide of the white town and black town was reinforced by the new divide of healthy and unhealthy. Indian representatives in the municipality protested against this unfair bias towards the development of the European parts of the town. Public protests against these government policies strengthened the feeling of anti-colonialism and nationalism among Indians. How does Wellesley define the duty of the government? Read this section and discuss what impact these ideas, if implemented, would have had on the Indians living in the city. Basti in Bengali and Hindi originally meant neighborhood or settlement. However, the British narrowed the sense of the word to mean makeshift huts built by the poor. In the late 19th century, busties and insanitary slums became synonymous in British records. With the growth of their empire, the British became increasingly inclined to make cities like Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras into impressive imperial capitals. It was as if the grandeur of the cities had to reflect the authority of imperial power. Town planning had to represent everything that the British claimed to stand for: rational ordering, meticulous execution, and Western aesthetic ideals. Cities had to be cleaned and ordered, planned and beautified.
Figure 12.2 Summary. The image depicts a bazaar leading to Chitpur Road in Calcutta. Bazaars were important places for commercial and social interactions for local communities. Europeans were intrigued by the bazaars, but also considered them overcrowded and unclean. The image suggests that bazaars were a central part of the social and economic life of Calcutta, serving as marketplaces and gathering places for the local population, while also attracting the attention and scrutiny of Europeans. Figure 12.21 Summary. The image is a plan of a part of the European town in Calcutta after improvements. The image depicts the layout of the town, showcasing European houses with compounds. The plan highlights the structured and organized design of the European part of Calcutta. The presence of compounds around the houses suggests a spacious and well-planned urban environment. Fig. 12.22 Summary. This is an image of a basti in Calcutta. The image shows a densely populated area with many small, closely packed buildings. The area appears less organized and more crowded compared to the European town. This reinforces the idea that the British developed their areas of the town more than other areas.
4.3 Architecture in Bombay. If one way of realizing this imperial vision was through town planning, the other was through embellishing cities with monumental buildings. Buildings in cities could include forts, government offices, educational institutions, religious structures, commemorative towers, commercial depots, or even docks and bridges. Although primarily serving functional needs like defense, administration, and commerce, these were rarely simple structures. They were often meant to represent ideas such as imperial power, nationalism, and religious glory. Let us see how this is exemplified in the case of Bombay. Bombay was initially 7 islands. As the population grew, the islands were joined to create more space, and they gradually fused into one big city. Bombay was the commercial capital of colonial India. As the premier port on the western coast, it was the center of international trade. By the end of the 19th century, half the imports and exports of India passed through Bombay. One important item of this trade was opium that the East India Company exported to China. Indian merchants and middlemen supplied and participated in this trade, and they helped integrate Bombay's economy directly to Malwa, Rajasthan, and Sindh, where opium was grown. This collaboration with the company was profitable and led to the growth of an Indian capitalist class. Bombay's capitalists came from diverse communities such as Parsi, Marwari, Konkani Muslim, Gujarati Bania, Bohra, Jew, and Armenian. As you have read, Chapter 10, when the American Civil War started in 1861, cotton from the American South stopped coming into the international market. This led to an upsurge of demand for Indian cotton, grown primarily in the Deccan. Once again, Indian merchants and middlemen found an opportunity for earning huge profits. In 1869, the Suez Canal was opened, and this further strengthened Bombay's links with the world economy. The Bombay government and Indian merchants used this opportunity to declare Bombay urbs prima in Indies, a Latin phrase meaning the most important city of India. By the late 19th century, Indian merchants in Bombay were investing their wealth in new ventures such as cotton mills. They also patronized building activity in the city. As Bombay's economy grew, from the mid-19th century, there was a need to expand railways and shipping and develop the administrative structure. Many new buildings were constructed at this time. These buildings reflected the culture and confidence of the rulers. The architectural style was usually European. This importation of European styles reflected the imperial vision in several ways. First, it expressed the British desire to create a familiar landscape in an alien country, and thus to feel at home in the colony. Second, the British felt that European styles would best symbolize their superiority, authority, and power. Third, they thought that buildings that looked European would mark out the difference and distance between the colonial masters and their Indian subjects. Initially, these buildings were at odds with the traditional Indian buildings. Gradually, Indians too got used to European architecture and made it their own. The British, in turn, adapted some Indian styles to suit their needs. One example is the bungalow, which was used by government officers in Bombay and all over India. The name bungalow was derived from Bangla, a traditional thatched Bengali hut. The colonial bungalow was set on extensive grounds, which ensured privacy and marked a distance from the Indian world around. The traditional pitched roof and surrounding veranda kept the bungalow cool in the summer months. The compound had separate quarters for a retinue of domestic servants. The pitched roof is a term used by architects to describe a sloping roof. By the early 20th century, pitched roofs became less common in bungalows, although the general plan remained the same. Bungalows in the civil lines thus became a racially exclusive enclave in which the ruling classes could live self-sufficient lives without daily social contact with Indians. For public buildings, 3 broad architectural styles were used. 2 of these were direct imports from fashions prevalent in England. The first was called neoclassical, or the New Classical. Its characteristics included construction of geometrical structures fronted with lofty pillars. It was derived from a style that was originally typical of buildings in ancient Rome, and was subsequently revived, readapted, and made popular during the European Renaissance. It was considered particularly appropriate for the British Empire in India. The British imagined that a style that embodied the grandeur of imperial Rome could now be made to express the glory of imperial India. The Mediterranean origins of this architecture were also thought to be suitable for tropical weather. The Town Hall in Bombay, Fig. 12.24, was built in this style in 1833. Another group of commercial buildings, built during the cotton boom of the 1860s, was the Elphinstone Circle. Subsequently named Horniman Circle after an English editor who courageously supported Indian nationalists, this building was inspired from models in Italy. It made innovative use of covered arcades at ground level to shield the shopper and pedestrian from the fierce sun and rain of Bombay.
Figure 12.24 Summary. This image shows a building in Bombay that now houses the Asiatic Society of Bombay. The building's architecture is neoclassical. This style was considered appropriate for the British Empire in India because it embodied the grandeur of imperial Rome and was suitable for the tropical weather.
Another style that was extensively used was the Neo-Gothic, characterized by high-pitched roofs, pointed arches, and detailed decoration. The Gothic style had its roots in buildings, especially churches, built in Northern Europe during the medieval period. The Neo-Gothic or New Gothic style was revived in the mid-19th century in England. This was the time when the government in Bombay was building its infrastructure, and this style was adapted for Bombay. An impressive group of buildings facing the seafront, including the Secretariat, University of Bombay, and High Court, were all built in this style. Indians gave money for some of these buildings. The University Hall was made with money donated by Sir Kawasji Jehangir Redamani, a rich Parsi merchant. The University Library Clock Tower was similarly funded by the banker Premchand Roychand and was named after his mother as Rajabai Tower. Indian merchants were happy to adopt the Neo-Gothic style since they believed that building styles, like many ideas brought in by the English, were progressive and would help make Bombay into a modern city. However, the most spectacular example of the Neo-Gothic style is the Victoria Terminus, the station and headquarters of the Great Indian Peninsular Railway Company. The British invested a lot in the design and construction of railway stations in cities, since they were proud of having successfully built an all-India railway network. As a group, these buildings dominated the central Bombay skyline, and their uniform Neo-Gothic style gave a distinctive character to the city. Towards the beginning of the 20th century, a new hybrid architectural style developed which combined the Indian with the European. This was called Indo-Saracenic. Indo was shorthand for Hindu, and Saracen was a term Europeans used to designate Muslim. The inspiration for this style was medieval buildings in India with their domes, hatris, jollies, arches. By integrating Indian and European styles in public architecture, the British wanted to prove that they were legitimate rulers of India. The Gateway of India, built in the traditional Gujarati style to welcome King George V and Queen Mary to India in 1911, is the most famous example of this style. The industrialist Jamsetji Tata built the Taj Mahal Hotel in a similar style. Besides being a symbol of Indian enterprise, this building became a challenge to the racially exclusive clubs and hotels maintained by the British. In the more Indian localities of Bombay, traditional styles of decoration and building predominated. The lack of space in the city and crowding led to a type of building unique to Bombay, the chawl, the multi-storied single-room apartments with long open corridors built around a courtyard. Such buildings, which housed many families sharing common spaces, helped in the growth of neighborhood identity and solidarity.
Figure summary. This is an image of a bungalow in Bombay in the 19th century. These buildings were constructed as Bombay's economy grew, and there was a need to expand railways and shipping and develop the administrative structure. The architectural style was usually European. The colonial bungalow was set on extensive grounds which ensured privacy and marked a distance from the Indian world around. The traditional pitched roof and surrounding veranda kept the bungalow cool in the summer months. The compound had separate quarters for a retinue of domestic servants. Figure 12.26 summary. This is an image of a drawing. The drawing depicts the Bombay Secretariat, designed by H. St. Clair Wilkins. The architecture features multiple stories and a prominent central tower. The drawing is from the builder, dating back to November 20, 1875. Fig. 12.27 summary. The figure shows an image of Victoria Terminus Railway Station. The station was designed by F.W. Stevens. The image depicts a large, ornate building with many arches, spires, and a central dome. The style of the building is Neo-Gothic, which was a popular architectural style in Bombay during the British colonial period. The building appears grand and imposing, reflecting the importance of the railway to the British. Fig. 12.28 summary. This image shows the Madras Law Courts. The design combines Pathan elements with Gothic ones. Indo-Saracenic flourished in Madras, while Bombay remained the main center of Gothic revival.
5. What buildings and architectural styles tell us? Architecture reflects the aesthetic ideals prevalent at a time and variations within those ideals. But, as we have seen, buildings also express the vision of those who build them. Rulers everywhere seek to express their power through buildings. So by looking at the architecture of a particular time, we can understand how power was conceived of and how it was expressed through structures and their attributes: bricks and stones, pillars and arches, soaring domes or vaulted roofs. Architectural styles do not only reflect prevalent tastes. They mold tastes, popularize styles, and shape the contours of culture. As we have seen, many Indians came to regard European styles of architecture as symbols of modernity and civilization and began adopting these styles. But not all Indians thought alike. Many rejected European ideals and tried to retain indigenous styles. Others accepted certain elements from the West that they saw as modern and combined these with elements drawn from local traditions. From the late 19th century, we see efforts to define regional and national tastes that were different from the colonial ideal. Styles thus changed and developed through wider processes of cultural conflict. By looking at architecture, therefore, we can also understand the variety of forms in which cultural conflicts unfolded and political conflicts between the imperial and the national and the regional local were played out.
Figure 12.29 Summary. The image shows a building. It is the Municipal Corporation building in Bombay, designed by F.W. Stevens. The building exhibits a combination of both Oriental and Gothic architectural designs. Fig. 12.3 Summary. This is an image of a Bombay chawl. Chawls are multi-storied single-room apartments with open corridors. These buildings housed many families sharing common spaces and helped in the growth of neighborhood identity and solidarity. They are a type of building unique to Bombay.
Discuss. Choose a historical building that you admire. List its architectural attributes and find out about its style and why that particular style was adopted.
Table Summary. The timeline illustrates the significant historical developments in India, particularly focusing on the establishment and expansion of European trading companies, the rise of British power, and the subsequent modernization and urbanization of major Indian cities. Early events show European companies establishing bases, followed by the British gaining political and administrative control. Later entries highlight infrastructure development, industrial growth, and social changes, such as the establishment of universities and municipalities.
Answer in 100 to 150 words. 1. To what extent are census data useful in reconstructing patterns of urbanization in the colonial context? 2. What do the terms white and black town signify? 3. How did prominent Indian merchants establish themselves in the colonial city? 4. Examine how concerns of defense and health gave shape to Calcutta. 5. What are the different colonial architectural styles which can be seen in Bombay City?
Image Summary. This is an image of a pen alongside questions and instructions for a writing assignment. The writing assignment prompts the user to write a short essay on the transformation of urban centers, the emergence of new public places, concerns influencing town planning, and the transformation of social relations in new cities. It also contains a mapwork question, which asks the user to trace major rivers and hill ranges on an outline map of India, plot cities, and prepare a brief note on the changing importance of two cities. The image seems to be part of a textbook or workbook, providing guidance for essay writing and map-based activities.
Write a short essay, 250 to 300 words, on the following. 6. How were urban centers transformed during the 18th century? 7. What were the new kinds of public places that emerged in the colonial city? What functions did they serve? 8. What were the concerns that influenced town planning in the 19th century? 9. To what extent were social relations transformed in the new cities? Mapwork. 10. On an outline map of India, trace the major rivers and hill ranges. Plot 10 cities mentioned in the chapter, including Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras, and prepare a brief note on why the importance of any two cities that you have marked, one colonial and one pre-colonial, changed in the 19th century. Project Choose 1. 11. You have been reading about big colonial cities. Choose any small town with a long history. It could be a temple town, market town, administrative center, a pilgrimage center, or a combination of these. Find out how the town was established when it developed and how its history changed during modern times. 12. Choose 5 different types of buildings in your town or village. For each of these, find out when it was built, how it was planned, how resources were obtained for its construction, and how long it took to build it. What do the architectural features of the buildings express? If you would like to know more, read Mahatma Gandhi and the Nationalist Movement, Civil Disobedience and Beyond. In the history of nationalism, a single individual is often identified with the making of a nation. Thus, for example, we associate Garibaldi with the making of Italy, George Washington with the American War of Independence, and Ho Chi Minh with the struggle to free Vietnam from colonial rule. In the same manner, Mahatma Gandhi has been regarded as the father of the Indian nation. Insofar as Gandhiji was the most influential and revered of all the leaders who participated in the freedom struggle, that characterization is not misplaced. However, like Washington or Ho Chi Minh, Mahatma Gandhi's political career was shaped and constrained by the society in which he lived. For individuals, even great ones, are made by history even as they make history. This chapter analyzes Gandhiji's activities in India during the crucial period 1915 to 1948. It explores his interactions with different sections of the Indian society and the popular struggles that he inspired and led. It introduces the student to the different kinds of sources that historians use in reconstructing the career of a leader and of the social movements that he was associated with.
Figure 13.1 Summary. The image shows a gathering of people on the banks of the Sabarmati River. The people are assembled to hear Mahatma Gandhi speak before the start of the Salt March in 1930. The gathering is very large, with people spread out across a wide area. The image suggests the significant support for Gandhi and the Salt March.
1A leader announces himself. In January 1915, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi returned to his homeland after 2 decades of residence abroad. These years had been spent for the most part in South Africa, where he went as a lawyer and in time became a leader of the Indian community in that territory. As the historian Chandran Devainson has remarked, South Africa was the making of the Mahatma. It was in South Africa that Mahatma Gandhi first forged the distinctive techniques of nonviolent protest known as satyagraha, first promoted harmony between religions, and first alerted upper caste Indians to their discriminatory treatment of low castes and women. The India that Mahatma Gandhi came back to in 1915 was rather different from the one that he had left in 1893. Although still a colony of the British, it was far more active in a political sense. The Indian National Congress now had branches in most major cities and towns. Through the Swadeshi movement of 1905-7, it had greatly broadened its appeal among the middle classes. That movement had thrown up some towering leaders, among them Bal Gangadhar Tilak of Maharashtra, Bipin Chandra Pal of Bengal, and Lala Lajpat Rai of Punjab. The three were known as Lal, Bal, and Pal, the alliteration conveying the all-India character of their struggle, since their native provinces were very distant from one another. Where these leaders advocated militant opposition to colonial rule, there was a group of moderates who preferred a more gradual and persuasive approach. Among these moderates was Gandhiji's acknowledged political mentor, Gopal Krishna Gokhale, as well as Mohammad Ali Jinnah, who, like Gandhiji, was a lawyer of Gujarati extraction trained in London. On Gokhale's advice, Gandhiji spent a year traveling around British India, getting to know the land and its peoples. His first major public appearance was at the opening of the Banaras Hindu University, BHU, in February 1916. Among the invitees to this event were the princes and philanthropists whose donations had contributed to the founding of the BHU. Also present were important leaders of the Congress, such as Annie Besant. Compared to these dignitaries, Gandhiji was relatively unknown. He had been invited on account of his work in South Africa rather than his status within India. When his turn came to speak, Gandhiji charged the Indian elite with a lack of concern for the laboring poor. The opening of the BHU, he said, was certainly a most gorgeous show. But he worried about the contrast between the richly bedecked noblemen present and millions of the poor Indians who were absent. Gandhiji told the privileged invitees that there is no salvation for India unless you strip yourself of this jewelry and hold it in trust for your countrymen in India. There can be no spirit of self-government about us, he went on, if we take away or allow others to take away from the peasants almost the whole of the results of their labor. Our salvation can only come through the farmer. Neither the lawyers, nor the doctors, nor the rich landlords are going to secure it. The opening of the BHU was an occasion for celebration, marking as it did the opening of a nationalist university, sustained by Indian money and Indian initiative. But rather than adopt a tone of self-congratulation, Gandhiji chose instead to remind those present of the peasants and workers who constituted a majority of the Indian population, yet were unrepresented in the audience. Gandhiji's speech at Banaras in February 1916 was, at one level, merely a statement of fact, namely, that Indian nationalism was an elite phenomenon, a creation of lawyers and doctors and landlords. But at another level, it was also a statement of intent, the first public announcement of Gandhiji's own desire to make Indian nationalism more properly representative of the Indian people as a whole. In the last month of that year, Gandhiji was presented with an opportunity to put his precepts into practice. At the annual Congress, held in Lucknow in December 1916, he was approached by a peasant from Champaran in Bihar, who told him about the harsh treatment of peasants by British indigo planters.
Figure 13.2 Summary. The image is a photograph of Mahatma Gandhi in Johannesburg, South Africa. The photograph shows Gandhi wearing a suit and tie, sitting in a chair. This image captures Gandhi during his time in South Africa, where he developed his political and social philosophies. It provides insight into his appearance and demeanor during this formative period of his life. Fig. 13.3 Summary. The image shows a photograph of Mahatma Gandhi in Karachi. The photograph depicts a large crowd of people gathered around what appears to be a vehicle. Gandhi is present in the vehicle. The gathering seems to be a public event or meeting. It suggests Gandhi's involvement in political or social activities in Karachi. The image conveys a sense of popularity and influence.
2. The making and unmaking of non-cooperation. Mahatma Gandhi was to spend much of 1917 in Champaran, seeking to obtain for the peasants security of tenure as well as the freedom to cultivate the crops of their choice. The following year, 1918, Gandhiji was involved in 2 campaigns in his home state of Gujarat. First, he intervened in a labor dispute in Ahmedabad, demanding better working conditions for the textile mill workers. Then he joined peasants in Quetta in asking the state for the remission of taxes following the failure of their harvest. These initiatives in Champaran, Ahmedabad and Quetta marked Gandhiji out as a nationalist with a deep sympathy for the poor. At the same time, these were all localized struggles. Then, in 1919, the colonial rulers delivered into Gandhiji's lap an issue from which he could construct a much wider movement. During the Great War of 1914-18, the British had instituted censorship of the press and permitted detention without trial. Now, on the recommendation of a committee chaired by Sir Sidney Rowlatt, these tough measures were continued. In response, Gandhiji called for a countrywide campaign against the Rowlatt Act. In towns across North and West India, life came to a standstill, as shops shut down and schools closed in response to the ban call. The protests were particularly intense in the Punjab, where many men had served on the British side in the war, expecting to be rewarded for their service. Instead, they were given the Rowlatt Act. Gandhiji was detained while proceeding to the Punjab, even as prominent local congressmen were arrested. The situation in the province grew progressively more tense, reaching a bloody climax in Amritsar in April 1919, when a British brigadier ordered his troops to open fire on a nationalist meeting. More. Discuss. Find out more about the national movement in India before 1915 and see whether Mahatma Gandhi's comments are justified. Then 400 people were killed in what is known as the Jallianwala Bagh massacre. It was the Rowlatt Satyagraha that made Gandhiji a truly national leader. Emboldened by its success, Gandhiji called for a campaign of non-cooperation with British rule. Indians who wished colonialism to end were asked to stop attending schools, colleges, and law courts and not pay taxes. In some, they were asked to adhere to a renunciation of all voluntary association with the British government. If non-cooperation was effectively carried out, said Gandhiji, India would win Swaraj within a year. To further broaden the struggle, he had joined hands with the Khilafat movement that sought to restore the caliphate, a symbol of pan-Islamism which had recently been abolished by the Turkish ruler Kemal Ataturk. What was the Khilafat movement? The Khilafat movement, 1919 to 1920, was a movement of Indian Muslims, led by Muhammad Ali and Shaukat Ali, that demanded the following. The Turkish Sultan or Khalifa must retain control over the Muslim sacred places in the erstwhile Ottoman Empire. The Jaziratul Arab, Arabia, Syria, Iraq, Palestine must remain under Muslim sovereignty, and the Khalifa must be left with sufficient territory to enable him to defend the Islamic faith. The Congress supported the movement, and Mahatma Gandhi sought to conjoin it to the non-cooperation movement. 2.1. Knitting a popular movement. Gandhiji hoped that by coupling non-cooperation with Khilafat, India's 2 major religious communities, Hindus and Muslims, could collectively bring an end to colonial rule. These movements certainly unleashed a surge of popular action that was altogether unprecedented in colonial India. Students stopped going to schools and colleges run by the government. Lawyers refused to attend court. The working class went on strike in many towns and cities. According to official figures, there were 396 strikes in 1921, involving 600,000 workers and a loss of 7 million workdays. The countryside was seething with discontent too. Hill tribes in northern Andhra violated the forest laws. Farmers in Awadh did not pay taxes. Peasants in Cuman refused to carry loads for colonial officials. These protest movements were sometimes carried out in defiance of the local nationalist leadership. Peasants, workers, and others interpreted and acted upon the call to non-cooperate with colonial rule in ways that best suited their interests, rather than conform to the dictates laid down from above. Non-cooperation, wrote Mahatma Gandhi's American biographer Louis Fisher, became the name of an epoch in the life of India and of Gandhiji. Non-cooperation was negative enough to be peaceful but positive enough to be effective. It entailed denial, renunciation, and self-discipline. It was training for self-rule. As a consequence of the non-cooperation movement, the British Raj was shaken to its foundations for the first time since the Revolt of 1857. Then, in February 1922, a group of peasants attacked and torched a police station in the hamlet of Chauri Chaura in the United Provinces, now Uttar Pradesh and Uttaranchal. Several constables perished in the conflagration. This act of violence prompted Gandhiji to call off the movement altogether. No provocation, he insisted, can possibly justify the brutal murder of men who had been rendered defenseless and who had virtually thrown themselves on the mercy of the mob. During the non-cooperation movement, thousands of Indians were put in jail. Gandhiji himself was arrested in March 1922 and charged with sedition. The judge who presided over his trial, Justice C.N. Broomfield, made a remarkable speech while pronouncing his sentence. "It would be impossible to ignore the fact," remarked the judge, "that you are in a different category from any person I have ever tried or am likely to try. It would be impossible to ignore the fact that, in the eyes of millions of your countrymen, you are a great patriot and a leader. Even those who differ from you in politics look upon you as a man of high ideals and of even saintly life." Since Gandhiji had violated the law, it was obligatory for the bench to sentence him to 6 years' imprisonment. But, said Judge Broomfield, if the course of events in India should make it possible for the government to reduce the period and release you, no one will be better pleased than I.
Figure 13.4 Summary. This is a photograph depicting a scene from the non-cooperation movement in July 1922. The photograph shows a large group of people gathered outdoors, with some individuals actively collecting foreign cloth to be burned in bonfires. The image suggests a widespread participation in the movement, with people seemingly united in their cause. The act of burning foreign cloth likely symbolizes a rejection of colonial goods and an assertion of self-reliance and national identity.
2.2 A People's Leader. By 1922, Gandhiji had transformed Indian nationalism, thereby redeeming the promise he made in his BHU speech of February 1916. It was no longer a movement of professionals and intellectuals. Now, hundreds of thousands of peasants, workers, and artisans also participated in it. Many of them venerated Gandhiji, referring to him as their Mahatma. They appreciated the fact that he dressed like them, lived like them, and spoke their language. Unlike other leaders, he did not stand apart from the common folk, but empathized and even identified with them. This identification was strikingly reflected in his dress. While other nationalist leaders dressed formally, wearing a Western suit or an Indian Bangala, Gandhiji went among the people in a simple dhoti or loincloth. Meanwhile, he spent part of each day working on the charka spinning wheel and encouraged other nationalists to do likewise. The act of spinning allowed Gandhiji to break the boundaries that prevailed within the traditional caste system between mental labor and manual labor. In a fascinating study, the historian Shahid Amin has traced the image of Mahatma Gandhi among the peasants of eastern Uttar Pradesh, as conveyed by reports and rumors in the local press. When he traveled through the region in February 1921, Gandhiji was received by adoring crowds everywhere. Charka. Mahatma Gandhi was profoundly critical of the modern age in which machines enslaved humans and displaced labor. He saw the charka as a symbol of a human society that would not glorify machines and technology. The spinning wheel, moreover, could provide the poor with supplementary income and make them self-reliant. What I object to is the craze for machinery as such. The craze is for what they call labor-saving machinery. Men go on saving labor, till thousands are without work and thrown on the open streets to die of starvation. I want to save time and labor, not for a fraction of mankind, but for all. I want the concentration of wealth, not in the hands of few, but in the hands of all. Young India, 13 November 1924, Qadar does not seek to destroy all machinery, but it does regulate its use and check its weedy growth. It uses machinery for the service of the poorest in their own cottages. The wheel is itself an exquisite piece of machinery. Young India, 17 March 1927, this is how a Hindi newspaper in Gorakhpur reported the atmosphere during his speeches. At Batni, Gandhiji addressed the local public, and then the train started for Gorakhpur. There were not less than 15,000 to 20,000 people at Nunkar, Deoria, Gori Bazar, Chori Chora, and Kuzmhai, statistical. Mahatmaji was very pleased to witness the scene at Kuzmhai, as despite the fact that the station is in the middle of a jungle, there were not less than 10,000 people here. Some, overcome with their love, were seen to be crying. At Deoria, people wanted to give bent donations to Gandhiji, but he asked them to give these at Gorakhpur. But at Chori Chora, one Marwari gentleman managed to hand over something to him. Then there was no stopping. A sheet was spread and currency notes and coins started raining. It was a sight. Outside the Gorakhpur station, the Mahatma was stood on a high carriage and people had a good darshan of him for a couple of minutes. Wherever Gandhiji went, rumors spread of his miraculous powers. In some places, it was said that he had been sent by the king to redress the grievances of the farmers, and that he had the power to overrule all local officials. In other places, it was claimed that Gandhiji's power was superior to that of the English monarch, and that with his arrival, the colonial rulers would flee the district. There were also stories reporting dire consequences for those who opposed him. Rumors spread of how villagers who criticized Gandhiji found their houses mysteriously falling apart or their crops failing. Known variously as Gandhi Baba, Gandhi Maharaj, or simply as Mahatma, Gandhiji appeared to the Indian peasant as a savior, who would rescue them from high taxes and oppressive officials and restore dignity and autonomy to their lives. Gandhiji's appeal among the poor, and peasants in particular, was enhanced by his ascetic lifestyle, and by his shrewd use of symbols such as the dhoti and the charkha. Mahatma Gandhi was by caste a merchant, and by profession a lawyer. But his simple lifestyle and love of working with his hands allowed him to empathize more fully with the laboring poor and for them, in turn, to empathize with him. Where most?
Fig. 13.5 Summary. The image shows Mahatma Gandhi with the charkha. Gandhi is wearing a loincloth in order to identify with the less fortunate. Gandhi's new appearance also came to symbolize asceticism and abstinence, qualities he embraced in opposition to the consumerist culture of the modern world. The image shows Gandhi with the spinning wheel, which is an exquisite piece of machinery.
Source 2. The Miraculous and the Unbelievable. Local newspapers in the United Provinces recorded many of the rumors that circulated at that time. There were rumors that every person who wanted to test the power of the Mahatma had been surprised. Sikandar Sahu from a village in Basti said on 15 February that he would believe in the Mahatmaji when the kara, boiling pan, full of sugar cane juice in his karkhana, where gur was produced, split into two. Immediately, the kara actually split into two from the middle. 2. A cultivator in Azamgarh said that he would believe in the Mahatmaji's authenticity if sesamum sprouted on his field planted with wheat. Next day, all the wheat in that field became sesamum. There were rumors that those who opposed Mahatma Gandhi invariably met with some tragedy. 1. A gentleman from Gorakhpur city questioned the need to ply the charkha. His house caught fire. 2. In April 1921, some people were gambling in a village of Uttar Pradesh. Someone told them to stop. Only one from amongst the group refused to stop and abused Gandhiji. The next day his goat was bitten by 4 of his own dogs. 3. In a village in Gorakhpur, the peasants resolved to give up drinking liquor. One person did not keep his promise. As soon as he started for the liquor shop, brickbats started to rain in his path. When he spoke the name of Gandhiji, the brickbat stopped flying. From Shahid Amin, Gandhi as Mahatma, Subaltern Studies 3, Oxford University Press, Delhi. You have read about rumors in Chapter 11, and seen that the circulation of rumors tells us about the structure of the belief of a time. They tell us about the mind of the people who believe in the rumors and the circumstances that make this belief possible. What do you think these rumors about Gandhiji reflect? Other politicians talked down to them. Gandhiji appeared not just to look like them, but to understand them and relate to their lives. While Mahatma Gandhi's mass appeal was undoubtedly genuine, and in the context of Indian politics, without precedent, it must also be stressed that his success in broadening the basis of nationalism was based on careful organization. New branches of the Congress were set up in various parts of India. A series of Prajamandals were established to promote the nationalist creed in the princely states. Gandhiji encouraged the communication of the nationalist message in the mother tongue, rather than in the language of the rulers, English. Thus, the provincial committees of the Congress were based on linguistic regions, rather than on the artificial boundaries of British India. In these different ways, nationalism was taken to the farthest corners of the country and embraced by social groups previously untouched by it. By now, among the supporters of the Congress were some very prosperous businessmen and industrialists. Indian entrepreneurs were quick to recognize that, in a free India, the favors enjoyed by their British competitors would come to an end. Some of these entrepreneurs, such as G.D. Birla, supported the national movement openly. Others did so tacitly. Thus, among Gandhiji's admirers were both poor peasants and rich industrialists, although the reasons why peasants followed Gandhiji were somewhat different from, and perhaps opposed to, the reasons of the industrialists. While Mahatma Gandhi's own role was vital, the growth of what we might call Gandhian nationalism also depended to a very substantial extent on his followers. Between 1917 and 1922, a group of highly talented Indians attached themselves to Gandhiji. They included Mahadev Desai, Vallabhbhai Patel, J.B. Kripalani, Subhas Chandra Bose, Abul Kalam Azad, Jawaharlal Nehru, Sarojini Naidu, Govind Ballabh Pant, and C. Rajagopalachari. Notably, these close associates of Gandhiji came from different regions as well as different religious traditions. In turn, they inspired countless other Indians to join the Congress and work for it. Mahatma Gandhi was released from prison in February 1924 and now chose to devote his attention to the promotion of homespun cloth, khadi, and the abolition of untouchability. For Gandhiji was as much a social reformer as he was a politician. He believed that in order to be worthy of freedom, Indians had to get rid of social evils such as child marriage and untouchability. Indians of one faith had also to cultivate a genuine tolerance for Indians of another, hence his emphasis on Hindu-Muslim harmony. Meanwhile, on the economic front, Indians had to learn to become self-reliant, hence his stress on the significance of wearing khadi rather than mill-made cloth imported from overseas. 3. The Salt Satyagraha. A case study for several years after the non-cooperation movement ended, Mahatma Gandhi focused on his social reform work. In 1928, however, he began to think of re-entering politics. That year, there was an all-India campaign in opposition to the all-white Simon Commission, sent from England to inquire into conditions in the colony. Gandhiji did not himself participate in this movement, although he gave it his blessings, as he also did to a peasant satyagraha in Bardoli in the same year. In the end of December 1929, the Congress held its annual session in the city of Lahore. The meeting was significant for two things: the election of Jawaharlal Nehru as president, signifying the passing of the baton of leadership to the younger generation, and the proclamation of commitment to Purna Swaraj, or complete independence. Now the pace of politics picked up once more. On 26 January 1930, Independence Day was observed, with the national flag being hoisted in different venues and patriotic songs being sung. Gandhiji himself issued precise instructions as to how the day should be observed. "It would be good," he said, "if the Declaration of Independence is made by whole villages, whole cities even. It would be well if all the meetings were held at the identical minute in all the places." Gandhiji suggested that the time of the meeting be advertised in the traditional way, by the beating of drums. The celebrations would begin with the hoisting of the national flag. The rest of the day would be spent in doing some constructive work, whether it is spinning, or service of untouchables, or reunion of Hindus and Musalmans, or prohibition work, or even all these. Discuss. What was non-cooperation? Find out about the variety of ways in which different social groups participated in the movement. together, which is not impossible. Participants would take a pledge affirming that it was the inalienable right of the Indian people, as of any other people, to have freedom and to enjoy the fruits of their toil, and that, if any government deprives a people of these rights and oppresses them, the people have a further right to alter it or abolish it. 3.1 Dandi. Soon after the observance of this Independence Day, Mahatma Gandhi announced that he would lead a march to break one of the most widely disliked laws in British India, which gave the state a monopoly in the manufacture and sale of salt. His picking on the salt monopoly was another illustration of Gandhiji's tactical wisdom. For in every Indian household, salt was indispensable, yet people were forbidden from making salt even for domestic use, compelling them to buy it from shops at a high price. The state monopoly over salt was deeply unpopular. By making it his target, Gandhiji hoped to mobilize a wider discontent against British rule. Where most Indians understood the significance of Gandhiji's challenge, the British Raj apparently did not. Although Gandhiji had given advance notice of his salt march to the Viceroy Lord Irwin, Irwin failed to grasp the significance of the action. On 12 March 1930, Gandhiji began walking from his ashram at Sabarmati towards the ocean. He reached his destination 3 weeks later, making a fistful of salt as he did, and thereby making himself a criminal in the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, parallel salt marches were being conducted in other parts of the country.
Fig. 13.6 Summary. This image depicts the Dandi March in March of 1930. The photograph shows a large group of people walking together. The march appears to be a significant event, drawing many participants. The marchers are walking towards a common goal, demonstrating unity and determination. Fig. 13.7 Summary. This image shows people picking up natural salt at the end of the Dandi March. The image depicts a group of individuals, presumably satyagrahis, engaged in the act of collecting salt. This action signifies a defiance of the British salt monopoly and a symbolic reclaiming of a basic necessity. The image suggests widespread participation and a direct challenge to British authority.
Source 3. Why the salt satyagraha? Why was salt the symbol of protest? This is what Mahatma Gandhi wrote. The volume of information being gained daily shows how wickedly the salt tax has been designed. In order to prevent the use of salt that has not paid the tax, which is at times even 14 times its value, the government destroys the salt it cannot sell profitably. Thus it taxes the nation's vital necessity. It prevents the public from manufacturing it and destroys what nature manufactures without effort. No adjective is strong enough for characterizing this wicked dog-in-the-manger policy. From various sources, I hear tales of such wanton destruction of the nation's property in all parts of India. Mons, if not tons of salt, are said to be destroyed on the Konkan coast. The same tale comes from Dandi. Wherever there is likelihood of natural salt being taken away by the people living in the neighborhood of such areas for their personal use, salt officers are posted for the sole purpose of carrying on destruction. Thus valuable national property is destroyed at national expense and salt taken out of the mouths of the people. The salt monopoly is thus a fourfold curse. It deprives the people of a valuable easy village industry, involves wanton destruction of property that nature produces in abundance. The destruction itself means more national expenditure. And fourthly, to crown this folly, an unheard-of tax of more than 1,000% is exacted from a starving people. This tax has remained so long because of the apathy of the general public. Now that it is sufficiently roused, the tax has to go. How soon it will be abolished depends upon the strength of the people. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi, CWMG, VOL. 49. Why was salt destroyed by the colonial government? Why did Mahatma Gandhi consider the salt tax more oppressive than other taxes? Source 4. Tomorrow we shall break the salt tax law. On 5 April 1930, Mahatma Gandhi spoke at Dandi. When I left Sabarmati with my companions for this seaside hamlet of Dandi, I was not certain in my mind that we would be allowed to reach this place. Even while I was at Sabarmati, there was a rumor that I might be arrested. I had thought that the government might perhaps let my party come as far as Dandi, but not me certainly. If someone says that this betrays imperfect faith on my part, I shall not deny the charge. That I have reached here is in no small measure due to the power of peace and nonviolence. That power is universally felt. The government may, if it wishes, congratulate itself on acting as it has done, for it could have arrested every one of us. In saying that it did not have the courage to arrest this army of peace, we praise it. It felt ashamed to arrest such an army. He is a civilized man who feels ashamed to do anything which his neighbors would disapprove. The government deserves to be congratulated on not arresting us, even if it desisted only from fear of world opinion. Tomorrow we shall break the salt tax law. Whether the government will tolerate that is a different question. It may not tolerate it, but it deserves congratulations on the patience and forbearance it has displayed in regard to this party. What if I and all the eminent leaders in Gujarat and in the rest of the country are arrested? This movement is based on the faith that when a whole nation is roused and on the march no leader is necessary. CWMG, VOL 49, what does the speech tell us about how Gandhiji saw the colonial state? As with non-cooperation, apart from the officially sanctioned nationalist campaign, there were numerous other streams of protest. Across large parts of India, peasants breached the hated colonial forest laws that kept them and their cattle out of the woods in which they had once roamed freely. In some towns, factory workers went on strike, while lawyers boycotted British courts and students refused to attend government-run educational institutions. As in 1920-22, now too Gandhiji's call had encouraged Indians of all classes to make manifest their own discontent with colonial rule. The rulers responded by detaining the dissenters. In the wake of the Salt March, nearly 60,000 Indians were arrested, among them, of course, Gandhiji himself. The progress of Gandhiji's march to the seashore can be traced from the secret reports filed by the police officials, deputed to monitor his movements. These reproduce the speeches he gave at the villages en route, in which he called upon local officials to renounce government employment and join the freedom struggle. In one village, Wasna, Gandhiji told the upper castes that, if you are out for Swaraj, you must serve untouchables. You won't get Swaraj merely by the repeal of the salt taxes or other taxes. For Swaraj, you must make amends for the wrongs which you did to the untouchables. For Swaraj, Hindus, Muslims, Parsis, and Sikhs will have to unite. These are the steps towards Swaraj. The police spies reported that Gandhiji's meetings were very well attended by villagers of all castes and by women as well as men. They observed that thousands of volunteers were flocking to the nationalist cause. Among them were many officials who had resigned from their posts with the colonial government. Writing to the government, the district superintendent of police remarked, "Mr. Gandhi appeared calm and collected. He is gathering more strength as he proceeds." The progress of the Salt March can also be traced from another source, the American news magazine, Time. This, to begin with, scorned at Gandhiji's looks, writing with disdain of his spindly frame and his spidery loins. Thus, in its first report on the march, Time was deeply skeptical of the Salt March reaching its destination. It claimed that Gandhiji sank to the ground at the end of the second day's walking. The magazine did not believe that the emaciated saint would be physically able to go much further. But within a week, it had changed its mind. The massive popular following that the march had garnered, wrote Time, had made the British rulers desperately anxious. Gandhiji himself they now.
Figure 13.8 Summary. The image depicts a gathering of Congress leaders in Allahabad following Mahatma Gandhi's release from prison. The group is seated together, seemingly engaged in planning future actions. Prominent figures such as Jawaharlal Nehru, Jamnalal Bajaj, Subhas Chandra Bose, and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel are present, indicating the importance of the meeting in shaping the course of the movement.
The problem with separate electorates. At the Round Table Conference, Mahatma Gandhi stated his arguments against separate electorates for the depressed classes. Separate electorates to the untouchables will ensure them bondage in perpetuity. Do you want the untouchables to remain untouchables forever? Well, the separate electorates would perpetuate the stigma. What is needed is destruction of untouchability, and when you have done it, the bar sinister, which has been imposed by an insolent, superior, class upon an inferior class will be destroyed. When you have destroyed the bar sinister, to whom will you give the separate electorates? Saluted as a saint and statesman, who was using Christian acts as a weapon against men with Christian beliefs. 3.2 Dialogues. The Salt March was notable for at least 3 reasons. First, it was this event that first brought Mahatma Gandhi to world attention. The march was widely covered by the European and American press. Second, it was the first nationalist activity in which women participated in large numbers. The socialist activist Kamaladvi Chattopadhyay had persuaded Gandhiji not to restrict the protests to men alone. Kamaladvi was herself one of numerous women who courted arrest by breaking the salt or liquor laws. Third, and perhaps most significant, it was the Salt March which forced upon the British the realization that their Raj would not last forever, and that they would have to devolve some power to the Indians. To that end, the British government convened a series of round-table conferences in London. The first meeting was held in November 1930, but without the preeminent political leader in India, thus rendering it an exercise in futility. Gandhiji was released from jail in January 1931, and the following month had several long meetings with the Viceroy. These culminated in what was called the Gandhi-Irwin Pact, by the terms of which civil disobedience would be called off, all prisoners released, and salt manufacture allowed along the coast. The pact was criticized by radical nationalists, for Gandhiji was unable to obtain from the Viceroy a commitment to political independence for Indians. He could obtain merely an assurance of talks towards that possible end. A second round table conference was held in London in the latter part of 1931. Here, Gandhiji represented the Congress. However, his claims that his party represented all of India came under challenge from three parties: from the Muslim League, which claimed to stand for the interests of the Muslim minority; from the princes, who claimed that the Congress had no stake in their territories; and from the brilliant lawyer and thinker B.R. Ambedkar, who argued that Gandhiji and the Congress did not really represent the lowest castes. The conference in London was inconclusive, so Gandhiji returned to India and resumed civil disobedience. The new viceroy, Lord Willingdon, was deeply unsympathetic to the Indian leader. In a private letter to his sister, Willingdon wrote, "It's a beautiful world if it wasn't for Gandhi. At the bottom of every move he makes, which he always says is inspired by God, one discovers the political manoeuvre. I see the American press is saying what a wonderful man he is. But the fact is that we live in the midst of very unpractical, mystical, and superstitious folk who look upon Gandhi as something holy." In 1935, however, a new Government of India Act promised some form of representative government. 2 years later, in an election held on the basis of a restricted franchise, the Congress won a comprehensive victory. Now 8 out of 11 provinces had a Congress Prime Minister, working under the supervision of a British governor. In September 1939, 2 years after the Congress ministries assumed office, the Second World War broke out. Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru had both been strongly critical of Hitler and the Nazis. Accordingly, they promised Congress support to the war effort if the British, in return, promised to grant India independence once hostilities ended.
Figure 13.9 Summary. The image shows a group of people at the second round table conference in London. Mahatma Gandhi is seen among other delegates. The conference addressed the demand for separate electorates for lower castes. Gandhi opposed this demand, believing it would hinder their integration into society and perpetuate segregation from other caste Hindus.
Zor 6. Ambedkar on separate electorates. In response to Mahatma Gandhi's opposition to the demand for separate electorates for the depressed classes, Ambedkar wrote, "Here is a class which is undoubtedly not in a position to sustain itself in the struggle for existence. The religion, to which they are tied, instead of providing them an honorable place, brands them as lepers, not fit for ordinary intercourse. Economically, it is a class entirely dependent upon the high caste Hindus for earning its daily bread with no independent way of living open to it. Nor are all ways closed by reason of the social prejudices of the Hindus, but there is a definite attempt all through our Hindu society to bolt every possible door, so as not to allow the depressed classes any opportunity to rise in the scale of life. In these circumstances, it would be granted by all fair-minded persons that as the only path for a community so handicapped to succeed in the struggle for life against organized tyranny, some share of political power in order that it may protect itself as a paramount necessity." From Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, What Congress and GANDHI Have Done to the Untouchables, Writings and Speeches, VOL 9, p. 312, the offer was refused. In protest, the Congress ministries resigned in October 1939. Through 1940 and 1941, the Congress organized a series of individual satyagrahas to pressure the rulers to promise freedom once the war had ended. Meanwhile, in March 1940, the Muslim League passed a resolution committing itself to the creation of a separate nation called Pakistan. The political landscape was now complicated. It was no longer Indians versus the British. Rather, it had become a three-way struggle between the Congress, the Muslim League, and the British. At this time, Britain had an all-party government, whose Labour members were sympathetic to Indian aspirations, but whose conservative Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, was a die-hard imperialist who insisted that he had not been appointed the King's First Minister in order to preside over the liquidation of the British Empire. In the spring of 1942, Churchill was persuaded to send one of his ministers, Sir Stafford Cripps, to India to try and forge a compromise with Gandhiji and the Congress. Talks broke down, however, after the Congress insisted that if it was to help the British defend India from the Axis powers, then the Viceroy had first to appoint an Indian as the defense member of his Executive Council.
Fig. 13.1 Summary. This is an image of Mahatma Gandhi and Rajendra Prasad on their way to a meeting with the Viceroy, Lord Linlithgow. The meeting involved discussions about India's role in the war. Negotiations with the Viceroy were unsuccessful, leading to the resignation of the Congress ministries. Based on the image, it can be inferred that the discussions were of significant importance, given the presence of prominent leaders and the context of the war. Fig. 13.11 Summary. The figure is a photograph. It depicts Mahatma Gandhi with Stafford Cripps in March of 1942. This suggests a meeting or interaction between the two individuals, likely concerning political matters during that time period. This might be related to discussions or negotiations regarding India's involvement in World War II or the broader issue of Indian independence.
Discuss. Read sources 5 and 6. Write an imaginary dialogue between Ambedkar and Mahatma Gandhi on the issue of separate electorates for the depressed classes. 4. Quit India. After the failure of the Cripps mission, Mahatma Gandhi decided to launch his third major movement against British rule. This was the Quit India campaign, which began in August 1942. Although Gandhiji was jailed at once, younger activists organized strikes and acts of sabotage all over the country. Particularly active in the underground resistance were socialist members of the Congress, such as Jayaprakash Narayan. In several districts, such as Satara in the west and Medinipur in the east, independent governments were proclaimed. The British responded with much force, yet it took more than a year to suppress the rebellion. Quit India was genuinely a mass movement, bringing into its ambit hundreds of thousands of ordinary Indians. It especially energized the young who, in very large numbers, left their colleges to go to jail. However, while the Congress leaders languished in jail, Jinnah and his colleagues in the Muslim League worked patiently at expanding their influence. It was in these years that the League began to make a mark in the Punjab and Sindh, provinces where it had previously had scarcely any presence. In June 1944, with the end of the war in sight, Gandhiji was released from prison. Later that year. Satara, 1943. From the late 19th century, a non-Brahmin movement, which opposed the caste system and landlordism, had developed in Maharashtra. This movement established links with the national movement by the 1930s. In 1943, some of the younger leaders in the Satara district of Maharashtra set up a parallel government, Prati Sarkar, with volunteer corps, Seba Dals, and village units, Tufan Dals. They ran people's courts and organized constructive work. Dominated by Kunbai peasants and supported by Dalits, the Satara Prati Sarkar functioned till the elections of 1946, despite government repression and, in the later stages, Congress disapproval. He held a series of meetings with Jinnah, seeking to bridge the gap between the Congress and the League. In 1945, a Labour government came to power in Britain and committed itself to granting independence to India. Meanwhile, back in India, the Viceroy, Lord Revolt, brought the Congress and the League together for a series of talks. Early in 1946, fresh elections were held to the provincial legislatures. The Congress swept the general category, but in the seats specifically reserved for Muslims, the League won an overwhelming majority. The political polarization was complete. A cabinet mission sent in the summer of 1946 failed to get the Congress and the League to agree on a federal system that would keep India together while allowing the provinces a degree of autonomy. After the talks broke down, Jinnah called for a direct action day to press the League's demand for Pakistan. On the designated day, 16 August 1946, bloody riots broke out in Calcutta. The violence spread to rural Bengal, then to Bihar, and then across the country to the United Provinces and the Punjab. In some places, Muslims were the main sufferers, in other places, Hindus. In February 1947, Wavell was replaced as viceroy by Lord Mountbatten. Mountbatten called one last round of talks, but when these two proved inconclusive, he announced that British India would be freed, but also divided. The formal transfer of power was fixed for 15 August. When that day came, it was celebrated with gusto in different parts of India. In Delhi, there was prolonged applause when the president of the Constituent Assembly began the meeting by invoking the father of the nation, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. Outside the assembly, the crowds shouted, "Mahatma Gandhi Ki Jai."
Figure 13.12 Summary. This is an image of a procession in Bombay during the Quit India movement. The image shows a very large crowd of people marching down a street. Based on the image, the Quit India movement involved significant public participation, with a large number of people taking to the streets to protest. Figure Summary. This is an image showing Mahatma Gandhi conferring with Jawaharlal Nehru and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Nehru and Patel represented different political leanings within the Congress Party. Mahatma Gandhi often had to mediate between these differing groups. It can be inferred that Gandhi played a crucial role in maintaining unity within the Congress Party by mediating between different ideologies.
5. The Last Heroic Days. As it happened, Mahatma Gandhi was not present at the festivities in the capital on 15 August 1947. He was in Calcutta, but he did not attend any function or hoist a flag there either. Gandhiji marked the day with a 24-hour fast. The freedom he had struggled so long for had come at an unacceptable price, with a nation divided and Hindus and Muslims at each other's throats. Through September and October, writes his biographer D.G. Tendolkar, Gandhiji went round hospitals and refugee camps giving consolation to distressed people. He appealed to the Sikhs, the Hindus and the Muslims to forget the past and not to dwell on their sufferings, but to extend the right hand of fellowship to each other and to determine to live in peace. At the initiative of Gandhiji and Nehru, the Congress now passed a resolution on the rights of minorities. The party had never accepted the two-nation theory. Forced against its will to accept partition, it still believed that India is a land of many religions and many races, and must remain so. Whatever be the situation in Pakistan, India would be a democratic secular state where all citizens enjoy full rights and are equally entitled to the protection of the state, irrespective of the religion to which they belong. The Congress wished to assure the minorities in India that it will continue to protect, to the best of its ability, their citizen rights against aggression. Many scholars have written of the months after independence as being Gandhiji's finest hour. After working to bring peace to Bengal, Gandhiji now shifted to Delhi, from where he hoped to move on to the riot-torn districts of Punjab. While in the capital, his meetings were disrupted by refugees who objected to readings from the Quran, or shouted slogans asking why he did not speak of the sufferings of those Hindus and Sikhs still living in Pakistan. In fact, as D.G. Tendolkar writes, Gandhiji was equally concerned with the sufferings of the minority community in Pakistan. He would have liked to be able to go to their succor. But with what face could he now go there when he could not guarantee full redress to the Muslims in Delhi? There was an attempt on Gandhiji's life on 20 January 1948, but he carried on undaunted. On 26 January, he spoke at his prayer meeting of how that day had been celebrated in the past as Independence Day. Now freedom had come, but its first few months had been deeply disillusioning. However, he trusted that the worst is over, that Indians would henceforth work collectively for the equality of all classes and creeds, never the domination and superiority of the major community over a minor, however insignificant it may be in numbers or influence. He also permitted himself the hope that though geographically and politically India is divided into two, at heart, we shall ever be friends and brothers helping and respecting one another and be one for the outside world. Gandhiji had fought a lifelong battle for a free and united India. And yet, When the country was divided, he urged that the two parts respect and befriend one another. Other Indians were less forgiving. At his daily prayer meeting on the evening of 30 January, Gandhiji was shot dead by a young man. The assassin, who surrendered afterwards, was a Brahmin from Pune named Nathuram Gods, the editor of an extremist Hindu newspaper who had denounced Gandhiji as an appeaser of Muslims. Gandhiji's death led to an extraordinary outpouring of grief, with rich tributes being paid to him from across the political spectrum in India, and moving appreciations coming from such international figures as George Orwell and Albert Einstein. Time magazine, which had once mocked Gandhiji's physical size and seemingly non-rational ideas, now compared his martyrdom to that of Abraham Lincoln. It was a bigoted American who had killed Lincoln for believing that human beings were equal regardless of their race or skin color. And it was a bigoted Hindu who had killed Gandhiji for believing that friendship was possible, indeed necessary, between Indians of different faiths. In this respect, as Time wrote, the world knew that it had, in a sense too deep, too simple for the world to understand, connived at his Gandhiji's death as it had connived at Lincoln's.
Figure 13.14 Summary. The figure is a photograph. It depicts Mahatma Gandhi on the way to a riot-torn village in 1947. Gandhi is seen walking with a group of people, likely providing support and attempting to bring peace to the affected area. The image captures a moment of Gandhi's efforts to address the violence and suffering during that period. Fig. 13.15 Summary. This is a popular print depicting the death of Mahatma. It portrays Mahatma Gandhi as a unifying force within the national movement. Jawaharlal Nehru and Sardar Patel, representing different aspects within the Congress, are shown on either side of Gandhi's pyre. Mahatma Gandhi is blessing them both from a heavenly realm.
6. Knowing Gandhi. 6. Knowing Gandhi. There are many different kinds of sources from which we can reconstruct the political career of Gandhiji and the history of the nationalist movement. 6.1 Public Voice and Private Scripts. 6.1 Public Voice and Private Scripts. One important source is the writings and speeches of Mahatma Gandhi and his contemporaries, including both his associates and his political adversaries. Within these writings, we need to distinguish between those that were meant for the public and those that were not. Speeches, for instance, allow us to hear the public voice of an individual, while private letters give us a glimpse of his or her private thoughts. In letters, we see people expressing their anger and pain, their dismay and anxiety, their hopes and frustrations in ways in which they may not express themselves in public statements. But we must remember that this private-public distinction often breaks down. Many letters are written to individuals and are therefore personal, but they are also meant for the public. The language of the letters is often shaped by the awareness that they may one day be published. Conversely, the fear that a letter may get into print often prevents people from expressing their opinion freely in personal letters. Mahatma Gandhi regularly published in his journal, Harijan *, letters that others wrote to him. Nehru edited a collection of letters written to him during the national movement and published a bunch of old letters *. Source 7. In the 1920s, Jawaharlal Nehru was increasingly influenced by socialism, and he returned from Europe in 1928 deeply impressed with the Soviet Union. As he began working closely with the socialists, Jayaprakash Narayan, Narendra Dev, N.G. Ranga, and others, a rift developed between the socialists and the conservatives within the Congress. After becoming the Congress president in 1936, Nehru spoke passionately against fascism and upheld the demands of workers and peasants. Worried by Nehru's socialist rhetoric, the conservatives, led by Rajendra Prasad and Sardar Patel, threatened to resign from the working committee, and some prominent industrialists in Bombay issued a statement attacking Nehru. Both Prasad and Nehru turned to Mahatma Gandhi and met him at his ashram at Wardha. The latter acted as the mediator, as he often did, restraining Nehru's radicalism and persuading Prasad and others to see the significance of Nehru's leadership. In a bunch of old letters *, 1958, Nehru reprinted many of the letters that were exchanged at the time. Read the extracts in the following pages. My dear Jawaharlalji, Wardha, July 1, 1936, since we parted yesterday, we have had a long conversation with Mahatmaji and a prolonged consultation among ourselves. We understand that you have felt much hurt by the course of action taken by us, and particularly, the tone of our letter has caused you much pain. It was never our intention either to embarrass you or to hurt you, and if you had suggested or indicted that it hurt you, we would have without the least hesitation amended or altered the letter. But we have decided to withdraw it, and our resignation on a reconsideration of the whole situation. We have felt that in all your utterances, as published in the press, you have been speaking not so much on the General Congress program, as on a topic which has not been accepted by the Congress. And in doing so you have been acting more as the mouthpiece of the minority of our colleagues on the Working Committee, as also on the Congress, than the mouthpiece of the majority, which we expected you as Congress President to do. There is regular continuous campaign against us treating us as persons whose time is over, who represent and stand for ideas that are worn out and that have no present value, who are only obstructing the progress of the country, and who deserve to be cast out of the positions which they undeservedly hold. We have felt that a great injustice has been and is being done to us by others, and we are not receiving the protection we are entitled from you as our colleague and as our president. Yours sincerely, Rajendra Prasad. My dear Bapu, Allahabad, July 5, 1936. I arrived here last night. Ever since I left Wardha, I have been feeling weak in body and troubled in mind. Since my return from Europe, I found that meetings of the Working Committee exhaust me greatly. They have a devitalizing effect on me, and I have almost the feeling of being older in years after every fresh experience. I am grateful to you for all the trouble you took in smoothing over matters and in helping to avoid a crisis. I read again Rajendra Bapu's letter to me, the second one, and his formidable indictment of me. For however tenderly the fact may be stated, it amounts to this: that I am an intolerable nuisance, and the very qualities I possess, a measure of ability, energy, earnestness, some personality which has a vague appeal, become dangerous, for they are harnessed to the wrong chariot, socialism. The conclusion from all this is obvious. I have written at length, both in my book and subsequently, about my present ideas. There is no lack of material for me to be judged. Those views are not casual. They are part of me, and though I might change them or vary them in future, so long as I hold them I must give expression to them. Because I attached importance to a larger unity, I tried to express them in the mildest way possible, and more as an invitation to thought than as fixed conclusions. I saw no conflict in this approach, and in anything that the Congress was doing. So far as the elections were concerned, I felt that my approach was a definite asset to us as it enthused the masses. But my approach, mild and vague as it was, is considered dangerous and harmful by my colleagues. I was even told that my laying stress always on the poverty and unemployment in India was unwise, or at any rate the way I did it was wrong. You told me that you intended issuing some kind of a statement. I shall welcome this, for I believe in every viewpoint being placed before the country. Yours affectionately, Jawaharlal. Dear Jawaharlal, your letter is touching. You feel the most injured party. The fact is that your colleagues have lacked your courage and frankness. The result has been disastrous. I have always pleaded with them to speak to you freely and fearlessly, but having lacked the courage, whenever they have spoken they have done it clumsily, and you have felt irritated. I tell you they have dreaded you, because of your irritability and impatience with them. They have chafed under your rebukes and magisterial manner, and above all your arrogation of what has appeared to them, your infallibility and superior knowledge. They feel you have treated them with scant courtesy, and never defended them from socialist ridicule and even misrepresentation. I have looked at the whole affair as a tragicomedy. I would therefore like you to look at the whole thing in a lighter vein. I suggested your name for the crown of thorns, presidentship of the Congress. Keep it on, though the head be bruised. Resume your humor at the committee meetings. That is your most usual role, not that of careworn, irritable man ready to burst on the slightest occasion. How I wish you could telegraph me that on finishing my letter, you felt as merry as you were on that New Year's Day in Lahore, when you were reported to have danced around the tricolor flag. You must give your throat a chance. Love, Bapu. A. What do the letters tell us about the way Congress ideals developed over time? B. What do they reveal about the role of Mahatma Gandhi within the national movement? C. Do such letters give us any special insight into the working of the Congress and into the nature of the national movement?
Figure 13.16 Summary. The image captures a moment during the civil disobedience movement in Bombay, showing a clash between police and Congress volunteers. The image suggests a confrontational atmosphere, with law enforcement and protesters in conflict. This confrontation likely reflects the tensions and resistance that characterize the national movement.
6.2 Framing a Picture. 6.2 Framing a Picture. Autobiographies similarly give us an account of the past that is often rich in human detail. But here again, we have to be careful of the way we read and interpret autobiographies. We need to remember that they are retrospective accounts written very often from memory. They tell us what the author could recollect, what he or she saw as important or was keen on recounting, or how a person wanted his or her life to be viewed by others. Writing an autobiography is a way of framing a picture of yourself. So, in reading these accounts, we have to try and see what the author does not tell us. We need to understand the reasons for that silence, those willful or unwitting acts of forgetting. 6.3 Through Police Eyes. Another vital source is government records, for the colonial rulers kept close tabs on those they regarded as critical of the government. The letters and reports written by policemen and other officials were secret at the time, but now can be accessed in archives. Can you see any conflict between this image and what was reported in the fortnightly reports of the police? Let us look at one such source, the fortnightly reports that were prepared by the Home Department from the early 20th century. These reports were based on police information from the localities, but often expressed what the higher officials saw or wanted to believe. While noticing the possibility of sedition and rebellion, they liked to assure themselves that these fears were unwarranted. If you see the fortnightly reports for the period of the Salt March, you will notice that the Home Department was unwilling to accept that Mahatma Gandhi's actions had evoked any enthusiastic response from the masses. The march was seen as a drama, an antic, a desperate effort to mobilize people who were unwilling to rise against the British and were busy with their daily schedules, happy under the Raj. Source 8 Fortnightly Reports of the Home Department, Confidential. For the 1st half of March 1930, the rapid political developments in Gujarat are being closely watched here. To what extent, and in what directions they will affect political condition in this province, it is difficult to surmise at present. The peasantry is for the moment engaged in harvesting a good rabbi. Students are preoccupied with their impending examinations. Central provinces and Berar. The arrest of Mr. Vallabhbhai Patel caused little excitement, except in Congress circles, but a meeting organized by the Nagpur Nagar Congress Committee to congratulate Gandhi on the start of his march was attended by a crowd of over 3,000 people at Nagpur. Bengal. The outstanding event of the past fortnight has been the start of Gandhi's campaign of civil disobedience. Mr. J.M. Sengupta has formed an All-Bengal Civil Disobedience Council, and the Bengal Provincial Congress Committee has formed an All-Bengal Council of Disobedience. But beyond forming councils, no active steps have yet been taken in the matter of civil disobedience in Bengal. The reports from the districts show that the meetings that have been held excite little or no interest and leave no profound impression on the general population. It is noticeable, however, that ladies are attending these meetings in increasing numbers. Bihar and Orissa, there is still little to report regarding Congress activity. There is a good deal of talk about a campaign to withhold payment of the Chowkidari tax, but no area has yet been selected for experiment. The arrest of Gandhi is being foretold freely, but it seems quite possible that non-fulfillment of the forecast is upsetting plans. Madras. The opening of Gandhi's civil disobedience campaign has completely overshadowed all other issues. General opinion inclines to regard his march as theatrical and his program as impracticable. But as he is held in such personal reverence by the Hindu public generally, the possibility of arrest, which he seems deliberately to be courting, and its effect on the political situation are viewed with considerable misgiving. The 12th of March was celebrated as the day of inaugurating the civil disobedience campaign. In Bombay, the celebrations took the form of saluting the national flag in the morning. Bombay Press Kesari indulged in offensive language and in its usual attitude of blowing hot and cold wrote. If the government wants to test the power of satyagraha, both its action and inaction will cause injury to it. If it arrests Gandhi, it will incur the discontent of the nation. If it does not do that, the movement of civil disobedience will go on spreading. We therefore say that if the government punishes Mr. Gandhi, the nation will have won a victory, and if it lets him alone, it will have won a still greater victory. On the other hand, the moderate paper Vivi Vrit pointed out the futility of the movement and opined that it could not achieve the end in view. It, however, reminded the government that repression would defeat its purpose. Kant Bengal interest has continued to center round Gandhi's march to the sea and the arrangements which he is making to initiate a campaign of civil disobedience. The extremist papers report his doings and speeches at great length and make a great display of the various meetings that are being held throughout Bengal and the resolutions passed thereat. But there is little enthusiasm for the form of civil disobedience favored by Gandhi. Generally, people are waiting to see what happens to Gandhi, and the probability is that if any action is taken against him, a spark will be set to much inflammable material in Bengal. But the prospect of any serious conflagration is at present slight. Central provinces and Berar and Nagpur, these meetings were well attended, and most of the schools and colleges were deserted on the 12th March to mark the inauguration of Gandhi's march. The boycott of liquor shops and the infringement of forest laws appear to be the most probable line of attack. Punjab, it seems not improbable that organized attempts will be made to break the salt law in the Jhelum district, that the agitation relating to the non-payment of the water tax in Multan will be revived, and that some movement in connection with the national flag will be started probably at Gujranwala. United Provinces' political activity has undoubtedly intensified during the last fortnight. The Congress Party feels that it must do something spectacular to sustain public interest. Enrollment of volunteers, propaganda in villages, preparations for breaking the salt laws on receipt of Mr. Gandhi's orders are reported from a number of districts. United Provinces events have moved rapidly during the fortnight. Apart from political meetings, processions, and the enrollment of volunteers, the SALT Act has been openly defied at Agra, Kanpur, Benares, Allahabad, Lucknow, Meerut, Rai Bareli, Farrukhabad, Etawah, Balia, and Mainpuri. Pt. Jawaharlal Nehru was arrested at Chowki railway station early on the morning of April 14 as he was proceeding to the central provinces to attend a meeting of Youth League. He was at once taken direct to Naini Central Jail, where he was tried and sentenced to 6 months simple imprisonment. Bihar and Orissa there have been, or are now materializing, spectacular, but small-scale, attempts at illicit salt manufacture in a few places. Central provinces in Jabalpur Seth Govindas has attempted to manufacture chemical salt at a cost many times in excess of the market price of clean salt. Madras considerable opposition was shown at Vizagapatam to the police when they attempted to seize salt made by boiling seawater. But elsewhere resistance to the seizure of illicit salt has been half-hearted. Bengal and the Mufassal efforts have been made to manufacture illicit salt, the main operation areas being the districts of 24 Parganas and Midnapur. Very little salt has actually been manufactured, and most of it has been confiscated and the utensils in which it was manufactured destroyed. Read the fortnightly reports carefully. Remember, they are extracts from confidential reports of the Colonial Home Department. These reports did not always accept what the police reported from different localities. 1. How do you think the nature of the source affects what is being said in these reports? Write a short note illustrating your argument with quotations from the above text. 2. Why do you think the Home Department was continuously reporting on what people thought about the possibility of Mahatma Gandhi's arrest? Reread what Gandhiji said about the question of arrests in his speech on 5 April 1930 at Dandi. 3. Why do you think Mahatma Gandhi was not arrested? 4. Why do you think the Home Department continued to say that the march was not evoking any response? 6.4 from newspapers. One more important source is contemporary newspapers, published in English as well as in the different Indian languages, which tracked Mahatma Gandhi's movements and reported on his activities, and also represented what ordinary Indians thought of him. Newspaper accounts, however, should not be seen as unprejudiced. They were published by people who had their own political opinions and world views. These ideas shaped what was published and the way events were reported. The accounts that were published in a London newspaper would be different from the report in an Indian nationalist paper. We need to look at these reports, but should be careful while interpreting them. Every statement made in these cannot be accepted literally as representing what was happening on the ground. They often reflect the fears and anxieties of officials who were unable to control a movement and were anxious about its spread. They did not know whether to arrest Mahatma Gandhi or what an arrest would mean. The more the colonial state kept a watch on the public and its activities, the more it worried about the basis of its rule. 1. How did Mahatma Gandhi seek to identify with the common people? 2. How was Mahatma Gandhi perceived by the peasants? 3. Why did the salt laws become an important issue of struggle? 4. Why are newspapers an important source for the study of the national movement? 5. Why was the charkha chosen as a symbol of nationalism? 6. How was non-cooperation a form of protest? 7. Why were the dialogues at the Round Table Conference inconclusive? 8. In what way did Mahatma Gandhi transform the nature of the national movement? 9. What do private letters and autobiographies tell us about an individual? How are these sources different from official accounts? 10. Find out about the route of the Dandi March. On a map of Gujarat, plot the line of the march and mark the major towns and villages that it passed along the route. 11. Read any 2 autobiographies of nationalist leaders. Look at the different ways in which the authors represent their own life and times and interpret the national movement. See how their views differ. Write an account based on your studies. 12. Choose any event that took place during the national movement. Try and read the letters and speeches of the leaders of the time. Some of these are now published. He could be a local leader from the region where you live. Try and see how the local leaders viewed the activities of the national leadership at the top. Write about the movement based on your reading. If you would like to know more, read. You could visit Understanding Partition Politics, Memories, Experiences. We know that the joy of our country's independence from colonial rule in 1947 was tarnished by the violence and brutality of partition. The partition of British India into the sovereign states of India and Pakistan, with its western and eastern wings, led to many sudden developments. Thousands of lives were snuffed out, many others changed dramatically, cities changed, India changed, a new country was born, and there was unprecedented genocidal violence and migration. This chapter will examine the history of partition, why and how it happened, as well as the harrowing experiences of ordinary people during the period 1946 to 50 and beyond. It will also discuss how the history of these experiences can be reconstructed by talking to people and interviewing them, that is, through the use of oral history. At the same time, it will point out the strengths and limitations of oral history. Interviews can tell us about certain aspects of a society's past of which we may know very little or nothing from other types of sources, but they may not reveal very much about many matters whose history we would then need to build from other materials. We will return to this issue towards the end of the chapter.
Figure 13.17 Summary. The image depicts a popular print illustrating the perception and representation of Mahatma Gandhi by the people. In this depiction, Mahatma Gandhi is the most prominent person, surrounded by smaller images of other leaders and sages. The image conveys that Mahatma Gandhi was a central figure in the tree of nationalism. Table Summary. This timeline outlines key events in Indian history, primarily focusing on Mahatma Gandhi's involvement and the Indian independence movement. It begins with Gandhi's return to India and highlights various movements he led or was associated with, such as the Champaran movement, peasant and worker movements, role at Satyagraha, non-cooperation and Khilafat movements, the civil disobedience movement, and the Quit India movement. The timeline also includes significant political developments like the Jallianwala Bagh massacre, the acceptance of Purna Swaraj as a Congress goal, the Gandhi-Irwin Pact, the Second Round Table Conference, the Government of India Act, and the resignation of Congress ministries, concluding with Gandhi's efforts to stop communal violence. Figure Summary. This is an image depicting the impact of partition. The image shows a group of people, including women and children, carrying belongings. The people appear to be displaced and are likely refugees. The image conveys a sense of hardship and displacement. Figure 14.2 Summary. This is a photograph depicting the violence during a specific time. The image shows a scene of destruction, with debris scattered around and smoke rising in the background. The photograph suggests a period marked by significant unrest and devastation.
1. Some partition experiences. Here are 3 incidents narrated by people who experienced those trying times to a researcher in 1993. The informants were Pakistanis, the researcher Indian. The job of this researcher was to understand how those who had lived more or less harmoniously for generations inflicted so much violence on each other in 1947. Source 1, I am simply returning my father's cars, his debt. This is what the researcher recorded. During my visits to the History Department Library of Punjab University, Lahore, in the winter of 1992, the librarian, Abdul Latif, a pious middle-aged man, would help me a lot. He would go out of his way, well beyond the call of duty, to provide me with relevant material, meticulously keeping photocopies requested by me ready before my arrival the following morning. I found his attitude to my work so extraordinary that one day I could not help asking him, Latif Sahib, why do you go out of your way to help me so much? Latif Sahib glanced at his watch, grabbed his namazi topi and said, I must go for namaz right now, but I will answer your question on my return. Stepping into his office half an hour later, he continued, Yes, your question. I mean, my father belonged to Jammu, to a small village in Jammu district. This was a Hindu-dominated village, and Hindu ruffians of the area massacred the hamlet's Muslim population in August 1947. One late afternoon, when the Hindu mob had been at its furious worst, my father discovered he was perhaps the only Muslim youth of the village left alive. He had already lost his entire family in the butchery and was looking for ways of escaping. Remembering a kind, elderly Hindu lady, a neighbor, he implored her to save him by offering him shelter at her place. The lady agreed to help father but said, Son, if you hide here, they will get both of us. This is of no use. You follow me to the spot where they have piled up the dead. You lie down there as if dead, and I will dump a few dead bodies on you. Lie there among the dead, son, as if dead through the night, and run for your life towards Sialkot at the break of dawn tomorrow. My father agreed to the proposal. Off they went to that spot. Father lay on the ground, and the old lady dumped a number of bodies on him. An hour or so later, a group of armed Hindu hoodlums appeared. One of them yelled, Any life left in anybody? And the others started, with their crude staffs and guns, to feel for any trace of life in that heap. Somebody shouted, There is a wristwatch on that body, and hit my father's fingers with the butt of his rifle. Father used to tell us how difficult it was for him to keep his outstretched palm beneath the watch he was wearing, so utterly still. Somehow he succeeded for a few seconds until one of them said, Oh, it's only a watch. Come, let us leave, it is getting dark. Fortunately, for a baddie, they left and my father lay there in that wretchedness the whole night, literally running for his life at the first hint of light. He did not stop until he reached Sialkot. I help you because that Hindu helped my father. I am simply returning my father's cars, his debt. But I am not a Hindu, I said. Mine is a Sikh family, at best a mixed Hindu-Sikh one. I do not know what your religion is with any surety. You do not wear uncut hair, and you are not a Muslim. So, for me you are a Hindu, and I do my little bit for you because a Hindu saved my father. Source 2, for quite a few years now, I have not met a Punjabi Musalman. The researcher's second story is about the manager of a youth hostel in Lahore. I had gone to the hostel looking for accommodation and had promptly declared my citizenship. You are Indian, so I cannot allot you a room, but I can offer you tea and a story, said the manager. I couldn't have refused such a tempting offer. In the early 1950s, I was posted at Delhi, the manager began. I was all ears. I was working as a clerk at the Pakistani High Commission there, and I had been asked by a Lahori friend to deliver a rucka, a short handwritten note, to his erstwhile neighbor who now resided at Paharganj in Delhi. One day I rode out on my bicycle towards Paharganj, and just as I crossed the cathedral at the central secretariat, spotting a Sikh cyclist, I asked him in Punjabi, Sardarji, the way to Paharganj, please. Are you a refugee? He asked. No, I come from Lahore. I am Iqbal Ahmed. Iqbal Ahmed from Lahore, stop. That stop sounded like a brute order to me, and I instantly thought, now I'll be gone. This Sikh will finish me off. But there was no escaping the situation, so I stopped. The burly Sikh came running to me and gave me a mighty hug. Eyes moist, he said, for quite a few years now, I have not met a Punjabi Musalman. I have been longing to meet one, but you cannot find Punjabi-speaking Musalmans here. This is the third story the researcher related. I still vividly remember a man I met in Lahore in 1992. He mistook me to be a Pakistani studying abroad. For some reason, he liked me. He urged me to return home after completing my studies to serve the Kaum nation. I told him I shall do so, but at some stage in the conversation, I added that my citizenship happens to be Indian. All of a sudden his tone changed, and much as he was restraining himself, he blurted out, "Oh, Indian, I had thought you were Pakistani." I tried my best to impress upon him that I always see myself as South Asian. No, you can never be ours. Your people wiped out my entire village in 1947. We are sworn enemies and shall always remain so. 1. What do each of these sources show about the attitudes of the men who were talking with each other? 2. What do you think these stories reveal about the different memories that people carried about partition? 3. How did the men identify themselves and one another? Discuss, assess the value of such stories in writing about partition.
Figure 14.3 Summary. This is an image depicting the displacement and migration of over 10 million people from their homelands. The image shows a train crowded with people, some sitting on top of the carriages, suggesting a mass movement of population. The image suggests the scale of displacement and the difficult conditions faced by people during this period.
2. A momentous marker. 2.1 Partition or Holocaust. The narratives just presented point to the pervasive violence that characterized partition. Several 100,000 people were killed, and innumerable women raped and abducted. Millions were uprooted, transformed into refugees in alien lands. It is impossible to arrive at any accurate estimate of casualties. Informed and scholarly guesses vary from 200,000 to 500,000 people. In all probability, some 15 million had to move across hastily constructed frontiers, separating India and Pakistan. As they stumbled across these shadow lines, the boundaries between the two new states were not officially known until 2 days after formal independence. They were rendered homeless, having suddenly lost all their immovable property and most of their movable assets, separated from many of their relatives and friends as well, torn asunder from their moorings, from their houses, fields, and fortunes, from their childhood memories. Thus stripped of their local or regional cultures, they were forced to begin picking up their life from scratch. Was this simply a partition, a more or less orderly constitutional arrangement, an agreed-upon division of territories and assets? Or should it be called a 16-month civil war, recognizing that there were well-organized forces on both sides and concerted attempts to wipe out entire populations as enemies? The survivors themselves have often spoken of 1947 through other words: martial law, Miramart, killings, and Rala or Huller, disturbance, tumult, uproar. Speaking of the killings, rape, arson, and loot that constituted partition, contemporary observers and scholars have sometimes used the expression Holocaust as well, primarily meaning destruction or slaughter on a mass scale. Is this usage appropriate? You would have read about the German Holocaust under the Nazis in Class 9. The term Holocaust, in a sense, captures the gravity of what happened in the subcontinent in 1947, something that the mild term partition hides. It also helps to focus on why partition, like the Holocaust in Germany, is remembered and referred to in our contemporary concerns so much. Yet, differences between the two events should not be overlooked. In 1947 to 48, the subcontinent did not witness any state-driven extermination, as was the case with Nazi Germany, where various modern techniques of control and organization had been used. The ethnic cleansing that characterized the partition of India was carried out by self-styled representatives of religious communities rather than by state agencies.
Figure 14.4 Summary. The figure is a photograph from 1947. It depicts families with their belongings on carts. The carts are being pulled by cattle. The photograph represents the mass displacement and migration that occurred during the partition of India, where millions were uprooted and forced to move across newly formed borders, losing their homes and possessions.
2.2 The Power of Stereotypes. India haters in Pakistan and Pakistan haters in India are both products of partition. At times, some people mistakenly believe that the loyalties of Indian Muslims lie with Pakistan. The stereotype of extraterritorial, pan-Islamic loyalties comes fused with other highly objectionable ideas. Muslims are cruel, bigoted, unclean descendants of invaders, while Hindus are kind, liberal, pure children of the invaded. The journalist R.M. Murphy has shown that similar stereotypes proliferate in Pakistan. According to him, some Pakistanis feel that Muslims are fair, brave, monotheists, and meat-eaters, while Hindus are dark, cowardly, polytheists, and vegetarian. Some of these stereotypes predate partition, but there is no doubt that they were immensely strengthened because of 1947. Every myth in these constructions has been systematically critiqued by historians. But in both countries, voices of hatred do not mellow. Discuss. Recall some stories of partition you may have heard. Think of the way these have shaped your conception about different communities. Try and imagine how the same stories would be narrated by different communities. Partition generated memories, hatreds, stereotypes, and identities that still continue to shape the history of people on both sides of the border. These hatreds have manifested themselves during inter-community conflicts, and communal clashes in turn have kept alive the memories of past violence. Stories of partition violence are recounted by communal groups to deepen the divide between communities, creating in people's minds feelings of suspicion and distrust, consolidating the power of communal stereotypes, creating the deeply problematic notion that Hindus, Sikhs, and Muslims are communities with sharply defined boundaries and fundamentally opposed interests. The relationship between Pakistan and India has been profoundly shaped by this legacy of partition. Perceptions of communities on both sides have been structured by the conflicting memories of those momentous times.
Figure 14.5 Summary. The image shows people carrying their belongings during the partition. The image depicts the immense loss and rupture with their ancestral places that people experienced during the partition. People were only able to carry what they could physically manage, representing a significant disruption to their lives and a profound sense of displacement.
3. Why and how did partition happen? 3.1 Culminating point of a long history. Some historians, both Indian and Pakistani, suggest that Muhammad Ali Jinnah's theory that the Hindus and Muslims in colonial India constituted two separate nations can be projected back into medieval history. They emphasize that the events of 1947 were intimately connected to the long history of Hindu-Muslim conflict throughout medieval and modern times. Such an argument does not recognize that the history of conflict between communities has coexisted with a long history of sharing and of mutual cultural exchange. It also does not take into account the changing circumstances that shape people's thinking. Some scholars see partition as a culmination of a communal politics that started developing in the opening decades of the 20th century. They suggest that separate electorates for Muslims, created by the colonial government in 1909 and expanded in 1919, crucially shaped the nature of communal politics. Separate electorates meant that Muslims could now elect their own representatives in designated constituencies. This created a temptation for politicians working within the system to use sectarian slogans and gather a following by distributing favors to their own religious groups. Religious identities thus acquired a functional use within a modern political system, and the logic of electoral politics deepened and hardened these identities. Community identities no longer indicated simple difference in faith and belief. They came to mean active opposition and hostility between communities. However, while separate electorates did have a profound impact on Indian politics, we should be careful not to overemphasize their significance or to see partition as a logical outcome of their working. Communal identities were consolidated by a host of other developments in the early 20th century. During the 1920s and early 1930s, tension grew around a number of issues. Muslims were angered by music before mosque, by the cow protection movement, and by the efforts of the Arya Samaj to bring back to the Hindu fold, Shaddai, those who had recently converted to Islam. Hindus were the Lucknow Pact. The Lucknow Pact of December 1916 was an understanding between the Congress and the Muslim League, controlled by the UP-based Young Party, whereby the Congress accepted separate electorates. The pact provided a joint political platform for the moderates, extremists, and the Muslim League. A North Indian Hindu reform organization of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, particularly active in the Punjab, which sought to revive Vedic learning and combine it with modern education in the sciences. Music before mosque. The playing of music by a religious procession outside a mosque at the time of namaz could lead to Hindu-Muslim violence. Orthodox Muslims saw this as an interference in their peaceful communion with God. Angered by the rapid spread of tabligh propaganda and Tanzim organization after 1923. As middle-class publicists and communal activists sought to build greater solidarity within their communities, mobilizing people against the other community, riots spread in different parts of the country. Every communal riot deepened differences between communities, creating disturbing memories of violence. Yet it would be incorrect to see partition as the outcome of a simple unfolding of communal tensions. As the protagonist of Garm Hawa, a film on partition, puts it, communal discord happened even before 1947, but it had never led to the uprooting of millions from their homes. Partition was a qualitatively different phenomenon from earlier communal politics, and to understand it, we need to look carefully at the events of the last decade of British rule. There are many aspects to our identity. You are a girl or a boy, all of you are young persons, you belong to a certain village, city, district, or state and speak certain languages. You are Indians, but you are also world citizens. Income levels differ from family to family, hence all of us belong to some social class or the other. Most of us have a religion, and caste may play an important role in our lives. In other words, our identities have numerous features, they are complex. There are times, however, when people attach greater significance to certain chosen aspects of their identity, such as religion. This in itself cannot be described as communal. Communalism refers to a politics that seeks to unify one community around a religious identity in hostile opposition to another community. It seeks to define this community identity as fundamental and fixed. It attempts to consolidate this identity and present it as natural, as if people were born into the identity, as if the identities do not evolve through history over time. In order to unify the community, communalism suppresses distinctions within the community and emphasizes the essential unity of the community against other communities. One could say communalism nurtures a politics of hatred for an identified other, Hindus in the case of Muslim communalism, and Muslims in the case of Hindu communalism. This hatred feeds a politics of violence. Communalism, then, is a particular kind of politicization of religious identity, an ideology that seeks to promote conflict between religious communities. In the context of a multi-religious country, the phrase religious nationalism can come to acquire a similar meaning. In such a country, any attempt to see a religious community as a nation would mean sowing the seeds of antagonism against some other religion. Jinnah saw the Muslims of British India as a nation, and desired that they obtain a nation-state for themselves. 3.2. The provincial elections of 1937 and the Congress ministries. In 1937, elections to the provincial legislatures were held for the first time. Only about 10 to 12% of the population enjoyed the right to vote. The Congress did well in the elections, winning an absolute majority in 5 out of 11 provinces and forming governments in 7 of them. It did badly in the constituencies reserved for Muslims, but the Muslim League also fared poorly, polling only 4.4% of the total Muslim vote cast in this election. The League failed to win a single seat in the Northwest Frontier Province, NWFP, and could capture only 2 out of 84 reserved constituencies in the Punjab and 3 out of 33 in Sindh. In the United Provinces, the Muslim League wanted to form a joint government with the Congress. The Congress had won an absolute majority in the province, so it rejected the offer. Some scholars argue that this rejection convinced the League that if India remained united, then Muslims would find it difficult to gain political power because they would remain a minority. The League assumed, of course, that only a Muslim party could represent Muslim interests, and that the Congress was essentially a Hindu party. But Jinnah's insistence that the League be recognized as the sole spokesman of Muslims could convince few at the time. Though popular in the United Provinces, Bombay and Madras, social support for the League was still fairly weak in 3 of the provinces from which Pakistan was to be carved out just 10 years later: Bengal, the NWFP, and the Punjab. Even in Sindh it failed to form a government. It was from this point onwards that the League doubled its efforts at expanding its social support. The Congress ministries also contributed to the widening rift. In the United Provinces, the party had rejected the Muslim League proposal for a coalition government partly because the League tended to support landlordism, which the Congress wished to abolish, although the party had not yet taken any concrete steps in that direction. Nor did the Congress achieve any substantial gains in the Muslim mass contact program it launched. In the end, the secular and radical rhetoric of the Congress merely alarmed conservative Muslims and the Muslim landed elite, without winning over the Muslim masses. Initially floated in Dhaka in 1906, the Muslim League was quickly taken over by the UP-based Muslim elite. The party began to make demands for autonomy for the Muslim-majority areas of the subcontinent and/or Pakistan in the 1940s. Founded in 1915, the Hindu Mahasabha was a Hindu party that remained confined to North India. It aimed to unite Hindu society by encouraging the Hindus to transcend the divisions of caste and sect. It sought to define Hindu identity in opposition to Muslim identity. Confederation, in modern political language, it refers to a union of fairly autonomous and sovereign states with a central government with delimited powers moreover. While the leading Congress leaders in the late 1930s insisted more than ever before on the need for secularism, these ideas were by no means universally shared lower down in the party hierarchy, or even by all Congress ministers. Maulana Azad, an important Congress leader, pointed out in 1937 that members of the Congress were not allowed to join the League, yet congressmen were active in the Hindu Mahasabha, at least in the central provinces, present-day Madhya Pradesh. Only in December 1938 did the Congress Working Committee declare that Congress members could not be members of the Mahasabha. Incidentally, this was also the period when the Hindu Mahasabha and the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, RSS, were gaining strength. The latter spread from its Nagpur base to the United Provinces, the Punjab, and other parts of the country in the 1930s. By 1940, the RSS had over 100,000 trained and highly disciplined cadres pledged to an ideology of Hindu nationalism, convinced that India was a land of the Hindus. 3.3. The Pakistan Resolution. The Pakistan demand was formalized gradually. On 23 March 1940, the League moved a resolution demanding a measure of autonomy for the Muslim-majority areas of the subcontinent. This ambiguous resolution never mentioned partition or Pakistan. In fact, Sikandar Hayat Khan, Punjab premier and leader of the Unionist Party, who had drafted the resolution, declared in a Punjab Assembly speech on 1 March 1941 that he was opposed to a Pakistan that would mean Muslim Raj here and Hindu Raj elsewhere. If Pakistan means unalloyed Muslim Raj in the Punjab, then I will have nothing to do with it. He reiterated his plea for a loose, united, confederation with considerable autonomy for the confederating units. The name Pakistan or Pakstan, from Punjab, Afghan, Kashmir, Sindh, and Baluchistan, was coined by a Punjabi Muslim student at Cambridge, Chaudhry Rahmat Ali, who, in pamphlets written in 1933 and 1935, desired a separate national status for this new entity. No one took Rahmat Ali seriously in the 1930s, least of all the League and other Muslim leaders who dismissed his idea merely as a student's dream. The origins of the Pakistan demand have also been traced back to the Urdu poet Mohammad Iqbal, the writer of Ser Jahan Si Achha Hindustan Hamara. In his presidential address to the Muslim League in 1930, the poet spoke of a need for a Northwest Indian Muslim state. Iqbal, however, was not visualizing the emergence of a new country in that speech, but a reorganization of Muslim-majority areas in northwestern India into an autonomous unit within a single, loosely structured Indian federation. 3.4. The suddenness of partition. We have seen that the League itself was vague about its demand in 1940. There was a very short time, just 7 years, between the first formal articulation of the demand for a measure of autonomy for the Muslim-majority areas of the subcontinent and partition. No one knew what the creation of Pakistan meant and how it might shape people's lives in the future. Many who migrated from their homelands in 1947 thought they would return as soon as peace prevailed again. Initially, even Muslim leaders did not seriously raise the demand for Pakistan as a sovereign state. In the beginning, Jinnah himself may have seen the Pakistan idea as a bargaining counter, useful for blocking possible British concessions to the Congress and gaining additional favors for the Muslims. The pressure of the Second World War on the British delayed negotiations for independence for some time. Nonetheless, it was the massive Quit India movement, which started in 1942 and persisted despite intense repression, that brought the British Raj to its knees and compelled its officials to open a dialogue with Indian parties regarding a possible transfer of power. 3.5 Post-war developments. When negotiations were begun again in 1945, the British agreed to create an entirely Indian Central Executive Council, except for the Viceroy and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, as a preliminary step towards full independence. Discussions about the transfer of power broke down due to Jinnah's unrelenting demand that the League had an absolute right to choose all the Muslim members of the Executive Council, and that there should be a kind of communal veto in the council, with decisions opposed by Muslims needing a two-thirds majority. Given the existing political situation, the League's first demand was quite extraordinary, for a large section of the nationalist Muslims supported the Congress. Its delegation for these discussions was headed by Maulana Azad, and in West Punjab members of the Unionist Party were the League's resolution of 1940 demanded. That geographically contiguous units are demarcated into regions, which should be so constituted, with such territorial readjustments as may be necessary, that the areas in which the Muslims are numerically in a majority, as in the northwestern and eastern zones of India, should be grouped to constitute independent states, in which the constituent units shall be autonomous and sovereign. What was the League demanding? Was it demanding Pakistan as we know it today? Largely Muslims. The British had no intention of annoying the Unionists who still controlled the Punjab government and had been consistently loyal to the British. Provincial elections were again held in 1946. The Congress swept the general constituencies, capturing 91.3% of the non-Muslim vote. The League's success in the seats reserved for Muslims was equally spectacular. It won all 30 reserved constituencies in the center with 86.6% of the Muslim vote and 442 out of 509 seats in the provinces. Only as late as 1946, therefore, did the League establish itself as the dominant party among Muslim voters, seeking to vindicate its claim to be the sole spokesman of India's Muslims. You will, however, recall that the franchise was extremely limited. About 10 to 12% of the population enjoyed the right to vote in the provincial elections and a mere 1% in the elections for the Central Assembly. A political party representing the interests of landholders, Hindu, Muslim, and Sikh, in the Punjab. The party was particularly powerful during the period 1923 to 47.
Fig. 14.6 Summary. This is an image showing Mahatma Gandhi with Muhammad Ali Jinnah before a meeting with the Viceroy. The image captures a moment between the two leaders. The image suggests a historical meeting or discussion between the two figures, likely concerning political matters of the time.
3.6 A possible alternative to partition. In March 1946, the British cabinet sent a 3-member mission to Delhi to examine the League's demand and to suggest a suitable political framework for a free India. The cabinet mission toured the country for 3 months and recommended a loose 3-tier confederation. India was to remain united. It was to have a weak central government controlling only foreign affairs, defense, and communications, with the existing provincial assemblies being grouped into 3 sections while electing the Constituent Assembly. Section A for the Hindu-majority provinces, and Sections B and C for the Muslim-majority provinces of the Northwest and the Northeast, including Assam, respectively. The sections or groups of provinces would comprise various regional units. They would have the power to set up intermediate-level executives and legislatures of their own. Initially, all the major parties accepted this plan, but the agreement was short-lived because it was based on mutually opposed interpretations of the plan. The League wanted the grouping to be compulsory, with sections B and C developing into strong entities with the right to secede from the Union in the future. The Congress wanted that provinces be given the right to join a group. It was not satisfied with the mission's clarification that grouping would be compulsory at first, but provinces secede means to withdraw formally from an association or organization, would have the right to opt out after the constitution had been finalized and new elections held in accordance with it. Ultimately, therefore, neither the League nor the Congress agreed to the cabinet mission's proposal. This was a most crucial juncture, because after this partition became more or less inevitable, with most of the Congress leaders agreeing to it, seeing it as tragic but unavoidable. Only Mahatma Gandhi and Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan of the NWFP continued to firmly oppose the idea of partition. Mahatma Gandhi knew that his was a voice in the wilderness, but he nevertheless continued to oppose the idea of partition. But what a tragic change we see today. I wish the day may come again when Hindus and Muslims will do nothing without mutual consultation. I am day and night tormented by the question what I can do to hasten the coming of that day. I appeal to the League not to regard any Indian as its enemy. Hindus and Muslims are born of the same soil. They have the same blood, eat the same food, drink the same water, and speak the same language. Speech AT Prayer Meeting, 7 September 1946, CWMG, VOL 92, P139. But I am firmly convinced that the Pakistan demand as put forward by the Muslim League is un-Islamic, and I have not hesitated to call it sinful. Islam stands for the unity and brotherhood of mankind, not for disrupting the oneness of the human family. Therefore, those who want to divide India into possible warring groups are enemies alike of Islam and India. They may cut me to pieces, but they cannot make me subscribe to something which I consider to be wrong.
Fig. 14.7 Summary. This is a photograph. The photograph depicts Mahatma Gandhi in the NWFP in October 1938, accompanied by Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan, Sushila Nayar, and Amtis Salem. The image shows Gandhi with other figures in an outdoor setting. The photograph captures a moment in time during Gandhi's visit to the Northwest Frontier Province. Figure 14.8 Summary. The image is a photograph depicting rioters on the streets of Calcutta in August 1946. The rioters are armed with iron rods and lathis. The photograph illustrates the violence and unrest that occurred during the period of direct action, which was a factor leading to the partition of India. The image suggests a chaotic and dangerous environment, reflecting the intense communal tensions and violence that characterized this period of history.
3.7 Towards partition. After withdrawing its support to the cabinet mission plan, the Muslim League decided on direct action for winning its Pakistan demand. It announced 16 August 1946 as Direct Action Day. On this day, riots broke out in Calcutta, lasting several days and leaving several thousand people dead. By March 1947, violence spread to many parts of northern India. It was in March 1947 that the Congress High Command voted for dividing the Punjab into two halves, one with Muslim majority and the other with Hindu-Sikh majority, and it asked for the application of a similar principle to Bengal. By this time, given the numbers game, many Sikh leaders and congressmen in the Punjab were convinced that partition was a necessary evil. Otherwise, they would be swamped by Muslim majorities and Muslim leaders would dictate terms. In Bengal, too, a section of Bhadralok Bengali Hindus who wanted political power to remain with them began to fear the permanent tutelage of Muslims, as one of their leaders put it. Since they were in a numerical minority, they felt that only a division of the province could ensure their political dominance. Discuss. It is evident from a reading of Section 3 that a number of factors led to partition. Which of these do you think were the most important and why? 4. The withdrawal of law and order. Without a shot being fired, this is what Moon wrote. For over 24 hours, riotous mobs were allowed to rage through this great commercial city unchallenged and unchecked. The finest bazaars were burnt to the ground without a shot being fired to disperse the incendiaries, i.e. those who stirred up conflict. The district magistrate marched his large police force into the city and marched it out again without making any effective use of it at all. The bloodbath continued for about a year from March 1947 onwards. One main reason for this was the collapse of the institutions of governance. Penderel Moon, an administrator serving in Bahawalpur, in present-day Pakistan, at the time, noted how the police failed to fire even a single shot when arson and killings were taking place in Amritsar in March 1947. Amritsar district became the scene of bloodshed later in the year when there was a complete breakdown of authority in the city. British officials did not know how to handle the situation. They were unwilling to take decisions and hesitant to intervene. When panic-stricken people appealed for help, British officials asked them to contact Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, Vallabhbhai Patel, or M.A. Jinnah. Nobody knew who could exercise authority and power. The top leadership of the Indian parties, barring Mahatma Gandhi, were involved in negotiations regarding independence, while many Indian civil servants in the affected provinces feared for their own lives and property. The British were busy preparing to quit India. Problems were compounded because Indian soldiers and policemen came to act as Hindus, Muslims, or Sikhs. As communal tension mounted, the professional commitment of those in uniform could not be relied upon. In many places, not only did policemen help their coreligionists, but they also attacked members of other communities.
Figure 14.9 Summary. This is an image depicting violence and arson. The image shows a street scene with smoke and debris, suggesting destruction. The image suggests a chaotic and destructive environment, with widespread violence and a breakdown of order.
4.1 The One-Man Army. Amidst all this turmoil, one man's valiant efforts at restoring communal harmony bore fruit. The 77-year-old Gandhiji decided to stake his all in a bid to vindicate his lifelong principle of nonviolence and his conviction that people's hearts could be changed. He moved from the villages of Noakhali in East Bengal, present-day Bangladesh, to the villages of Bihar and then to the riot-torn slums of Calcutta and Delhi, in a heroic effort to stop Hindus and Muslims kill each other, careful everywhere to reassure the minority community. In October 1946, Muslims in East Bengal targeted Hindus. Gandhiji visited the area, toured the villages on foot, and persuaded the local Muslims to guarantee the safety of Hindus. Similarly, in other places such as Delhi, he tried to build a spirit of mutual trust and confidence between the two communities. A Delhi Muslim, Shahid Ahmed Dehlevi, compelled to flee to a dirty, overcrowded camp in Purana Kila, likened Gandhiji's arrival in Delhi on 9 September 1947 to the arrival of the rains after a particularly long and harsh summer. Dehlevi recalled in his memoir how Muslims said to one another, "Delhi will now be saved." On 28 November 1947, on the occasion of Guru Nanak's birthday, when Gandhiji went to address a meeting of Sikhs on 28 November 1947, on the occasion of Guru Nanak's birthday, when Gandhiji went to address a meeting of Sikhs at Gurdwara Sisganj, he noticed that there was no Muslim on the Chandni Chowk Road, the heart of Old Delhi. "What could be more shameful for us," he asked during a speech that evening, "than the fact that not a single Muslim could be found in Chandni Chowk?" Gandhiji continued to be in Delhi, fighting the mentality of those who wished to drive out every Muslim from the city, seeing them as Pakistani. When he began a fast to bring about a change of heart, amazingly, many Hindu and Sikh migrants fasted with him.
Fig. 14.1 Summary. This is an image depicting a large gathering of villagers in Noakhali, all hoping to catch a glimpse of Mahatma Gandhi. The crowd is dense, with people filling the space around train cars and buildings. The image captures a moment of anticipation and hope as the villagers await the arrival of Mahatma Gandhi. This suggests the significant role Mahatma Gandhi played in those villages. Fig. 14.11 Summary. The image shows villagers awaiting Mahatma Gandhi in a riot-torn village. The villagers, including men, women, and children, appear hopeful for Gandhi's arrival. The image suggests the anticipation and reliance on Gandhi's presence to bring peace and reassurance during a period of communal violence.
Discuss. What did the British do to maintain peace when they were quitting India? And what did Mahatma Gandhi do in those trying times? The effect of the fast was electric, wrote Maulana Azad. People began realizing the folly of the pogrom they had unleashed on the city's Muslims, but it was only Gandhiji's martyrdom that finally ended this macabre drama of violence. The world veritably changed, many Delhi Muslims of the time recalled later. 5. Gendering partition. 5.1 Recovering women. In the last decade and a half, historians have been examining the experiences of ordinary people during the partition. Scholars have written about the harrowing experiences of women in those violent times. Women were raped, abducted, sold, often many times over, forced to settle down to a new life with strangers in unknown circumstances. Deeply traumatized by all that they had undergone, some began to develop new family bonds in their changed circumstances. But the Indian and Pakistani governments were insensitive to the complexities of human relationships. Believing the women to be on the wrong side of the border, they now tore them away from their new relatives and sent them back to their earlier families or locations. They did not consult the concerned women, undermining their right to take decisions regarding their own lives. According to one estimate, 30,000 women were recovered overall, 22,000 Muslim women in India and 800 Hindu and Sikh women in Pakistan, in an operation that ended as late as 1954. Source 7 here is the experience of a couple, recounted by Prakash Tandon in his Punjabi Century, an autobiographical social history of colonial Punjab. In one instance, a Sikh youth who had run amok during the partition persuaded a massacring crowd to let him take away a young, beautiful Muslim girl. They got married and slowly fell in love with each other. Gradually, memories of her parents, who had been killed, and her former life faded. They were happy together, and a little boy was born. Soon, however, social workers and the police, laboring assiduously to recover abducted women, began to track down the couple. They made inquiries in the Sikh's home district of Jalandhar. He got scent of it, and the family ran away to Calcutta. The social workers reached Calcutta. Meanwhile, the couple's friends tried to obtain a stay order from the court, but the law was taking its ponderous course. From Calcutta, the couple escaped to some obscure Punjab village, hoping that the police would fail to shadow them. But the police caught up with them and began to question them. His wife was expecting again and now nearing her time. The Sikh sent the little boy to his mother and took his wife to a sugar-cane field. He made her as comfortable as he could in a pit while he lay with a gun, waiting for the police, determined not to lose her while he was alive. In the pit, he delivered her with his own hands. The next day she ran high fever, and in 3 days she was dead. He had not dared to take her to the hospital. He was so afraid the social workers and the police would take her away.
Fig. 14.12 Summary. The image depicts women consoling each other after hearing about the death of their family members. The image suggests that males died in larger numbers during the violence of rioting. The image conveys a sense of grief and loss experienced by women during a period of conflict.
5.2 Preserving Honor. Scholars have also shown how ideas of preserving community honor came into play in this period of extreme physical and psychological danger. This notion of honor drew upon a conception of masculinity defined as ownership of Zan women and Zaman land, a notion of considerable antiquity in North Indian peasant societies. Virility, it was believed, lay in the ability to protect your possessions, Zan and Zaman, from being appropriated by outsiders. And quite frequently, conflict ensued over these two prime possessions. Often enough, women internalized the same values. At times, therefore, when the men feared that their women wives, daughters, sisters would be violated by the enemy, they killed the women themselves. Urvashi Butalia in her book, The Other Side of Silence *, narrates one such gruesome incident in the village of Thoa Khalsa, Rawalpindi district. During partition, in this Sikh village, 90 women are said to have voluntarily jumped into a well rather than fall into enemy hands. The migrant refugees from this village still commemorate the event at a Gurdwara in Delhi, referring to the deaths as martyrdom, not suicide. They believe that men at that time had to courageously accept the decision of women, and in some cases even persuade the women to kill themselves. On 13 March every year, when their martyrdom is celebrated, the incident is recounted to an audience of men, women, and children. Women are exhorted to remember the sacrifice and bravery of their sisters and to cast themselves in the same mold. For the community of survivors, the remembrance ritual helps keep the memory alive. What such rituals do not seek to remember, however, are the stories of all those who did not wish to die and had to end their lives against their will. Discuss what ideas led to the death and suffering of so many innocent women during the partition. Why did the Indian and Pakistani governments agree to exchange their women? Do you think they were right in doing so? 6. Regional variations. The experiences of ordinary people we have been discussing so far relate to the northwestern part of the subcontinent. What was the partition like in Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, central India, and the Deccan? While carnages occurred in Calcutta and Noakhali in 1946, the partition was most bloody and destructive in the Punjab. The near-total displacement of Hindus and Sikhs eastwards into India from West Punjab, and of almost all Punjabi-speaking Muslims to Pakistan happened in a relatively short period of 2 years, between 1946 and 1948. Many Muslim families of Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, and Hyderabad in Andhra Pradesh continued to migrate to Pakistan through the 1950s and early 1960s, although many chose to remain in India. Most of these Urdu-speaking people, known as muhajirs, migrants, in Pakistan moved to the Karachi-Hyderabad region in Sindh. In Bengal, the migration was even more protracted, with people moving across a porous border. This also meant that the Bengali division produced a process of suffering that may have been less concentrated, but was as agonizing. Furthermore, unlike the Punjab, the exchange of population in Bengal was not near total. Many Bengali Hindus remained in East Pakistan, while many Bengali Muslims continued to live in West Bengal. Finally, Bengali Muslims, East Pakistanis, rejected Jinnah's two-nation theory through political action, breaking away from Pakistan and creating Bangladesh in 1971–72. Religious unity could not hold East and West Pakistan together. There is, however, a huge similarity between the Punjab and Bengal experiences. In both these states, women and girls became prime targets of persecution. Attackers treated women's bodies as territory to be conquered. Dishonoring women of a community was seen as dishonoring the community itself and a mode of taking revenge.
Fig. 14.13 Summary. The image shows a refugee camp in 1947. The camp is densely populated with tents and people. The image conveys a sense of despair and displacement as migrants arrived from various locations. The conditions appear challenging, reflecting the difficult circumstances faced by those displaced during this period.
Fiction, poetry, films. Fiction, poetry, films. Are you familiar with any short stories, novels, poems, or films about partition? More often than not, partition literature and films represent this cataclysmic event in more insightful ways than do the works of historians. They seek to understand mass suffering and pain by focusing on an individual protagonist or small groups of ordinary people whose destinies were shaped by a big event over which they seem to have no control. They record the anguish and the ambiguities of the times, the incomprehensible choices that many were confronted with. They register a sense of shock and bewilderment at the scale and magnitude of the violence, at human debasement and depravity. They also speak of hope and of the ways in which people overcame adversity. Saadat Hasan Manto, a particularly gifted Urdu short story writer, has this to say about his work. For a long time, I refused to accept the consequences of the revolution which was set off by the partition of the country. I still feel the same way, but I suppose, in the end, I came to accept this nightmarish reality without self-pity or despair. In the process, I tried to retrieve from this man-made sea of blood, pearls of a rare hue, by writing about the single-minded dedication with which men had killed men, about the remorse felt by some of them, about the tears shed by murderers who could not understand why they still had some human feelings left. All this and more, I put in my book, Siya Hashii, Black Margins. Discuss. Was your state or any neighboring state affected by partition? Find out how it affected the lives of men and women in the region and how they coped with the situation. Partition literature and films exist in many languages, notably in Hindi, Urdu, Punjabi, Sindhi, Bengali, Assamese, and English. You may want to read writers such as Manto, Rajinder Singh Bedi Urdu, Intizar Hussain Urdu, Bisham Sani Hindi, Kamalshwar Hindi, Rabbi Masum Raza Hindi, Naren Bharati Sindhi, Sant Singh Sikhan Punjabi, Narendranath Mitra Bengali, Sid Walala Bengali, Lalithambika Antharjanam Malayalam, Amitav Ghosh English, and Bapsi Sidhwa English. Amrita Pritam, Faiz Ahmed Faiz, and Dinesh Das have written memorable poems on partition in Punjabi, Urdu, and Bengali, respectively. You may also want to see films directed by Ritwik Gadak, Megs Dakatara, and Subarnerka, MS Sathu Garamhawa, Govind Nihalani Tamas, and a play, Jis Lahore Nahin Vecchio Jamia Inai, He Who Has Not Seen Lahore, Has Not Been Born, directed by Habib Tanvir. 7. Help, Humanity, Harmony. buried under the debris of the violence and pain of partition is an enormous history of help, humanity, and harmony. Many narratives, such as Abdul Latif's poignant testimony, with which we began, reveal this. Historians have discovered numerous stories of how people helped each other during the partition period, stories of caring and sharing, of the opening of new opportunities, and of triumph over trauma. Consider, for instance, the work of Kashtava Singh, a Sikh doctor specializing in the treatment of tuberculosis, posted at Dharampur in present-day Himachal Pradesh. Immersing himself in his work day and night, the doctor provided that rare healing touch, food, shelter, love, and security to numerous migrants, Muslim, Sikh, Hindu alike. The residents of Dharampur developed the kind of faith and confidence in his humanity and generosity that the Delhi Muslims and others had in Gandhiji. One of them, Mohammed Umar, wrote to Kashtava Singh, "With great humility I beg to state that I do not feel myself safe except under your protection. Therefore, in all kindness, be good enough to grant me a seat in your hospital." We know about the grueling relief work of this doctor from a memoir he entitled Love is Stronger Than Hate, a remembrance of 1947. Here, Singh describes his work as humble efforts I made to discharge my duty as a human being to fellow human beings. He speaks most warmly of 2 short visits to Karachi in 1949. Old friends and those whom he source ate a small basket of grapes. This is what Kashtava Singh writes about his experience during one of his visits to Karachi in 1949. Source ate a small basket of grapes. This is what Kashtava Singh writes about his experience during one of his visits to Karachi in 1949. My friends took me to a room at the airport where we all sat down and talked, and had lunch together. I had to travel from Karachi to London. At 2:30 a.m., at 5 p.m., I told my friends that they had given me so generously of their time, I thought it would be too much for them to wait the whole night and suggested they must spare themselves the trouble. But nobody left until it was dinner time. Then they said they were leaving and that I must have a little rest before emplaning. I got up at about 1:45 a.m., and when I opened the door, I saw that all of them were still there. They all accompanied me to the plane, and, before parting, presented me with a small basket of grapes. I had no words to express my gratitude for the overwhelming affection with which I was treated and the happiness this stopover had given me.
Figure 14.14 Summary. This is an image of a refugee camp. The camp appears crowded with numerous tents. People are seen in groups, suggesting a community living in difficult conditions. The image conveys the message that refugees needed more than just basic necessities like food and shelter. They also required emotional support.
Discuss. Find out more about ways in which people supported one another and saved lives during partition. Had helped at Dharampur spent a few memorable hours with him at Karachi airport. 6 police constables, earlier acquaintances, walked him to the plane, saluting him as he entered it. I acknowledged the salute with folded hands and tears in my eyes. 8. Oral testimonies and history. Have you taken note of the materials from which the history of partition has been constructed in this chapter? Oral narratives, memoirs, diaries, family histories, first-hand written accounts. All these help us understand the trials and tribulations of ordinary people during the partition of the country. Millions of people viewed partition in terms of the suffering and the challenges of the times. For them, it was no mere constitutional division or just the party politics of the Muslim League, Congress, and others. For them, it meant the unexpected alternations in life as it unfolded between 1946 and 1950 and beyond, requiring psychological, emotional, and social adjustments. As with the Holocaust in Germany, we should understand partition not simply as a political event, but also through the meanings attached to it by those who lived it. Memories and experiences shape the reality of an event. One of the strengths of personal reminiscence, one type of oral source, is that it helps us grasp experiences and memories in detail. It enables historians to write richly textured, vivid accounts of what happened to people during events such as partition. It is impossible to extract this kind of information from government documents. The latter deal with policy and party matters and various state-sponsored schemes. In the case of partition, government reports and files, as well as the personal writings of its high-level functionaries, throw ample light on negotiations between the British and the major political parties about the future of India, or on the rehabilitation of refugees. They tell us little, however, about the day-to-day experiences of those affected by the government's decision to divide the country. Oral history also allows historians to broaden the boundaries of their discipline by rescuing from oblivion the lived experiences of the poor and the powerless. Those of, say, Abdul Latif's father, the women of Thoa Khalsa, the refugee who retailed wheat at wholesale prices, eking out a paltry living by selling the gunny bags in which the wheat came, a middle-class Bengali widow bent double over road-laying work in Bihar, a Peshawari trader who thought it was wonderful to land a petty job in Cuttack upon migrating to India but asked, "Where is Cuttack? Is it on the upper side of Hindustan or the lower? We haven't quite heard of it before in Peshawar." Thus, moving beyond the actions of the well-off and the well-known, the oral history of partition has succeeded in exploring the experiences of those men and women whose existence has hitherto been ignored, taken for granted, or mentioned only in passing in mainstream history. This is significant because the histories that we read often regard the life and work of the mass of the people in the past as inaccessible or unimportant. Yet, many historians still remain skeptical of oral history. They dismiss it because oral data seem to lack concreteness and the chronology they yield may be imprecise. Historians argue that the uniqueness of personal experience makes generalization difficult. A large picture cannot be built from such microevidence, and one witness is no witness. They also think oral accounts are concerned with tangential issues, and that the small individual experiences which remain in memory are irrelevant to the unfolding of larger processes of history. However, with regard to events such as the partition in India and the Holocaust in Germany, there is no dearth of testimony about the different forms of distress that numerous people faced. So, there is ample evidence to figure out trends, to point out exceptions. By comparing statements, oral or written, by corroborating what they yield with findings from other sources, and by being vigilant about internal contradictions, historians can weigh the reliability of a given piece of evidence. Furthermore, if history has to accord presence to the ordinary and powerless, then the oral history of partition is not concerned with tangential matters. The experiences it relates are central to the story, so much so that oral sources should be used to check other sources and vice versa. Different types of sources have to be tapped for answering different types of questions. Government reports, for instance, will tell us of the number of recovered women exchanged by the Indian and Pakistani states, but it is the women who will tell us about their suffering. We must realize, however, that oral data on partition are not automatically or easily available. They have to be obtained through interviews that need to combine empathy with tact. In this context, one of the first difficulties is that protagonists may not want to talk about intensely personal experiences. Why, for instance, would a woman who has been raped want to disclose her tragedy to a total stranger? Interviewees have to often avoid inquiring into personal traumas. They have to build considerable rapport with respondents before they can obtain in-depth and meaningful data. Then, there are problems of memory. What people remember or forget about an event when they are interviewed a few decades later will depend in part on their experiences of the intervening years, and on what has happened to their communities and nations during those years. The oral historian faces the daunting task of having to sift the actual experiences of partition from a web of constructed memories. In the final analysis, many different kinds of source materials have to be used to construct a comprehensive account of partition, so that we see it not only as an event and process, but also understand the experiences of those who lived through those traumatic times.
Figure 14.15 Summary. The image depicts a scene of displacement, showing people migrating with limited resources. Some individuals are using a cart, while others are carrying a person on a makeshift stretcher. The image suggests that not everyone had access to proper transportation or could travel easily. It highlights the disparities and difficulties faced by people during times of displacement, where some are more vulnerable and require assistance from others, underscoring the challenges and hardships endured by those who were displaced. Table Summary. This timeline details significant events leading to the partition of India and the formation of Pakistan, spanning from the early concept of a Muslim state in the 1930s to the actual independence in 1947. Key events include the coining of the name Pakistan, the rise of Congress and Muslim League ministries, the Muslim League's demand for autonomy, the 1946 elections showing strong support for both parties, the British cabinet mission, the Muslim League's call for direct action leading to severe violence, and the ultimate decision to divide Punjab and Bengal, culminating in the independence of India and the formation of Pakistan.
Answer in 100 to 150 words. 1. What did the Muslim League demand through its resolution of 1940? 2. Why did some people think of partition as a very sudden development? 3. How did ordinary people view partition? 4. What were Mahatma Gandhi's arguments against partition? 5. Why is partition viewed as an extremely significant marker in South Asian history? If you would like to know more, read. Write a short essay, 250 to 300 words, on the following. 6. Why was British India partitioned? 7. How did women experience partition? 8. How did the Congress come to change its views on partition? 9. Examine the strengths and limitations of oral history. How have oral history techniques furthered our understanding of partition? Map work. 10. On an outline map of South Asia, mark out sections A, B, and C of the Cabinet Mission proposals. How is this map different from the political map of present-day South Asia? Project Choose 1. 11. Find out about the ethnic violence that led to the partition of Yugoslavia. Compare your findings with what you have read about partition in this chapter. 12. Find out whether there are any communities that have migrated to your city, town, village, or any nearby place. Your area may even have people who migrated to it during partition. Interview members of such communities and summarize your findings in a report. Ask people about the place they came from, the reasons for their migration, and their experiences. Also find out what changes the area witnessed as a result of this migration. Framing the Constitution, the beginning of a new era. The Indian Constitution, which came into effect on 26 January 1950, has the dubious distinction of being the longest in the world. But its length and complexity are perhaps understandable when one considers the country's size and diversity. At independence, India was not merely large and diverse, but also deeply divided. A constitution designed to keep the country together and to take it forward had necessarily to be an elaborate, carefully worked out, and painstakingly drafted document. For one thing, it sought to heal wounds of the past and the present to make Indians of different classes, castes, and communities come together in a shared political experiment. For another, it sought to nurture democratic institutions in what had long been a culture of hierarchy and deference. The Constitution of India was framed between December 1946 and December 1949. During this time, its drafts were discussed clause by clause in the Constituent Assembly of India. In all, the Assembly held 11 sessions, with sittings spread over 165 days. In between the sessions, the work of revising and refining the drafts was carried out by various committees and subcommittees. From your political science textbooks, you know what the Constitution of India is, and you have seen how it has worked over the decades since independence. This chapter will introduce you to the history that lies behind the Constitution and the intense debates that were part of its making. If we try and hear the voices within the Constituent Assembly, we get an idea of the process through which the Constitution was framed and the vision of the new nation formulated.
Fig. 15.1 Summary. This is an image showing the signing of the Constitution. The image depicts several individuals signing a document. It suggests a moment of formalizing and enacting the Constitution. The photograph captures a historical event, likely the finalization of the Constitution after a period of debates and revisions. Figure 15.2 Summary. This image depicts desolation and destruction. The content shows the aftermath of a destructive event, possibly a riot or conflict, with collapsed buildings and debris. The image suggests the immense challenges and difficulties faced by members of the Constituent Assembly during that period.
A tumultuous time. The years immediately preceding the making of the Constitution had been exceptionally tumultuous, a time of great hope, but also of abject disappointment. On 15 August 1947, India had been made free, but it had also been divided. Fresh in popular memory were the Quit India struggle of 1942, perhaps the most widespread popular movement against the British Raj, as well as the bid by Subhas Chandra Bose to win freedom through armed struggle with foreign aid. an even more recent upsurge had also evoked much popular sympathy. This was the rising of the ratings of the Royal Indian Navy in Bombay and other cities in the spring of 1946. Through the late 1940s, there were periodic, if scattered, mass protests of workers and peasants in different parts of the country. One striking feature of these popular upsurges was the degree of Hindu-Muslim unity they manifested. In contrast, the two leading Indian political parties, the Congress and the Muslim League, had repeatedly failed to arrive at a settlement that would bring about religious reconciliation and social harmony. The Great Calcutta Killings of August 1946 began a year of almost continuous rioting across northern and eastern India. See chapters 13 and 14. The violence culminated in the massacres that accompanied the transfer of populations when the partition of India was announced. On Independence Day, 15 August 1947, there was an outburst of joy and hope, unforgettable for those who lived through that time. But innumerable Muslims in India and Hindus and Sikhs in Pakistan were now faced with a cruel choice: the threat of sudden death or the squeezing of opportunities on the one side, and a forcible tearing away from their age-old roots on the other. Millions of refugees were on the move, Muslims into East and West Pakistan, Hindus and Sikhs into West Bengal and the eastern half of the Punjab. Many perished before they reached their destination. Another, and scarcely less serious, problem faced by the new nation was that of the princely states. During the period of the Raj, approximately one-third of the area of the subcontinent was under the control of Nawabs and Maharajas who owed allegiance to the British crown, but were otherwise left mostly free to rule or misrule their territory as they wished. When the British left India, the constitutional status of these princes remained ambiguous. As one contemporary observer remarked, some Maharajas now began to luxuriate in wild dreams of independent power in an India of many partitions. This was the background in which the Constituent Assembly met. How could the debates within the Assembly remain insulated from what was happening outside? 1.1. The making of the Constituent Assembly. The members of the Constituent Assembly were chosen on the basis of the provincial elections of 1946. Apart from the members sent by the provinces of British India, the Assembly also had representatives of the princely states, sent as these states joined the Union one by one. The Muslim League chose to boycott the early sittings, i.e., those held before 15 August 1947, making it effectively a one-party show, as 82% of the members of the Assembly were members of the Congress Party. However, since the Congress was itself a broad front, these members held a wide range of views. Some were atheists and secularists. Others, in the words of an Anglo-Indian member, Frank Anthony, were technically members of the Congress, but spiritually members of the RSS and the Hindu Mahasabha. Some were socialists in their economic philosophy, others defenders of the rights of landlords. Aside from the diversity within it, the Congress also nominated independent members of different castes and religious groups and tried to ensure representation of women. It particularly sought out law experts. The intense debates that took place within the Constituent Assembly reflected the diversity of opinions. The discussions within the Constituent Assembly were also influenced by the opinions expressed by the public. As the deliberations continued, the arguments were reported in newspapers, and the proposals were publicly debated. Criticisms and counter-criticisms in the press in turn shaped the nature of the consensus that was ultimately reached on specific issues. In order to create a sense of collective participation, the public was also asked for submissions. There were hundreds of responses, a sampling of which gives a clue to the conflicting interests that the lawmakers had to take account of. Thus, the All India Varnashrama Swarajya Sangh, based in Calcutta, asked that the constitution be based on the principles laid down in ancient Hindu works. The prohibition of cow slaughter and the closing down of abattoirs was particularly recommended. Low-caste groups demanded an end to ill treatment by upper-caste people and reservation of separate seats on the basis of their population, in legislatures, government departments, and local bodies, etc. Linguistic minorities asked for freedom of speech in the mother tongue and the redistribution of provinces on linguistic basis. Religious minorities asked for special safeguards. and bodies as varied as the District Teachers Guild of Vizianagaram and the Central Jewish Board of Bombay requested adequate representation on all public bodies, including legislatures, etc.
Figure 15.4 Summary. This is an image of the Constituent Assembly in session. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel is visible in the image. The image shows many members of the Assembly seated, listening, and participating in the session. The members are diverse, reflecting the various backgrounds and perspectives represented in the Assembly. The image captures a moment during the important discussions and debates that shaped the Constitution.
1.2 The Dominant Voices. The Constituent Assembly had 300 members in all. Of these, 6 members played particularly important roles. 3 were representatives of the Congress, namely Jawaharlal Nehru, Vallabhbhai Patel, and Rajendra Prasad. It was Nehru who moved the crucial Objectives Resolution, as well as the resolution proposing that the national flag of India be a horizontal tricolor of saffron, white, and dark green in equal proportion, with a wheel in navy blue at the center. Patel, on the other hand, worked mostly behind the scenes, playing a key role in the drafting of several reports and working to reconcile opposing points of view. Rajendra Prasad's role was as president of the Assembly, where he had to steer the discussion along constructive lines while making sure all members had a chance to speak. Besides this Congress trio, a very important member of the Assembly was the lawyer and economist B.R. Ambedkar. During the period of British rule, Ambedkar had been a political opponent of the Congress, but, on the advice of Mahatma Gandhi, he was asked at independence to join the Union cabinet as law minister. In this capacity, he served as chairman of the drafting committee of the Constitution. Serving with him were 2 other lawyers, K.M. Munshi from Gujarat and Aladi Krishnaswamy Ayar from Madras, both of whom gave crucial inputs in the drafting of the Constitution. These 6 members were given vital assistance by 2 civil servants. One was B. N. Rao, constitutional advisor to the Government of India, who prepared a series of background papers based on a close study of the political systems obtaining in other countries. The other was the chief draftsman, S. N. Mukherjee, of whom Ambedkar said that his ability to put the most intricate proposals in the simplest and clearest legal form can rarely be equaled. Ambedkar himself had the responsibility of guiding the draft constitution through the Assembly. This took 3 years in all, with the printed record of the discussions taking up 11 bulky volumes. But while the process was long, it was also extremely interesting. The members of the Constituent Assembly were eloquent in expressing their sometimes very divergent points of view. In their presentations, we can discern many conflicting ideas of India, of what language Indians should speak, of what political and economic systems the nation should follow, of what moral values its citizens should uphold or disavow. Discuss. Look again at chapters 13 and 14. Discuss how the political situation of the time may have shaped the nature of the debates within the Constituent Assembly.
Figure 15.5 Summary. This is an image of B.R. Ambedkar presiding over a discussion of the Hindu Code Bill. The image shows a group of people, likely members of the Assembly, seated at desks in a formal setting. Ambedkar is positioned at the head of the room, leading the discussion. The image suggests a formal and important meeting, with members engaged in serious deliberation. The scene captures a moment in the legislative process, highlighting the involvement of various individuals in shaping the Hindu Code Bill.
2. The Vision of the Constitution. 2. The Vision of the Constitution. In 13 December 1946, Jawaharlal Nehru introduced the Objectives Resolution in the Constituent Assembly. It was a momentous resolution that outlined the defining ideals of the Constitution of independent India and provided the framework within which the work of constitution-making was to proceed. It proclaimed India to be an independent sovereign republic, guaranteed its citizens justice, equality, and freedom, and assured that adequate safeguards shall be provided for minorities, backward and tribal areas, and depressed and other backward classes. After outlining these objectives, Nehru placed the Indian experiment in a broad historical perspective. As he spoke, he said, his mind went back to the historic efforts in the past to produce such documents of rights. Source 1. We are not going just to copy. This is what Jawaharlal Nehru said in his famous speech of 13 December 1946. My mind goes back to the various constituent assemblies that have gone before and of what took place at the making of the great American nation, when the fathers of that nation met and fashioned out a constitution which has stood the test of so many years, more than a century and a half, and of the great nation which has resulted, which has been built up on the basis of that constitution. My mind goes back to that mighty revolution which took place also over 150 years ago, and to that constituent assembly that met in that gracious and lovely city of Paris, which has fought so many battles for freedom, to the difficulties that that constituent assembly had, and to how the king and other authorities came in its way. And still it continued. The House will remember that when these difficulties came, and even the room for a meeting was denied to the then constituent assembly, they betook themselves to an open tennis court and met there and took the oath, which is called the oath of the tennis court, that they continued meeting in spite of kings, in spite of the others, and did not disperse till they had finished the task they had undertaken. Well, I trust that it is in that solemn spirit that we too are meeting here, and that we, too, whether we meet in this chamber or other chambers, or in the fields or in the marketplace, will go on meeting and continue our work till we have finished it. Then my mind goes back to a more recent revolution, which gave rise to a new type of state, the revolution that took place in Russia, and out of which has arisen the Union of the Soviet Socialist Republics, another mighty country which is playing a tremendous part in the world, not only a mighty country, but for us in India, a neighboring country. So our mind goes back to these great examples, and we seek to learn from their success and to avoid their failures. Perhaps we may not be able to avoid failures, because some measure of failure is inherent in human effort. Nevertheless, we shall advance, I am certain, in spite of obstructions and difficulties, and achieve and realize the dream that we have dreamt so long. We say that it is our firm and solemn resolve to have an independent sovereign republic. India is bound to be sovereign, it is bound to be independent, and it is bound to be a republic. Now, some friends have raised the question, why have you not put in the word democratic here? Well, I told them that it is conceivable, of course, that a republic may not be democratic, but the whole of our past is witness to this fact that we stand for democratic institutions. Obviously, we are aiming at democracy and nothing less than a democracy. What form of democracy, what shape it might take, is another matter. The democracies of the present day, many of them in Europe and elsewhere, have played a great part in the world's progress. Yet it may be doubtful if those democracies may not have to change their shape somewhat before long if they have to remain completely democratic. We are not going just to copy, I hope, a certain democratic procedure or an institution of a so-called democratic country. We may improve upon it. In any event, whatever system of government we may establish here must fit in with the temper of our people and be acceptable to them. We stand for democracy. It will be for this House to determine what shape to give to that democracy, the fullest democracy, I hope. The House will notice that in this resolution, although we have not used the word democratic, because we thought it is obvious that the word republic contains that word, and we did not want to use unnecessary words and redundant words, but we have done something much more than using the word. We have given the content of democracy in this resolution, and not only the content of democracy, but the content, if I may say so, of economic democracy in this resolution. Others might take objection to this resolution on the ground that we have not said that it should be a socialist state. Well, I stand for socialism, and I hope India will stand for socialism, and that India will go towards the constitution of a socialist state, and I do believe that the whole world will have to go that way. Constituent Assembly Debates, CAD, VOL1 Nehru's speech, Source 1, merits careful scrutiny. What exactly was being stated here? What did Nehru's seemingly nostalgic return to the past reflect? What was he saying about the origin of the ideas embodied in the vision of the Constitution? In returning to the past and referring to the American and French revolutions, Nehru was locating the history of constitution-making in India within a longer history of struggle for liberty and freedom. The momentous nature of the Indian project was emphasized by linking it to revolutionary moments in the past. But Nehru was not suggesting that those events were to provide any blueprint for the present, or that the ideas of those revolutions could be mechanically borrowed and applied in India. He did not define the specific form of democracy and suggested that this had to be decided through deliberations. and he stressed that the ideals and provisions of the constitution introduced in India could not be just derived from elsewhere. "We are not going just to copy," he said. "The system of government established in India," he declared, "had to fit in with the temper of our people and be acceptable to them." It was necessary to learn from the people of the West, from their achievements and failures, but the Western nations too had to learn from experiments elsewhere. They too had to change their own notions of democracy. The objective of the Indian constitution would be to fuse the liberal ideas of democracy with the socialist idea of economic justice, and readapt and rework all these ideas within the Indian context. Nehru's plea was for creative thinking about what was appropriate for India.
Image summary. This is an image of the oath of the tennis court. The image depicts a gathering of people, with one person standing and addressing the crowd. The scene captures a moment of unity and determination, possibly related to political or social change.
2.1 The Will of the People. A communist member, Somnath Lahiri, saw the dark hand of British imperialism hanging over the deliberations of the Constituent Assembly. He thus urged the members, and Indians in general, to fully free themselves from the influences of imperial rule. In the winter of 1946-47, as the Assembly deliberated, the British were still in India. An interim administration headed by Jawaharlal Nehru was in place, but it could only operate under the directions of the Viceroy and the British government in London. Lahiri exhorted his colleagues to realize that the Constituent Assembly was British-made and was working the British plans as the British should like it to be worked out. What explanation does Jawaharlal Nehru give for not using the term democratic in the objectives resolution in Source 1? Source 2, "That is very good, sir, bold words, noble words," Somnath Lahiri said. "Well, sir, I must congratulate Pandit Nehru for the fine expression he gave to the spirit of the Indian people when he said that no imposition from the British will be accepted by the Indian people. Imposition would be resented and objected to," he said, and he added that if need be we will walk the valley of struggle. "That is very good, sir, bold words, noble words. But the point is to see when and how are you going to apply that challenge? Well, sir, the point is that the imposition is here right now. Not only has the British plan made any future constitution dependent on a treaty satisfactory to the Britisher, but it suggests that for every little difference you will have to run to the federal court or dance attendance there in England, or to call on the British Prime Minister Clement Attlee or someone else. Not only is it a fact that this Constituent Assembly, whatever plans we may be hatching, we are under the shadow of British gun at British Army, their economic and financial stranglehold, which means that the final power is still in the British hands, and the question of power has not yet been finally decided, which means the future is not yet completely in our hands. Not only that, but the statements made by Attlee and others recently have made it clear that if need be, they will even threaten you with division entirely. This means, sir, there is no freedom in this country. As Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel put it some days ago, we have freedom only to fight among ourselves. That is the only freedom we have got. Therefore, our humble suggestion is that it is not a question of getting something by working out this plan, but to declare independence here and now and call upon the interim government, call upon the people of India, to stop fratricidal warfare and look out against its enemy, which still has the whip hand, the British imperialism, and go together to fight it and then resolve our claims afterwards when we will be free. Vol. Nehru admitted that most nationalist leaders had wanted a different kind of constituent assembly. It was also true, in a sense, that the British government had a hand in its birth, and it had attached certain conditions within which the assembly had to function. But, emphasized Nehru, you must not ignore the source from which this assembly derives its strength. Nehru added, governments do not come into being by state papers. Governments are, in fact, the expression of the will of the people. We have met here today because of the strength of the people behind us, and we shall go as far as the people, not of any party or group, but the people as a whole, shall wish us to go. We should, therefore, always keep in mind the passions that lie in the hearts of the masses of the Indian people and try to fulfill them. The Constituent Assembly was expected to express the aspirations of those who had participated in the movement for independence. Democracy, equality, and justice were ideals that had become intimately associated with social struggles in India since the 19th century. When the social reformers in the 19th century opposed child marriage and demanded that widows be allowed to remarry, they were pleading for social justice. When Swami Vivekananda campaigned for a reform of Hinduism, he wanted religions to become more just. When Jayatibha Phule in Maharashtra pointed to the suffering of the depressed castes, or communists and socialists organized workers and peasants, they were demanding economic and social justice. The national movement against a government that was seen as oppressive and illegitimate was inevitably a struggle for democracy and justice, for citizens' rights and equality. In fact, as the demand for representation grew, the British had been forced to introduce a series of constitutional reforms. A number of acts were passed, 1909, 1919, and 1935, gradually enlarging the space for Indian participation in provincial governments. The executive was made partly responsible to the provincial legislature in 1919, and almost entirely so under the Government of India Act of 1935. When elections were held in 1937, under the 1935 Act, the Congress came to power in 8 out of the 11 provinces. Why does the speaker in Source 2 think that the Constituent Assembly was under the shadow of British guns?
Figure 15.6 Summary. This is a photograph of the members of the interim government. Rajendra Prasad is in the middle, flanked by Jawaharlal Nehru and Sardar Patel. B.R. Ambedkar is on the far left, and Shyama Prasad Mukherjee is on the far right. The photograph depicts important figures who were part of the government during a crucial period in Indian history. Figure 15.7 Summary. The image is a photograph of Edwin Montagu, who authored the Montagu-Chelmsford Reforms of 1919. These reforms introduced a limited form of representation in provincial legislative assemblies. The photograph shows Montagu on the left, walking alongside another man, both wearing formal attire including top hats and overcoats. The reforms are significant as they marked a gradual increase in Indian participation in government, although within the framework of colonial rule.
Discuss. What were the ideas outlined by Jawaharlal Nehru in his speech on the Objectives Resolution? Yet we should not see an unbroken continuity between the earlier constitutional developments and what happened in the 3 years from 1946. While the earlier constitutional experiments were in response to the growing demand for a representative government, the Acts, 1909, 1919, and 1935, were not directly debated and formulated by Indians. They were enacted by the colonial government. The electorate that elected the provincial bodies had expanded over the years, but even in 1935, it remained limited to no more than 10 to 15% of the adult population. There was no universal adult franchise. The legislatures elected under the 1935 Act operated within the framework of colonial rule and were responsible to the governor appointed by the British. The vision that Nehru was trying to outline on 13 December 1946 was of the constitution of an independent, sovereign Republic of India. 3 defining rights. How were the rights of individual citizens to be defined? Were the oppressed groups to have any special rights? What rights would minorities have? Who, in fact, could be defined as a minority? As the debate on the floor of the Constituent Assembly unfolded, it was clear that there were no collectively shared answers to any of these questions. The answers were evolved through the clash of opinions and the drama of individual encounters. In his inaugural speech, Nehru had invoked the will of the people and declared that the makers of the Constitution had to fulfill the passions that lie in the hearts of the masses. This was no easy task. With the anticipation of independence, different groups expressed their will in different ways and made different demands. These would have to be debated and conflicting ideas would have to be reconciled before a consensus could be forged. 3.1 The problem with separate electorates. On 27 August 1947, B. Pakar Bahadur from Madras made a powerful plea for continuing separate electorates. Minorities exist in all lands, argued Bahadur. They could not be wished away, they could not be erased out of existence. The need was to create a political framework in which minorities could live in harmony with others, and the differences between communities could be minimized. This was possible only if minorities were well represented within the political system, their voices heard, and their views taken into account. Only separate electorates would ensure that Muslims had a meaningful voice in the governance of the country. The needs of Muslims, Bahadur felt, could not be properly understood by non-Muslims, nor could a true representative of Muslims be chosen by people who did not belong to that community. This demand for separate electorates provoked anger and dismay amongst most nationalists. In the passionate debate that followed, a range of arguments were offered against the demand. Most nationalists saw separate electorates as a measure deliberately introduced by the British to divide the people. The English played their game under the cover of safeguards, R.V. Dulekar told Bahadur. With the help of it they allured you, the minorities, to a long lull. Give it up now there is no one to misguide you. Partition had made nationalists fervently opposed to the idea of separate electorates. They were haunted by the fear of continued civil war, riots, and violence. Separate electorates was a poison that has entered the body politic of our country, declared Sardar Patel. It was a demand that had turned one community against another, divided the nation, caused bloodshed, and led to the tragic partition of the country. Do you want peace in this land? If so, do away with it, separate electorates, urged Patel. Countering the demand for separate electorates, Govind Ballabh Pant declared that it was not only harmful for the nation, but also for the minorities. He agreed with Bahadur that the success of a democracy was to be judged by the confidence it generated amongst different sections of people. He agreed, too, that every citizen in a free state should be treated in a manner that satisfied not only his material wants, but also his spiritual sense of self-respect, and that the majority community had an obligation to try and understand the problems of minorities and empathize with their aspirations. Yet Pant opposed the idea of separate electorates. It was a suicidal demand, he argued, that would permanently isolate the minorities, make them vulnerable, and deprive them of any effective say within the government. Behind all these arguments was the concern with the making of a unified nation-state. In order to build political unity and forge a nation, every individual had to be molded into a citizen of the state, each group had to be assimilated within the nation. The Constitution would grant to citizens rights, but citizens had to offer their loyalty to the state. Communities could be recognized as cultural entities and assured cultural rights. Politically, however, members of all communities had to act as equal members of one state, or else there would be divided loyalties. There is the unwholesome, and to some extent degrading habit of thinking always in terms of communities and never in terms of citizens, said Pant. And he added, let us remember that it is the citizen that must count. It is the citizen that forms the base as well as the summit of the social pyramid. Even as the importance of community rights was being recognized, there was a lurking fear among many nationalists that this may lead to divided loyalties and make it difficult to forge a strong nation and a strong state. Not all Muslims supported the demand for separate electorates. Begum Aizaz Rasul, for instance, felt that separate electorates were self-destructive since they isolated the minorities from the majority. By 1949, most Muslim members of the Constituent Assembly were agreed that separate electorates were against the interests of the minorities. Instead, Muslims needed to take an active part in the democratic process to ensure that they had a decisive voice in the political system.
Figure 15.8 Summary. This is a photograph of Indian leaders in London for talks with the British Prime Minister. The image shows Liaquat Ali, Mohammed Ali Jinnah, Baldev Singh, and Pethik Lawrence. The talks proved to be unproductive. The photograph shows important political figures during a critical time in history.
3.2. We will need much more than this resolution. While welcoming the Objectives resolution, N.G. Ranga, a socialist who had been a leader of the peasant movement, urged that the term minorities be interpreted in economic terms. The real minorities for Ranga were the poor and the downtrodden. He welcomed the legal rights the Constitution was granting to each individual, but pointed to its limits. In his opinion, it was meaningless for the poor people in the villages to know that they now had the fundamental right to live, and to have full employment, or that they could have their meetings, their conferences, their associations, and various other civil liberties. It was essential to create conditions where these constitutionally enshrined rights could be effectively enjoyed. For this, they needed protection. They need props, they need a ladder, said Ranga. How does G.B. Pant define the attributes of a loyal citizen? Ranga also drew attention to the gulf that separated the broad masses of Indians and those claiming to speak on their behalf in the Constituent Assembly. Whom are we supposed to represent? The ordinary masses of our country. And yet most of us do not belong to the masses themselves. We are of them, we wish to stand for them, but the masses themselves are not able to come up to the Constituent Assembly. It may take some time. In the meanwhile, we are here as their trustees, as their champions, and we are trying our best to speak for them. One of the groups mentioned by Ranga, the tribals, had among its representatives to the assembly the gifted orator Jaipal Singh. In welcoming the objectives resolution, Singh said, "As an Adivasi, I am not expected to understand the legal intricacies of the resolution, but my common sense tells me that every one of us should march in that road to freedom and fight together. Sir, if there is any group of Indian people that has been shabbily treated, it is my people. They have been disgracefully treated, neglected for the last 6,000 years. The whole history of my people is one of continuous exploitation and dispossession by the non-Aboriginals of India, punctuated by rebellions and disorder, and yet I take Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru at his word. I take you all at your word that now we are going to start a new chapter of independent India where there is equality of opportunity, where no one would be neglected." Singh spoke eloquently on the need to protect the tribes and ensure conditions that could help them come up to the level of the general population. Tribes were not a numerical minority, he argued, but they needed protection. They had been dispossessed of the land they had settled, deprived of their forests and pastures, and forced to move in search of new homes. Perceiving them as primitive and backward, the rest of society had turned away from them, spurned them. He made a moving plea for breaking the emotional and physical distance that separated the tribals from the rest of society. "Our point is that you have got to mix with us. We are willing to mix with you." Singh was not asking for separate electorates, but he felt that reservation of seats in the legislature was essential to allow tribals to represent themselves. It would be a way, he said, of compelling others to hear the voice of tribals and come near them. 3.3 We were suppressed for thousands of years. How were the rights of the depressed castes to be defined by the Constitution? During the national movement, Ambedkar had demanded separate electorates for the depressed castes, and Mahatma Gandhi had opposed it, arguing that this would Dakshyani Velyudhin from Madras, argued, "What we want is not all kinds of safeguards. It is the moral safeguard which gives protection to the underdogs of this country. I refuse to believe that 70 million Harijans are to be considered as a minority. What we want is the immediate removal of our social disabilities. Permanently segregate them from the rest of society. How could the Constituent Assembly resolve this opposition? What kinds of protection were the depressed castes to be provided?" Some members of the depressed castes emphasized that the problem of the untouchables could not be resolved through protection and safeguards alone. Their disabilities were caused by the social norms and the moral values of caste society. Society had used their services and labor, but kept them at a social distance, refusing to mix with them or dine with them or allow them entry into temples. "We have been suffering, but we are prepared to suffer no more," said J. Nagappa from Madras. "We have realized our responsibilities. We know how to assert ourselves." Nagappa pointed out that numerically the depressed castes were not a minority. They formed between 20 and 25% of the total population. Their suffering was due to their systematic marginalization, not their numerical insignificance. They had no access to education, no share in the administration. Addressing the assembly, K.J. Khandarkar of the Central Provinces said, "Hansa Mehta of Bombay demanded justice for women, not reserved seats or separate electorates. We have never asked for privileges. What we have asked for is social justice, economic justice, and political justice. We have asked for that equality, which alone can be the basis of mutual respect and understanding, without which real cooperation is not possible between man and woman. We were suppressed for thousands of years, suppressed to such an extent that neither our minds nor our bodies and now even our hearts work, nor are we able to march forward. This is the position." After the partition violence, Ambedkar too no longer argued for separate electorates. The Constituent Assembly finally recommended that untouchability be abolished, Hindu temples be thrown open to all castes, and seats in legislatures and jobs in government offices be reserved for the lowest castes. Many recognized that this could not solve all problems. Social discrimination could not be erased only through constitutional legislation. There had to be a change in the attitudes within society. But the measures were welcomed by the democratic public. Discuss. What were the different arguments that Jaipal Singh put forward in demanding protective measures for the tribals? For the powers of the state. One of the topics most vigorously debated in the Constituent Assembly was the respective rights of the central government and the states. Among those arguing for a strong center was Jawaharlal Nehru. As he put it in a letter to the President of the Constituent Assembly, now that partition is a settled fact. It would be injurious to the interests of the country to provide for a weak central authority, which would be incapable of ensuring peace, of coordinating vital matters of common concern, and of speaking effectively for the whole country in the international sphere. The draft constitution provided for 3 lists of subjects: union, state, and concurrent. The subjects in the first list were to be the preserve of the central government, while those in the second list were vested with the states. As for the third list, here center and state shared responsibility. However, many more items were placed under exclusive union control than in other federations, and more placed on the concurrent list too than desired by the provinces. The union also had control of minerals and key industries. Besides, Article 356 gave the center the powers to take over a state administration on the recommendation of the governor. The Constitution also mandated for a complex system of fiscal federalism. In the case of some taxes, for instance, customs duties and company taxes, the center retained all the proceeds. In other cases, such as income tax and excise duties, it shared them with the states. In still other cases, for instance, estate duties, it assigned them wholly to the states. The states, meanwhile, could levy and collect certain taxes on their own. These included land and property taxes, sales tax, and the hugely profitable tax on bottled liquor. 4.1. The center is likely to break. The rights of the states were most eloquently defended by K. Santhanam from Madras. A reallocation of powers was necessary, he felt, to strengthen not only the states, but also the center. There is almost an obsession that by adding all kinds of powers to the center we can make it strong. This was a misconception, said Santhanam. If the center was overburdened with responsibilities, it could not function effectively. By relieving it of some of its functions and transferring them to the states, the center could, in fact, be made stronger. Who is a better patriot? Sir A. Ramaswamy Mudaliar from Mysore said during the debate on 21 August 1947, "Let us not lay the flattering unction to our soul that we are better patriots if we propose a strong center, and that those who advocate a more vigorous examination of these resources are people with not enough of national spirit or patriotism." As for the states, Santhanam felt that the proposed allocation of powers would cripple them. The fiscal provisions would impoverish the provinces since most taxes, except land revenue, had been made the preserve of the center. Without finances, how could the states undertake any project of development? I do not want any constitution in which the unit has to come to the center and say, "I cannot educate my people. I cannot give sanitation, give me a dole for the improvement of roads, of industries. Let us rather wipe out the federal system and let us have unitary system." Santhanam predicted a dark future if the proposed distribution of powers was adopted without further scrutiny. In a few years, he said, all the provinces would rise in revolt against the center. Many others from the provinces echoed the same fears. They fought hard for fewer items to be put on the concurrent and union lists. A member from Orissa warned that the center is likely to break since powers had been excessively centralized under the Constitution. 4.2. What we want today is a strong government. The argument for greater power to the provinces provoked a strong reaction in the Assembly. The need for a strong center had been underlined on numerous occasions since the Constituent Assembly had begun its sessions. Ambedkar had declared that he wanted a strong and united center, here, much stronger than the center we had created under the Government of India Act of 1935. Reminding the members of the riots and violence that was ripping the nation apart, many members had repeatedly stated that the powers of the center had to be greatly strengthened to enable it to stop the communal frenzy. Reacting to the demands for giving power to the provinces, Gopalaswamy Iyengar declared that the center should be made as strong as possible. One member from the United Provinces, Balakrishna Sharma, reasoned at length that only a strong center could plan for the well-being of the country, mobilize the available economic resources, establish a proper administration, and defend the country against foreign aggression. Before partition, the Congress had agreed to grant considerable autonomy to the provinces. This had been part of an effort to assure the Muslim League that within the provinces where the Muslim League came to power, the center would not interfere. After partition, most nationalists changed their position because they felt that the earlier political pressures for a decentralized structure were no longer there. There was already a unitary system in place, imposed by the colonial government. The violence of the times gave a further push to centralization, now seen as necessary both to forestall chaos and to plan for the country's economic development. The Constitution thus showed a distinct bias towards the rights of the Union of India over those of its constituent states. 5. The language of the nation. How could the nation be forged when people in different regions spoke different languages, each associated with its own cultural heritage? How could people listen to each other or connect with each other if they did not know each other's language? Within the Constituent Assembly, the language issue was debated over many months and often generated intense arguments. By the 1930s, the Congress had accepted that Hindustani ought to be the national language. Mahatma Gandhi felt that everyone should speak in a language that common people could easily understand. Hindustani, a blend of Hindi and Urdu, was a popular language of a large section of the people of India, and it was a composite language enriched by the interaction of diverse cultures. Over the years, it had incorporated words and terms from very many different sources, and was therefore understood by people from various regions. This multicultural language, Mahatma Gandhi thought, would be the ideal language of communication between diverse communities. It could unify Hindus and Muslims, and people of the North and the South. From the end of the 19th century, however, Hindustani as a language had been gradually changing. As communal conflicts deepened, Hindi and Urdu also started growing apart. On the one hand, there was a move to Sanskritize Hindi, purging it of all words of Persian and Arabic origin. On the other hand, Urdu was being increasingly Persianized. As a consequence, language became associated with the politics of religious identities. Mahatma Gandhi, however, retained his faith in the composite character of Hindustani. Discuss. What different arguments were put forward by those advocating a strong center? Source 10. What should the qualities of a national language be? A few months before his death, Mahatma Gandhi reiterated his views on the language question. This Hindustani should be neither Sanskritized Hindi nor Persianized Urdu, but a happy combination of both. It should also freely admit words wherever necessary from the different regional languages and also assimilate words from foreign languages, provided that they can mix well and easily with our national language. Thus, our national language must develop into a rich and powerful instrument capable of expressing the whole gamut of human thought and feelings. To confine oneself to Hindi or Urdu would be a crime against intelligence and the spirit of patriotism. Harappa, 12 October 1947. 5.1 A plea for Hindi. In one of the earliest sessions of the Constituent Assembly, R.V. Julekar, a congressman from the United Provinces, made an aggressive plea that Hindi be used as the language of constitution-making. When told that not everyone in the Assembly knew the language, Julekar retorted, "People who are present in this House to fashion a constitution for India and do not know Hindustani are not worthy to be members of this Assembly. They better leave." As the House broke up in commotion over these remarks, Julekar proceeded with his speech in Hindi. On this occasion, peace in the House was restored through Jawaharlal Nehru's intervention, but the language issue continued to disrupt proceedings and agitate members over the subsequent 3 years. Almost 3 years later, on 12 September 1947, Julekar's speech on the language of the nation once again sparked off a huge storm. By now, the Language Committee of the Constituent Assembly had produced its report, and had thought of a compromise formula to resolve the deadlock between those who advocated Hindi as the national language and those who opposed it. It had decided, but not yet formally declared, that Hindi and the Devanagari script would be the official language, but the transition to Hindi would be gradual. For the first 15 years, English would continue to be used for all official purposes. Each province was to be allowed to choose one of the regional languages for official work within the province. By referring to Hindi as the official rather than the national language, the Language Committee of the Constituent Assembly hoped to placate ruffled emotions and arrive at a solution that would be acceptable to all. Dulekar was not one who liked such an attitude of reconciliation. He wanted Hindi to be declared not an official language, but a national language. He attacked those who protested that Hindi was being forced on the nation, and mocked at those who said, in the name of Mahatma Gandhi, that Hindustani rather than Hindi ought to be the national language. Sir, nobody can be more happy than myself that Hindi has become the official language of the country. Some say that it is a concession to Hindi language. I say, no. It is a consummation of a historic process. What particularly perturbed many members was the tone in which Dulekar was arguing his case. Several times during his speech, the president of the assembly interrupted Dulekar and told him, "I do not think you are advancing your case by speaking like this." But Dulekar continued nonetheless. 5.2. The Fear of Domination. A day after Dulekar spoke, Shrimati G. Durgabai from Madras explained her worries about the way the discussion was developing. Mr. President, the question of national language for India, which was an almost agreed proposition, until recently has suddenly become a highly controversial issue. Whether rightly or wrongly, the people of non-Hindi-speaking areas have been made to feel that this fight, or this attitude on behalf of the Hindi-speaking areas, is a fight for effectively preventing the natural influence of other powerful languages of India on the composite culture of this nation. Durgabai informed the House that the opposition in the South against Hindi was very strong. The opponents feel perhaps justly that this propaganda for Hindi cuts at the very root of the provincial languages. Yet, she along with many others had obeyed the call of Mahatma Gandhi and carried on Hindi propaganda in the South, braved resistance, started schools, and conducted classes in Hindi. Now, what is the result of it all? Asked Durgabai. I am shocked to see this agitation against the enthusiasm with which we took to Hindi in the early years of the century. She had accepted Hindustani as the language of the people, but now that language was being changed. Words from Urdu and other regional languages were being taken out. Any move that eroded the inclusive and composite character of Hindustani, she felt, was bound to create anxieties and fears amongst different language groups. As the discussion became acrimonious, many members appealed for a spirit of accommodation. A member from Bombay, Shri Shankarao Dio, stated that as a congressman and a follower of Mahatma Gandhi, he had accepted Hindustani as a language of the nation. But he warned, "If you want my wholehearted support for Hindi, you must not do now anything which may raise my suspicions and which will strengthen my fears." T.A. Ramalingam Chechir from Madras emphasized that whatever was done had to be done with caution. The cause of Hindi would not be helped if it was pushed too aggressively. The fears of the people, even if they were unjustified, had to be allayed, or else there will be bitter feelings left behind. When we want to live together and form a united nation, he said, there should be mutual adjustment and no question of forcing things on people. The Constitution of India thus emerged through a process of intense debate and discussion. Many of its provisions were arrived at through a process of give and take, by forging a middle ground between two opposed positions. However, on one central feature of the Constitution, there was substantial agreement. This was on the granting of the vote to every adult Indian. This was an unprecedented act of faith, for in other democracies the vote had been granted slowly and in stages. In countries such as the United States and the United Kingdom, only men of property were first granted the vote. Then, men with education were also allowed into the charmed circle. After a long and bitter struggle, men of working class or peasant background were also given the right to vote. An even longer struggle was required to grant this right to women. A second important feature of the Constitution was its emphasis on secularism. There was no ringing pronouncement of secularism in the preamble, but operationally, its key features as understood in Indian contexts were spelled out in an exemplary manner. This was done through the carefully drafted series of fundamental rights to freedom of religion, Articles 25 to 28, cultural and educational rights, Articles 29, 30, and rights to equality, Articles 14, 16, 17. All religions were guaranteed equal treatment by the state and given the right to maintain charitable institutions. The state also sought to distance itself from religious communities, banning compulsory religious instructions in state-run schools and colleges, and declaring religious discrimination in employment to be illegal. However, a certain legal space was created for social reform within communities, a space that was used to ban untouchability and introduce changes in personal and family laws. In the Indian variant of political secularism, then, there has been no absolute separation of state from religion, but a kind of judicious distance between the two. The Constituent Assembly debates help us understand the many conflicting voices that had to be negotiated in framing the Constitution, and the many demands that were articulated. They tell us about the ideals that were invoked and the principles that the makers of the Constitution operated with. But in reading these debates, we need to be aware that the ideals invoked were very often reworked according to what seemed appropriate within a context. At times, the members of the Assembly also changed their ideas as the debate unfolded over 3 years. Hearing others argue, some members rethought their positions, opening their minds to contrary views, while others changed their views in reaction to the events around.
Figure 15, 9 Summary. This is an image showing B.R. Ambedkar and Rajendra Prasad greeting each other. The image captures the moment when the Constitution was handed over. The image suggests a sense of collaboration and mutual respect between the two leaders during this important event. Timeline Summary. The timeline details significant political events in India and Britain from the mid-40s to the late 40s, leading up to India and Pakistan's independence and the signing of India's constitution. Key events include the Labour government coming to power in Britain, general elections in India, the cabinet mission's constitutional schemes and proposals for an interim government, the formation and subsequent joining of the interim government by Congress and the Muslim League, the failure of talks between British and Indian leaders, the beginning of the Constituent Assembly sessions, the Muslim League's demand for its dissolution, the final meeting of the interim government. The election of Jinnah as president of Pakistan's Constituent Assembly, and the independence of both Pakistan and India, culminating in the signing of India's constitution.
Answer in 100 to 150 words. 1. What were the ideals expressed in the objectives resolution? 2. How was the term minority defined by different groups? 3. What were the arguments in favor of greater power to the provinces? 4. Why did Mahatma Gandhi think Hindustani should be the national language? Write a short essay, 250 to 300 words, on the following. 5. What historical forces shaped the vision of the Constitution? 6. Discuss the different arguments made in favor of protection of the oppressed groups. 7. What connection did some of the members of the Constituent Assembly make between the political situation of the time and the need for a strong center? 8. How did the Constituent Assembly seek to resolve the language controversy? If you would like to know more, read. Project 9. Choose any one important constitutional change that has happened in recent years. Find out why the change was made, what different arguments were put forward for the change, and the historical background to the change. If you can, try and look at the Constitutional Assembly debates, http://parliamentafindia, Nick, in /ls/debates/debates, HTM, to see how the issue was discussed at that time. Write about your findings. You could visit Parliamentafindia, Nick, in /ls/debates/debates, HTM, for a digitalist version of the Constituent Assembly debates. Credits for illustrations. Institutions. Journals. Books. You have reached the end of the document.